Mr. Chen, the 100 buckets of fried chicken you ordered have arrived on time. On a remote road near the outskirts, Chen Luo glanced at the delivery truck and instructed, "Load them into my vehicle and stack them neatly." The vehicle Chen Luo had prepared was a small truck more than enough to hold 100 buckets of fried chicken. The delivery manager from Kuaiji Chicken smiled and nodded in agreement. Normally, they didn't offer loading services, but Chen Luo had paid extra. Orders like this had been placed for half a month straight. No sooner had the fried chicken delivery left than the duck delivery arrived. "Mr. Chen, the 100 roast ducks you ordered are here." After both groups had left, Chen Luo looked around, climbed into the truck bed, and then the freshly delivered fried chicken and roast duck vanished mysteriously. They weren't gone. They had entered Chen Luo's ability space. He needed to free up truck space because the ability space wasn't large, just over 20 soccer fields in size with a height of 20 meters. In the ability space, time stood still. Even if a piece of fried chicken or roast duck was retrieved 20 years later, it would still be fresh and steaming hot. 3 days ago, Chen Luo had been shocked to discover that he had returned from the 12th year of the apocalypse to 1 month before it began. What was the most scarce resource during the apocalypse? Supplies. More precisely, food. People live on food. Without it, who could endure? This damned apocalypse caused extreme scarcity of resources. Even Chen Luo, known as the Void King, often went hungry in the post-apocalyptic world. Meals were either expired fast food from years ago or bitter sour-tasting mutated beast meat. 27 days later, for reasons unknown, the apocalypse erupted, turning 80% of the world's population into zombies. Of the remaining humans, at least 90% died at the hands of the zombies. Those who survived began to evolve, gaining superpowers, some physical, some elemental, some mental. Chen Luo had mastered an extremely rare spatial ability. His talent was so formidable that he was called the Void King. Basically, no one could match him in battle. With his Void Walk skill, Chen Luo's survival ability was unparalleled. Top-tier combat skills, top-tier evasion. Whenever danger came, he simply Void Walked away. Day by day, Chen Luo realized that he seemed to have outlived all the other survivors. The entire world was now nothing but increasingly bizarre monsters. Not a single human in sight. The apocalypse made human hearts unfathomable, but being the only person in the world was unbearably lonely. Chen Luo couldn't stand it. He found a pit and buried himself. It wasn't that Chen Luo couldn't survive anymore. It was that he no longer wanted to. When he woke up, he found himself reborn with the ability space from his previous life still intact, allowing free storage of supplies. All his other superpowers were gone. Chen Luo couldn't figure out what had happened, and he didn't bother trying. In this world, only good food must not be betrayed. Time to stock up. 3 minutes later. "Mr. Chen, the dishes you ordered have arrived." Chen Luo had booked deliveries from several renowned restaurants, each sending 100 packed meals. All were Chen Luo's favorite dishes: pickled fish with sour cabbage, chicken stewed with mushrooms, beer duck sweet, and sour ribs, braised Crucian carp. All prepared by top chefs. After the apocalypse, forget eating. You'd be lucky to even see these dishes. Want some? Only in dreams. A single piece of bread would trigger a bloody fight. Chen Luo once fought a bloody battle for a single sausage. If someone could provide a proper dish, he would do whatever they asked. He had been deprived for too long. Within an hour, 500 dishes entered Chen Luo's ability space. Whenever he had free time before the apocalypse, he would keep repeating this behavior. This ordering was a bit strange, but Chen Luo didn't care. He wasn't stealing or robbing. What if he was donating to welfare homes or construction workers? Or what if he was just crazy and buying for fun? If ordering 1,000 portions hadn't been too weird and the restaurants couldn't keep up, he would have bought even more. Just then his phone rang. "Mr. Chen, the first 2,000 tons of the 10,000 tons of pork you ordered are about to arrive at the cold storage. Would you like to come take a look?" Chen Luo replied that he'd be there soon. That's right, Chen Luo had ordered 10,000 tons of pork, plus 2,000 tons each of beef and lamb, and 5,000 tons each of chicken, duck, fish, and so on. After the apocalypse began, it wasn't that cooking became impossible. With fresh ingredients, anything could be made. The problem was that soon the electricity would go out. Without power, fresh ingredients couldn't be preserved. Chen Luo didn't master the ability space until 2 years later. By then, there were no fresh supplies left to save. Loading by small trucks bit by bit. How much could he really carry? More importantly, it wasn't cost-effective. Pork was cheap and the most widely eaten in the country, so Chen Luo stockpiled the most. Wholesale price was 9.6 yuan per caddy. 10,000 tons cost less than 200 million. If he had more money, he would have hoarded 100,000 tons. Chen Luo sighed, what good times. If this were 2 years ago when the price of pork was nearly 50 per caddy, even with money, it would have been hard to stockpile this much. Once all the supplies arrived, Chen Luo would find a suitable opportunity to load them all into his ability space. At the cold storage, manager Wang from the trading company greeted him with a smile. Chen Luo said, after unloading, you'll transfer the money at the bank. Manager Wang laughed even more heartily. No rush, no rush. Chen Luo just smiled, not taking it seriously. For this shipment, he had paid a 10% deposit, then paid for each batch upon arrival, totaling 70% with the remaining 30% due a month later. If he could, Chen Luo would have preferred to get everything for free, but he wasn't familiar with them, and Manager Wang simply didn't have the capital to front the money. Chen Luo called over the butchers he had hired Old Zhang, and Old Zhang, keep an eye out. Make sure they don't fob us off with decades-old frozen meat. Old Zhang shook his fleshy face with a smile. Don't worry, Boss Chen. I've been slaughtering pigs for decades. Just one look and I know when the pig was killed. Chen Luo joked. I've been alive for over 20 years. If I touch an electric circuit, I can tell if it's live. Everyone was startled for a moment, then burst out laughing. Boss Chen has a sense of humor. After unloading, Chen Luo went to the bank with Manager Wang to complete the transfer. Just as they said goodbye, his phone rang again. An irate voice came through. Chen Luo, you sold shares worth over 3 billion for just 1 billion. Such a huge decision without even telling me. Do you have any respect for me as your uncle, eh? Shares worth 3 billion were sold for only 1 billion. Wasn't that the epitome of being taken advantage of? These shares were left to Chen Luo by his parents, originally constituting 42 of the Chen Group. Over 6 years, the stake dropped from 42 to 17. The original value of these shares was over 7 billion, now worth only 3 billion. It was understandable for the stake to decrease due to financing needs, but for the value not to rise, instead to plummet. That was inexcusable. Chen Luo's uncle Chen Jianan had used the pretext of investment to incur massive losses. On the surface, it was losses. Secretly, the lost money merely shifted to another of Chen Jianan's pockets. In his past life, when the apocalypse struck, Chen Luo was just a 21-year-old naive youth. Though he eventually realized the truth, he was no match for the wily old fox Chen Jianan and couldn't escape his control. Having been reborn, Chen Luo found it difficult to sell these shares at a fair price because there was an agreement that gave Chen Jianan, the major shareholder, the right of first refusal. Only if Chen Jianan refused could Chen Luo sell to others. And once Chen Luo showed his intention to sell, Chen Jianan would definitely stall for time and drive the price down as much as possible, leaving Chen Luo with less than 1 billion. Moreover, it would waste a lot of time. Though there was still nearly a month before the apocalypse, Chen Luo couldn't afford to waste time on this. With no money, who would sell you anything? Chen Luo had no time to dally with Chen Jianan, so he approached a well-connected playboy, sold his 3 billion stake for only 1 billion on the condition that he got the money the next day. This move invited a wolf into the house. For the playboy with a powerful background, agreeing to Chen Luo was never a loss. He could earn at least 1 billion from this deal. When Chen Jianan heard the news, he flew into a rage. On the phone, he said, "Come to the group office. We'll talk face to face." Chen Luo didn't want to see Chen Jianan, but he agreed anyway, or otherwise he wouldn't have a moment's peace for the next month. "Chen Luo, if you're being threatened, just blink," Chen Jianan said with a look of deep distress. Indeed, he felt real pain. If he could have manipulated for a few more years, he could have stripped Chen Luo of everything. Now Chen Luo had simply sold it all off. This violated the agreement, but would that matter to some people? Chen Luo showed a respectful expression on his face, but inside a murderous intent surged. 6 years ago, his parents died in a car accident caused by brake failure. The mastermind behind it was Chen Jianan, his own uncle, his blood uncle. This was what Chen Jianan's son Chen Fei personally revealed after the apocalypse. Chen Luo smiled. "Uncle, no one is threatening me. I have a feeling that pork prices will skyrocket again. 50 yuan per gene is not a dream. With the billion I used to hoard pork, it could grow to 5 billion. No bolder, 100 yuan per gene is not impossible." Chen Luo wasn't lying. After the apocalypse, could you even buy food with money? 100,000 yuan per gene, if anyone would sell to you. Chen Jianan stared at Chen Luo, mouth agape. Wasn't he a complete fool? How could he dare dream such a dream? You weren't this stupid before. After the initial shock, Chen Jianan forced a smile. Chen Luo, though not exceptionally clever, was never this foolish. Chen Jianan spoke earnestly. "Xiao Luo, how about selling to me for 1.5 billion? Chen Luo shrugged. "Sorry, uncle, I've already sold them. The contract is signed. It's impossible to buy them back." Chen Jianan frowned. That playboy had a powerful background and was not to be trifled with. Buying back at the original price was out of the question. A head have to bleed heavily. Chen Luo was busy. His phone rang again. He flashed an apologetic look, walked to the window, and answered the call. Seeing the caller's name, his heart skipped a beat. A young woman's voice came through the phone. "Mr. Chen, we have a lead on the black-haired, one-eared Chinese rural dog you commissioned us to find. I've sent you a photo. Oh, please confirm if it's the one you lost." Hearing this, Chen Luo's breath quickened. After the apocalypse, idle gossips had ranked the various types of ability users. Ranked first in spatial abilities was naturally Chen Luo. First in fire was the Crimson Rose, known as the Flame Spirit. First in lightning was a dog called the Thunder Emperor. Humans turned into zombies or evolved and gained abilities. The same happened with animals and plants. If they didn't become zombie creatures, they could also develop abilities. However, animals generally had inferior aptitude compared to humans, but there were exceptions, like the Thunder Emperor. It was a dog that hadn't turned into a zombie of fresh dog meat. Many had their eyes on it. But no one succeeded except Chen Luo, and all others were punished. Hence its title, Thunder Emperor. The second-ranked lightning ability user Thunder Rage was very dissatisfied. What did it mean to include a dog in the rankings? Damn it, I'm worse than a dog. Later facts proved that he was indeed worse than a dog. The Thunder Emperor was a dog without an owner. Chen Luo had heard that someone had seen a black dog missing an ear at a dog meat restaurant in Shanghai before the apocalypse, which might have been the Thunder Emperor. After rebirth, Chen Luo immediately became concerned. He commissioned someone to search, offering $1 million for finding it. This was no less than the reward a principal offered for his beloved dog. Chen Luo immediately checked his phone. The other party had indeed sent a photo. In the photo was a black Chinese rural dog with a dejected expression and sorrowful eyes. Chen Luo's pupils contracted. As the executioner who had ambushed the Thunder Emperor many times and finally succeeded, then ate it, he was all too familiar with it. He couldn't help it. He craved dog meat too much. After eating it, he immediately regretted it. Without proper seasoning and cooking skills, he just boiled it in water with a bit of salt. That taste, it was so damn delicious. The black dog in the picture was indeed the Thunder Emperor. The missing left ear was conclusive evidence. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. Your Majesty, in this life, we won't lack food anymore. How about we be companions? I promise to treat you well, feed you well. Wait, Big Brother is coming to save you. I hope you'll recognize me as your master. Stowing his phone away, Chen Luo could hardly wait to rescue the Thunder Law Sovereign. He called out, "Uncle, I'm off." Chen Jinan made no attempt to stop him, watching Chen Luo stride away with narrowed eyes. Chen Luo was no longer connected to Chen Group. Both Chen Jinan and his son had been fortunate; neither perished after the apocalypse. Chen Fei even awakened a formidable hetero ability, and leveraging Chen Group's former employees had assembled a modest but capable faction. This lifetime, however, offered no such reprieve. He would die on the very day the apocalypse began, as foretold. No sooner had Chen Luo departed than Chen Fei entered Chen Jianan's office. Tall and powerfully built, Chen Fei hurriedly reported, "I've uncovered something." Chen Luo recently ordered a massive shipment of supplies. Chen Jianan lit a cigarette and muttered irritably. He claims he stockpiled 10 billion yuan worth of pork. Damn it. That throws my entire plan into disarray. Chen Fei looked slightly surprised. But according to my sources, he placed only a 1,000 order, roughly 200 million yuan. Chen Jianan let out a cold laugh. Chen Luo isn't that foolish. Clearly he sensed my intention to seize his shares and fabricated this pretext. What I didn't anticipate was his willingness to cut off his own arm. Who in their right mind would sell 30 billion yuan in equity for a mere 10 billion? I underestimated him. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, Chen Fei drew closer to his father and lowered his voice. "Dad, should we arrange for him to vanish? With his parents gone, if he dies, we become his primary heirs." Chen Jianan waved him off dismissively. Xiao Fei, back then, when we had nothing, risk was justified. Now, with nearly 10 billion yuan in assets, risking everything for a mere 1 billion is reckless. And if caught, the consequences would be catastrophic. Chen Fei cursed under his breath. That idiot. This is the apocalypse, yet he hoards supplies like a madman. He'll bankrupt himself. Chen Luo had entrusted the search for the Thunder Law Sovereign to 2 private investigators. Had he issued a public bounty himself, he would have been overwhelmed by the curious, the idle, the inquisitive, the greedy, and the fraudulent. It took nearly an hour by car before Chen Luo arrived at the prearranged meeting point. The moment he stepped out of his vehicle, a man and a woman approached him. The man was Wang Ming, a sharp-eyed private investigator. The woman, his assistant in her early 20s, gazed at Chen Luo with unmistakable intensity. Youthful, wealthy, and strikingly handsome. How could she not be drawn to him? Without pleasantries, Chen Luo asked bluntly, "Where is it?" Wang Ming smiled. "Mr. Chen, please follow me." Having already signed a contract with Chen Luo, and having thoroughly vetted him as the heir to tens of billions in Chen Group equity, he felt confident Chen Luo wouldn't default on the animal yuan fee. The Thunder Law Sovereign was now confined to a dog meat restaurant, a fact that cast a pall of sorrow over its expression. Its intelligence whispered a grim truth: it might well be slaughtered at any moment. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps even tonight. The restaurant stood nearby. Why else would they have chosen this location? A minute later, Chen Luo stood before a dog meat eatery named Bayer. It was afternoon. The establishment remained open, yet conspicuously empty of patrons. 2 large iron cages sat outside the entrance, each holding 5 native dogs, slaughtered on demand per customer selection. The Thunder Law Sovereign was among them. The Thunder Law Sovereign's fortune held. For 27 days remained until the apocalypse, and during this time, it had narrowly escaped being butchered. Chen Luo's attention locked instantly onto the Thunder Law Sovereign. Its appearance was unimpressive, not majestic nor imposing, and its listless, forlorn demeanor evoked profound pity. At present, the Thunder Law Sovereign bore no trace of the awe-inspiring dominion it would wield post-apocalypse, merely a trembling, helpless creature. As Chen Luo stared, the creature lifted its head and recoiled violently. Of course, it possessed no foresight to recognize the man before it as its future devourer. Its shudder was pure instinctive terror. What else does one do at a dog-meat restaurant? And why stare so intently? Would any sentient being not fear for its life? Chen Luo's heart raced with exhilaration. The Thunder Law Sovereign, his potential sovereign companion. The very thought sent delight coursing through him. Spatial hetero abilities are inherently weak in their nascent stage. Mastery of potent techniques, like void striding, takes time. The Thunder Law Sovereign would bridge that critical gap in Chen Luo's early combat capacity. During battle, he need only unleash the Thunder Law Sovereign, shut the gate, release the hound. Outside stood 3 figures. A waiter emerged from the restaurant and asked, "Are you 3 dining here?" Chen Luo's expression hardened instantly. He snapped, "Where's your boss? Bring him out now." Wang Ming watched with quiet schadenfreude. What better provocation than finding one's beloved dog caged inside a dog-meat eatery? Yet Wang Ming puzzled inwardly. Could a scion of such wealth truly keep a common stray as a pet? It was utterly unrefined, unappealing in appearance, and even missing an ear. Troublemakers. The waiter earned only 3,000 yuan a month and possessed the self-awareness to avoid unnecessary complications. Without hesitation, he went straight to fetch the owner. In the brief lull, Chen Luo fixed the Thunder Law Sovereign with a disarmingly gentle, benevolent smile. Moments later, the restaurant's owner, by air, stepped out beaming. "What can I do for you 3?" Chen Luo pointed fiercely at the Thunder Law Sovereign in the cage and erupted in feigned outrage. "You ask what brings me here. You've stolen my dog. Had I not intervened in time, my beloved Dahe would have ended up as dog meat." A blatant lie, yet born of righteous indignation. How dare they serve dog meat when the Thunder Law Sovereign stood captive before him? Not that money mattered. Chen Luo would gladly spend 100 million yuan for this creature. And free acquisition. Even sweeter. By air blinked in stunned silence. A dog owner had tracked down his quarry. After decades in the dog meat trade, he'd weathered such confrontations more than once. Yet this dog appeared to be a stray. Flustered, by air waved his hands defensively. "Surely there's been a misunderstanding. I source all my stock through legitimate channels." Chen Luo sneered and pulled out his phone. "Hello, emergency services. I'm reporting a dog meat restaurant trafficking in stolen dogs. Their supply chain is deeply suspect. No merchant is wholly honest. Some truths crumble under scrutiny." At the sound of the call, by air immediately wilted. "It's truly a misunderstanding. I had no idea this dog belonged to you. I'm a victim too. I'll hold those suppliers accountable immediately. Here's my proposal, brother. Take your dog home. No charge whatsoever. Does that settle it?" Chen Luo's expression softened slightly. He gave a curt, disdainful snort. "Given your cooperative attitude, I'll let this slide, for now." By air grinned apologetically as he released the Thunder Law Sovereign from the cage. No leash required. In his mind, your dog. Surely you're not worried it'll run off. Chen Luo called out warmly, "Xiaohei, come. Let's go home." The Thunder Law Sovereign paused bewildered. "Xiaohei? Who's that?" Yet it sensed Chen Luo's benevolence, and without resistance fell obediently into step behind him. A surge of quiet triumph swelled within Chen Luo. The Thunder Law Sovereign was secured. Chen Luo opened the car door for the Thunder King. The Thunder King hesitated for a moment, but eventually jumped into the car. Chen Luo glanced at him with satisfaction, closed the door, and said to Wang Ming, "Send me the account number and transfer the money." Chen Luo would not default on this payment. Wang Ming joyfully sent the account number. This 1 million was indeed a significant amount for him. He wasn't an exceptional private detective, and it would take him 2 years to earn such a sum. Now he had earned it in just 2 days. Money from the rich is always easier to earn. After the transfer, Chen Luo said goodbye for now. Seeing the money arrive, Wang Ming excitedly exclaimed, "Young Master Chen, if you need anything in the future, I will definitely handle it beautifully for you." Chen Luo nodded with a smile, taking the Thunder King with him as they drove away. At a red light, looking at the Thunder King, Chen Luo said, "From now on, I'll just call you King." The king did not understand what Chen Luo meant. He only gave a soft bark. Chen Luo paid no mind. After awakening his abilities in the apocalypse, the king's intelligence would be further developed, rivaling that of humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in his multiple sneak attacks. Noticing that the king was dirty, Chen Luo specifically went to a pet store to buy some bathing supplies for dogs. As for dog food, Chen Luo did not purchase any. Is the king just an ordinary dog? He must be well taken care of. Whatever I eat, he eats. If I have food, he will never go hungry. If I have nothing to eat, I believe the king won't let me starve either. Chen Luo headed home, planning to build a good relationship with the king during this time. After searching for the king and traveling quite a distance, it took Chen Luo over an hour to reach his doorstep. This was a villa area, and in the city of Mo, it could be considered a true luxury home. Every inch of land was precious, with a value of over 300,000 per square meter. The villa was bought 10 years ago, and at the time it wasn't that expensive. Over 10 years its value had multiplied 7 to 8 times. Chen Luo's villa was now worth 350 million. On the day he was reborn, he had immediately mortgaged it, borrowing 300 million at a high interest rate from a group of loan sharks with plans to repay it after a month. 300 million. After a month your money will become my money, and my house will still be my house. If you have the ability, come to me for it. Passing by the security booth, Chen Luo felt a pang in his heart upon seeing a tall security guard standing at the entrance, although he had seen him a few times since his rebirth. This guard had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His face was quite honest, but he looked a bit foolish. His name was Su Daju, and he was a good brother of Chen Luo after the apocalypse, with abilities and physical strength. Indestructible, practically impervious to blades and bullets, he was quite sturdy. But due to the scarcity of resources, Chen Luo and Su Daju were ambushed. At that time, Chen Luo had not yet mastered void walking, and it was Su Daju who held off the attackers. Chen Luo managed to escape, but Su Daju was beaten to death. In Chen Luo's ears it seemed he could still hear Su Daju's furious roar before his death. Although Chen Luo avenged Su Daju afterward, he had permanently disappeared. Chen Luo's eyes reddened unnaturally. My good brother, I will make sure you live a life of luxury in this lifetime. The two were good brothers after the apocalypse, but their current relationship was merely familiar. Chen Luo wasn't in a hurry. When the apocalypse struck, Su Daju would be on duty here, and when the old events replayed, they would become brothers once more. Chen Luo stopped the car and jokingly said, Daju, after work tonight, how about I take you out for some fun? Was he serious about this fun? Su Daju laughed foolishly. No need, brother Chen. My mother said men shouldn't learn bad things. Chen Luo chuckled. What else did your mother say? Su Daju grinned. My mother also said if someone is overly kind for no reason, they are either a thief or a scoundrel. Chen Luo brought the king into the house. The not Sosmal garden and exquisite villa made the king feel a bit timid. Chen Luo didn't care whether the king understood or not. Smiling, king, from now on this will be your home. Come on, let's give you a bath first. The king was indeed obedient, although a bit afraid of water, he still let Chen Luo fuss over him. While bathing the king, Chen Luo couldn't help but begin to think about what else he needed to stock up on. If it were just for himself and his brother, Chen Luo could live off the food he had stocked in his small truck until the end of his life. He could never finish it all. In this new life, Chen Luo did not want to live the same way as before. If the entire world were left with only himself as a human surrounded by monsters, that kind of cold loneliness would be unbearable. Chen Luo wanted more people to accompany him, so he decided to establish a gathering place himself. The dangers of the apocalypse were not just from food, but also from monsters and other survivors. Although Chen Luo's talents were powerful, he was not good at direct combat. To put it bluntly, if hundreds of capable ability users attacked him together, he would only have the option to flee. Why not recruit more subordinates and fight back against the mob with a mob of his own? In the future, when powerful ability users revealed their prowess, Chen Luo had a rough idea. If he recruited them early, wouldn't that be beneficial for him? With the abilities of spatial manipulation and foresight, it would be difficult for him not to become the top force. Right now, Chen Luo was only stockpiling some meat. Was that enough? Of course not. He hadn't even started storing staples, fruits, vegetables, seeds, and so on yet. More importantly, water. After the apocalypse, water was also contaminated. Using various purification devices or other means could not eliminate the viruses contained in the water. In the early days of the apocalypse, survivors relied on bottled, canned, or barreled purified water to survive, but these water supplies were limited and not easy to obtain. After the apocalypse, the happiest days for people were probably on rainy days. Once the purified water was finished and there was nothing left to drink, survivors would have to look at the contaminated water, which had been soaked by corpses to varying degrees. This water wouldn't kill the physically strong survivors, but it would suppress the power development of ability users. This was only discovered much later in the apocalypse. In the early days, Chen Luo, who did not have spatial abilities, had no choice but to drink a lot of contaminated water. Water is the source of life and the most critical resource. Contemplating his next actions, Chen Luo finished bathing the king. After the bath, the king looked much cleaner and appeared slightly more attractive. The king looked at Chen Luo with pitiful eyes. Chen Luo laughed and patted his head, realizing he hadn't fed the king yet. He directly took out a portion of sweet and sour ribs from his spatial abilities and prepared a bowl for the king. The hungry king began to devour the food without hesitation. Seeing the king eat so happily, even though he had eaten a lot for lunch, Chen Luo, who had been holding back for a long time, started to salivate. Chen Luo also took out a portion of sweet and sour ribs for himself. While eating, he spat out the bones, and surprisingly, the king mimicked him. Chen Luo chuckled, hey, even dogs can spit out bones. As he said this, he spat out a piece of bone he had finished. Realizing something, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, I'm scolding myself. After finishing the meal, the Dharma King was truly a spoiled brat. Chen Luo still had to wash the dishes for it. After washing, Chen Luo picked up his phone, preparing to head out again. Although there was still ample time, it was better to prepare supplies in advance for peace of mind. Chen Luo planned to order a large quantity of vegetables and fruits, which required a sizable warehouse as a temporary storage location. Should I rely on the truck for wave after wave of deliveries, while others loaded their vehicles one by one? Don't be ridiculous. Before leaving, Chen Luo deliberately tested the Dharma King's reaction. Seeing Chen Luo about to leave, the Dharma King couldn't help but feel anxious. This master treated it well, even giving it ribs to eat. It had never tasted such delicacies since its birth. Is it going to abandon me? Am I going to be a wanderer again? The Dharma King whimpered, gently nudging Chen Luo's foot with its head. Chen Luo smiled affectionately, rubbing its head, and brought it onto the vehicle. It was essential to cultivate a bond with the Dharma King during this time. Once on the vehicle, the Dharma King that followed Chen Luo fell silent again. For the next few days, Chen Luo was busy searching for a warehouse, contacting suppliers, and occasionally finding time to stock up on delicacies. It was a whirlwind of activity. The funds in the account were rapidly dwindling. Yet Chen Luo felt quite content. Money spent was still money, otherwise it was just a piece of worthless paper. The house was mortgaged for 300 million and shares were sold for 1 billion. The major expenditure was on meat, costing 500 million. Initially, it was 700 million, but the remaining 200 million would be provided after the apocalypse. That meant no need for repayment. For vegetables, the cost was 300 million, primarily consisting of potatoes, cabbage, radishes, tomatoes, various mushrooms, and greens. These were bought from scattered suppliers who did not offer credit. Delays were possible, but not for 10 days, unless Chen Luo was caught in the days right before the apocalypse. But at that time, there might not be enough time to stock up. Water, Chen Luo hoarded 100 million. The water was purified and clean. The water itself was cheap, the containers for it were not. The cost of a mineral water bottle was only about 20 cents. Excluding labor, factory, and equipment cost, the bottle was what was truly valuable. For fruits, Chen Luo also hoarded 200 million, mainly apples and oranges, as they were nutritious, inexpensive, and available in sufficient quantities. He also stocked a bit of various other fruits, but not much. For snacks such as chocolate candy and potato chips, as well as salt and seeds, Chen Luo spent a total of 1 billion, with 1 million spent on salt, which was sufficient. This accounted for 12 billion total. Chen Luo also spent quite a bit on renting warehouses, cold storage, and ready-made delicacies. Now only 50 million remained in his account. Chen Luo sighed deeply. Hoarding supplies wasn't an easy task, but it was finally roughly completed. The only thing he had yet to stock up on was staple food, rice and flour, of which he had none at all. One reason was the lack of funds. The other, Chen Luo had a better plan. Who had the most stored food? The local granaries, especially in large cities like the divine capital, had vast reserves. After the apocalypse, Chen Luo feared that his space abilities would not be sufficient. He regretted not having opened up more space in his previous life. Not only food, but also other supplies such as vegetables and meat could continue to be hoarded. A large supermarket held a significant amount of stock. Others would struggle to take much, but Chen Luo had his space abilities. To facilitate actions after the apocalypse, Chen Luo ordered a batch of high-voltage electric batons. Chen Luo invested heavily in these batons, 50 in total. Shortly after the apocalypse, these batons would be of little use, but in the early stages they were exceptionally effective. Zombies were indeed fearful of electricity. As for why not by knives, they had a chance of getting stuck, and wielding them required a lot of strength. The electric batons only needed a gentle touch to work, saving energy. Knives needed to hit the zombies' vital spots, while electric batons could make contact anywhere. Additionally, there were 2 sets of high-tech alloy armor, one tailored to his own size and another to suit Daz's. Current technology wasn't advanced enough. Wearing such armor would be cumbersome and significantly hinder speed and movement. However, it ensured safety, making it difficult for even the early-stage zombies to penetrate the armor. Paired with the electric batons, it was quite effective. However, it could only be used in areas with fewer zombies. If surrounded by many, one would be unable to escape. The armor had yet to arrive. While Chen Luo had some downtime, he purchased 100 high-capacity mobile phones, loading them with movies, novels, and study materials. After the apocalypse, with no internet or signal, phones could still be used provided they had power. To that end, Chen Luo also bought 10 diesel generators. Don't ask why 10, it was in case of breakdown. He also purchased a batch of solar panels. If there was a phone with unlimited power that could connect to the internet, Chen Luo felt he could last another 10 to 20 years. He also bought a substantial amount of diesel. With that, air conditioning could also be used. Gradually, Chen Luo acquired a batch of walkie-talkies and biological supplies such as rice cookers, ovens, microwaves, and iron pots. For medicines, Chen Luo only purchased some to treat external injuries and prevent inflammation. the rest were unnecessary. Simultaneously, Chen Luo hired a cooking teacher. What troubled Chen Luo the most after the apocalypse? Clearly finding ingredients, but only managing to make unpalatable food. If it weren't for the sake of survival, he wouldn't want to eat at all. Once Chen Luo and Su Daju found 3 potatoes originally intending to fry shredded potatoes. But who would cut them? Chen Luo and Su Daju stared wide-eyed at each other. They could only bake them with tears in their eyes, and they burned them. Now with so many supplies, if there was a need in the future, lacking culinary skills would only leave them staring in dismay. Chen Luo spent 50,000 a month hiring a chef. Not a small amount, right? Yes, to be paid after a month. This chef was named Ma Yu, a 25-year-old beauty with an air of sophistication. Her looks were decent, quite pleasing to the eye, and her figure was excellent. Chen Luo had tried Ma Yu's cooking, and it was truly exceptional, much more delicious than food from 5-star hotels. Initially, Ma Yu was concerned about the high price and whether the employer might have ulterior motives. Upon seeing Chen Luo in person, she felt reassured. With Chen Luo's conditions, how many beautiful young ladies outside couldn't entice him? Why would he need to invest effort in her? At this moment, Chen Luo was learning. Today I'll teach you how to make sweet and sour ribs. First, blanch the ribs in cold water to remove the blood foam. Then pour in some free oil. Chen Luo's face turned red. Where was there free oil? During his first learning attempt, Chen Luo was always afraid there wouldn't be enough oil. When Ma Yu went to the restroom, she returned to find he had poured half a pot of oil. Ma Yu exclaimed, "Is the oil in your house free? Pouring so much?" Seeing Chen Luo's good character, she made them. Even with Ma Yu teaching him step by step, the dishes Chen Luo made could not compare in flavor to hers. If Ma Yu wasn't there to guide him, the dishes he attempted to make wouldn't even be accepted by the Dharma King. Not even a dog would eat them. The Dharma King thought, "I have no enmity with my master, why would you poison me?" Chen Luo clenched his fists. "Oh, I am clearly not cut out for cooking." Chen Luo set his sights on Ma Yu. "Your skills are impressive. Ooh, I have faith in you. If I can't do it myself, then I'll find a private chef. Ma Yu's culinary skills are indeed quite nice." Chen Luo and Ma Yu had never known each other in their previous lives and were unaware if she would become a zombie after the apocalypse. He could only leave it to fate. Chen Luo parked his car at the entrance of an upscale residential complex, not far from his own home. As he gently stroked Fu Wang's now silky fur, he observed the comings and goings at the gate in quiet stillness. He was waiting for someone important. Just as boredom began to settle, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 beautiful women emerged from the complex's exit. The elder appeared to be in her early 20s, roughly the same age as Chen Luo. The younger looked 17 or 18. They bore a striking resemblance, sisters indeed. The elder sister possessed a cold, breathtaking beauty, rare and arresting. The younger exuded youthful charm and radiant vitality, no less stunning than her sibling. Her delicate, gentle demeanor stirred an instinctive tenderness in all who beheld her. A flicker of heat stirred within Chen Luo's chest. A graceful and virtuous woman, every gentleman's ideal. Who could resist such a lure? Only one afflicted by profound psychological or physiological imbalance. Yet mere beauty alone would not have warranted his deliberate vigil. These sisters were extraordinary, not just in appearance. The elder was Mi Ling, the younger Mi Li. After the apocalypse, Mi Ling awakened the flame affinity, a formidable power. Among all known flame wielders, she stood unrivaled, the very Crimson Rose and Flame Sovereign Chen Luo had previously mentioned. Her title, Flame Sovereign, derived from her name, Ling, and her mastery over fire. Her epithet, Crimson Rose, evoked both thorn and tempest, beauty edged with volatility, passion stained with fury. Indeed, her temper flared as fiercely as her flames, and her figure equally commanding. As for Mi Li, Chen Luo regarded her as even more remarkable. Though her combat prowess was modest, she was no warrior but a healer, a support class adept. Rumors claimed she would later master resurrection arts, a staggering ability, divine in scope, if forced to choose between the 2 sisters. Only children entertain such dilemmas. He intended to secure both, though not with clumsy, eager advances. That would be the mark of a sycophant, not a strategist. Chen Luo pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Ming, a private investigator with whom he'd collaborated before. 3 days. I need their full dossiers. Most critically, what do they love to eat? What they crave I shall stockpile. To win a woman's heart, first win her stomach. Wang Ming eagerly assented. This was child's play for a professional of his caliber. Watching Mi Li gently sway Mi Ling's arm in playful entreaty, and seeing Mi Ling soften into a tender, indulgent smile, Chen Luo let out a quiet chuckle before departing in turn. Before 3 days passed, Wang Ming delivered the dossier the following afternoon. Mi Ling favored Sichuan cuisine and adored grapes. Mi Li loved fish, especially braised pig trotters, and her favorite fruit was watermelon. A sudden epiphany struck Chen Luo. Braised delicacies were exquisite indeed. He would stock them generously. Time slipped forward to May 28th. 5 days before the apocalypse's onset. Chen Luo's custom armor and electric batons arrived in succession. The armor gleamed silver. A full-body suit crafted in 2 sets, one for Chen Luo, the other for suit. Heavy it was. The set fitted for Chen Luo weighed 45 jin. Wearing it demanded stamina, yet its unparalleled protection made the effort worthwhile. He had considered mascot suits or tactical uniforms, but mascot attire proved cumbersome and impractical, while low-grade tactical gear offered negligible defense and high-end variants lay beyond his procurement channels. Neither alternative matched the armor's defensive supremacy. In the days that followed, Chen Luo dedicated himself to mastering its weight and movement. The electric batons, procured through a security firm, cost 40,000 yuan apiece. Each discharged lethal high-voltage current, capable of instantly incapacitating a person or killing within seconds. 50 units in total. Though unwieldy for others, Chen Luo's spatial affinity allowed seamless rotation, enabling him to dispatch hundreds of zombies in a single devastating volley. He also acquired a 13-meter heavy-duty truck stationed near the cold storage facility. On the evening of June 2nd, he transferred every remaining stockpile, save the meat preserved in cold storage, into his spatial domain. Should anyone notice the inexplicable disappearance of his supplies, his reply would be simple: "It's mine." I said nothing. "Why are you making noise?" Tomorrow the apocalypse would begin. That night Chen Luo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I've been reborn once. Surely this wretched apocalypse won't fail to arrive. If it doesn't, my entire horde will become a catastrophic loss. Better it never comes. Let me sacrifice myself for humanity's sake. Even at a loss, I'll remain a wealthy man. Why endure that merciless, inhuman wasteland when I could live comfortably in this golden age? At dawn, Chen Luo rose early, his heart heavy with ambivalence. The apocalypse would erupt at approximately 9:20 am. By 8 o'clock, he knew his uncle Chen Jianan, whose habits he knew intimately, would still be enjoying breakfast. He wouldn't arrive at the corporate headquarters until 9. Chen Luo picked up his phone and dialed. With practiced deference, he said, "Uncle, there's something I'd like your help with." Chen Jianan replied with feigned warmth, "You're my nephew. I'll help you in any way I can." Chen Luo smiled faintly. "Here's the matter, I urgently need capital, but as you know, all my funds are tied up in pork reserves. I'd like to pledge my entire inventory to you. It's worth 10 billion yuan. I only require a 500 million yuan loan. Even brothers keep clear accounts. Let us formalize a contract. I borrow for 1 month, repaying 600 million yuan. Should I default, the inventory becomes yours outright." Chen Jianan frowned. "Why do you need so much money so urgently?" Chen Luo spun a plausible lie. "I've analyzed the market. Virtual currencies are poised for explosive growth. Tenfold, perhaps even eightfold. 500 million could become 5 billion. Uncle, if you trust me, join me in this." Chen Jianan chuckled inwardly. "Trust you? I'd lose my life savings." Yet he withheld refusal. Calculating swiftly whether Chen Luo profited or perished, he would suffer no loss. Chen Luo would almost certainly collapse utterly, leaving him to acquire 10 billion yuan worth of goods for 500 million. Though he scorned Chen Luo's hoarding strategy, liquidating 10 billion in assets for 8 billion posed no difficulty. This deal was acceptable. A cold smile crossed Chen Jianan's lips. "Don't blame me when I turn ruthless upon your failure." Chen Luo continued smoothly, "Uncle, please wait for me at home. I'll come personally to discuss the details. I've missed Feej too. Please invite him as well." Chen Jianan readily agreed. Such a monumental transaction could never be finalized over the phone, nor would he disburse funds without thorough due diligence. After hanging up, Chen Luo's expression hardened into icy resolve. "As promised, you will die on the day the apocalypse begins." The apocalypse would occur at approximately 9:20 am. On Thursday, no more than 3 minutes of deviation. 9:20 am. Not a weekend, but peak work hours. In his previous life, Chen Jianan had been inside the Chen Group Tower when the apocalypse erupted. The corporation employed over 1,000 staff members. Fewer than 100 survived, a modest number, yet not insignificant. Chen Jianan wielded considerable influence within the Chen Group, and with his son Chen Fei awakening a formidable mutant ability, they seized control of the survivors, laying the foundation for their subsequent rise. Though their power ultimately remained unremarkable, and was later shattered by Chen Luo, he could not kill Chen Jianan and his son inside the Chen Group Tower, for it stood in the heart of a bustling urban district. When the apocalypse struck, zombies surged like a tide. Chen Luo was confident he could return home, but not utterly certain how a breakdown en route remained a real possibility. Such a risk was calculable, but unnecessary. Far safer to eliminate Chen Jianan within the confines of his own residence. He lived in an affluent enclave, sparsely populated, ensuring Chen Luo's quiet departure after the deed. The strike had to occur only after the apocalypse began. What if it never did? Would he then become a murderer? In the ensuing collapse of order, no one would care whether he'd taken a life or 10. Thus Chen Luo placed that call. Greedy and opportunistic Chen Jianan would inevitably agree, and since Chen Fei resided with him, both were now marked. Both must die. Chen Luo departed with Fa Wang. After the apocalypse, Fa Wang would likely awaken his lightning-based ability. As Chen Luo drove up to the guard booth, Su Dazhu stood watch. Passing by, Chen Luo rolled down his window and spoke with grave solemnity. Dazhu, my heart feels unsettled, like some calamity looms. Be vigilant around 9 o'clock. Su Dazhu blinked then nodded. Yes, Brother Chen. Su Dazhu appeared simple-minded, but was in truth merely guileless. His intellect was perfectly sound. Surely no high-end residential compound would hire a fool as security. Moreover, Su Dazhu was a veteran soldier. Even without awakening any ability post-apocalypse, 5 present-day Chen Luos would stand no chance against him. Chen Luo nodded. Few residents lived here, few people overall. Stationed outside, Su Dazhu maintained distance from others. Zombification required roughly 15 seconds. Su Dazhu would certainly react in time. In his prior life, he had survived unscathed. Yet Chen Luo, ever cautious, offered this subtle warning. Chen Luo set out for Chen Jianan's residence. Along the way, he deliberately slowed, intending to arrive precisely at 9 o'clock. He texted Chen Jianan, car broke down mid-route, arriving 30 minutes late. Chen Jianan replied, no rush. At home, Chen Jianan sipped tea and remarked to Chen Fei, that boy Chen Luo actually wants to trade virtual currency, truly courting death. Chen Fei surprisingly siding with Chen Luo's side. Who could have foreseen those coins, once worth mere fractions of a cent, soaring to over $60,000 apiece? A millionfold increase. Had you not forbidden me from touching them, I'd have dabbled myself. Chen Luo's gamble is hardly unexpected. What intrinsic value do those tokens hold? Merely instruments for harvesting fools. Still, this deal may be viable if we verify whether Chen Luo's holdings truly amount to 10 billion. Why refuse easy profit delivered to our doorstep? Chen Fei chuckled. Chen Jianan frowned. Could this be a trap? Chen Luo knows I swindled him. Would he genuinely offer us lucrative gains? I understand the psychology of trading. It's gambling incarnate. He's desperate for funds, has few contacts, and no one else can muster 500 million on short notice. That's why he came to us. Let him try to deceive us. I'll beat him to death. At 9:05 a.m., Chen Luo arrived. A domestic maid opened the door. Chen Fei rushed forward and embraced Chen Luo so tightly he nearly suffocated. Chen Luo, only your cousin lacks the courage to join you. If you strike gold in crypto, don't forget your Chen Luo smiled. Of course not. If I earn 10 billion, I'll gift you a hypercar. Chen Jianan rose and offered warmly, Shall Luo have you eaten? Shall I ask the maid to prepare something? Chen Luo accepted without hesitation. That would be splendid. I arrived in haste and haven't eaten a bite. He launched into an elaborate, dazzling monologue extolling the astronomical profits of virtual currency trading. Breakfast arrived at 9:15 a.m. Chen Luo devoured it ravenously, when suddenly a guttural, agonized shriek pierced the air from the maid's room. Chen Jianan frowned. What's wrong with Shao Li? Is she ill? Shao Fei, go check. Chen Fei, puzzled, complied with a murmured assent. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed. So the apocalypse had indeed begun. Then today both of you shall truly die. Rising, he feigned concern. I'll take a look. I can help escort her to the hospital, cousin. Chen Fei reached the maid's door and swung it open, then recoiled with a terrified scream. Inside stood the 40-something maid, disheveled, blood streaming from nose, ears, mouth, and eyes, her neck stained crimson, her gaze burning with unnatural scarlet fury. Even this robust grown man froze, scalp prickling, knees trembling, stunned into mute disbelief at the horror before him. Yet the maid, now a zombie, lunged at him like carrion flies drawn to rot. Though zombification amplified raw strength exponentially, speed diminished markedly. Chen Fei reacted just in time, slamming the door shut to confine the creature within, only for a hand to block it from closing. Simultaneously, a sinister smile curled across Chen Luo's lips. From his mutant spatial pocket, he withdrew an electric baton and activated it with a low, ominous hum. Without hesitation or mercy, he pressed the baton hard against Chen Fei's back. Chen Fei screamed, as high-voltage current surged through him. His body convulsed violently, then went slack, unconscious. Prolonged contact would have killed him outright. Seeing Chen Fei collapse, Chen Luo released the baton, choosing not to electrocute him to death. Why? Because a zombie stood right there. To load-ear zombies, living flesh exerts an irresistible primal allure. So long as sustenance is near, they instinctively ignore other prey. Which fate was more fitting, to die under volts or be devoured alive? The latter, unquestionably. Chen Fei did not fall. Chen Luo held him upright from behind. The zombie maid lunged effortlessly and sank her teeth deep into Chen Fei's face. A sharp, wet hiss echoed. Then a chunk of flesh tore free, ripped clean from his cheek. Zombification altered bite, forced dramatically. She swallowed the morsel whole, then paused perplexed. Why did the meat taste strangely numbing? Damn, how much chili powder did they add? Chen Jianan had been silently observing the situation, remaining seated until this shocking turn of events erupted, whereupon he shot to his feet in an instant. Though astonishment should have flickered across his face, the sight of his beloved son lying broken and bleeding ignited a primal surge of fury, driving him straight toward Chen Luo. Chen Jianan roared, voice raw with desperation. What are you doing, Chen Luo? Snatching up the purple clay teapot he used for drinking water, he hurled himself at Chen Luo. Chen Luo sneered coldly and thrust forward the electric baton. Instinctively, Chen Jianan raised his arms to block, only for Chen Luo to scoff. What? Are you some kind of insulator? Do you think electricity won't flow through you? Chen Jianan collapsed instantly, his skull striking the coffee table with a sickening thud. There is a kind of pain so visceral it hurts even to witness. And as crimson blood welled from the gash on his occiput, Chen Luo let out a low, sharp hiss. Truly agonizing. Chen Jianan slipped into unconsciousness. A gut-wrenching, ear-splitting shriek tore from Chen Fei's throat. The searing agony of being devoured across his face jolted him back into grim awareness. Yet by then he was already pinned beneath the female housemaid zombie, her weight crushing him into the floor. Had Chen Fei not been stunned earlier by Chen Luo's shock, his robust physique might still have granted him a chance to fight back. But the electric jolt left his limbs numb and powerless, while the zombie, though once a woman, possessed unnatural, overwhelming strength. The housemaid zombie ignored Chen Luo entirely. Her hunger came first. Struggling feebly, Chen Fei choked out, Chen Luo. Father, save me. Chen Luo feigned alarm. I have no bastard son like you. I only see your father lying motionless on the ground. Chen Fei's memory of his pre-faint recollections surged back, and he began to curse, Chen Luo, you don't. But the words died mid-air as the zombie clamped her mouth over his. With a violent wrench, she tore away his entire upper lip, leaving behind a grotesque ruin of mangled flesh and blood. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Such a riveting spectacle shouldn't be enjoyed alone. He turned and strode into the kitchen, filled a basin with water, and dashed it hard across Chen Jianan's face, then slapped him sharply repeatedly until consciousness returned. The first thing Chen Jianan saw upon waking shattered his soul. His son Chen Fei's face was no longer whole, every inch ravaged beyond repair. Even if saved, that visage would be forever destroyed. Chen Jianan thrashed, desperate to rise and save his son, but Chen Luo lowered the voltage on the baton just enough to paralyze him without inducing unconsciousness. Drenched in water, every jolt coursed through Chen Jianan's body with excruciating intensity. Again and again he struggled, only to be brutally subdued each time by Chen Luo. In utter despair, Chen Jianan pleaded, Chen Luo, Chen Fei is your own cousin. Save him now. Yes, I secretly schemed against you, siphoning your shares, but Chen Fei knew nothing. He's innocent. Chen Luo snorted contemptuously. What else have you done to betray me? If greed alone were the motive, he would never have acted with such merciless resolve. A parent's murder is an unforgivable sin, one demanding vengeance beyond measure. A cold dread plummeted deep into Chen Jianan's gut. Could he possibly know about that incident? Chen Luo seized Chen Jianan by the throat and wrenched his head upward, forcing him to watch unblinking as Chen Fei was devoured. As Chen Fei's breath grew fainter and his cries dwindled to whimpers, Chen Jianan bellowed, Chen Luo, if you save him now, I'll choose not to call the police. Otherwise, you're doomed. Even now, Chen Jianan remained oblivious to the apocalypse. He mistook the zombie for a horrific illness, or worse, a poison administered by Chen Luo. Chen Luo paid no heed. Occasionally, he dragged the tip of the baton lightly across Chen Jianan's cheek, calm, deliberate, chilling. Chen Jianan realized at last that hope was gone. Chen Luo intended to slaughter them both. You heartless beast, you'd slaughter your own uncle and cousin with your bare hands. Less than swine. Chen Luo's expression twisted into a mask of fury. With a thunderous slap, he struck Chen Jianan across the face. Who's truly heartless here? My father, seeing your incompetence, took pity and brought you into the Chen Corporation. Yet you repaid his kindness with treachery. How dare you speak such filth? By then the housemaid zombie had severed Chen Fei's neck. All illusions of survival evaporated for Chen Jianan. His entire life had been devoted to this son, lavishing wealth upon him, imposing strict discipline, nurturing towering expectations. Now all of it lay in ashes. Chen Jianan descended into raving madness. I am his elder brother, his blood elder brother. I secured countless victories for him, yet he gave me only 10% of the shares. Was he tossing me scraps like a beggar? He deserved to die. And you'll never escape justice. Not with today's forensic technology. Chen Luo's gaze turned glacial, inviting wolves into the fold. At market value, those 10% equaled 15 billion. What salaried employee in history ever received equity worth 15 billion? 1% would have been fantasy. Greed knows no bounds. A single zombie could not consume two bodies swiftly, and Chen Luo lacked control over the housemaid zombie to redirect her hunger toward Chen Jinan. To electrocute him would be too merciful. Drawing forth a dagger from his spatial ability, Chen Luo drove it twice, deep, precise, relentless, until Chen Jinan fell silent forever. By then Chen Fei had long since perished, his final gasps silenced. Stirred by the commotion, the housemaid zombie, now sated but still ravenous, lurched toward Chen Luo with a guttural snarl. Chen Luo had seen countless zombies, especially these weakest, most primitive variants. Unfazed, he cranked the batten's voltage to its lethal maximum. A sharp crackling zzzt split the air. Acrid smoke curled upward. The stench of burnt flesh thickened the room. This time Chen Luo held the current for several seconds. The zombie shrieked once, twice, then slumped unconscious. Zombies possess sensation. They feel pain, but lack the higher cognition to fear it. Beyond their insatiable hunger for human flesh, they experience no other emotion. They know pain, but not fear. And killing them, it is not difficult. Any method capable of ending a human life can end theirs. Their sole complication lies in relentless persistence. Even with entrails spilling or half a face missing, they will not cease their assault. Paralysis and disorientation remain effective against them. Chen Luo could not confirm whether the housemaid zombie was truly dead, but it mattered little. Kneeling, he withdrew his dagger and plunged it deep into her forehead. This time she was irrevocably dead. Zombies possess a fatal vulnerability, the forehead. A deep, decisive strike there terminates them instantly. Chen Luo did not stop. He twisted the blade inside her skull, churning violently, spraying viscous, reddened white matter in nauseating arcs. His expression remained eerily placid. In his previous life, he had vomited countless times, until nausea became routine. He was no sadist desecrating her corpse. He sought the crystal embedded within her brow. After the apocalypse's onset, both awakened adepts and zombies developed crystalline formations in their foreheads, their size and hue reflecting the nature and potency of their abilities. Fire-affiliated adepts or zombies bore crimson crystals, a wind-affiliated ones manifest. A Law King, if awakened, would produce a violet crystal. Indeed, the one Chen Luo extracted from a Law King's skull was the size of a large egg, deep purple and radiant. This housemaid zombie, however, was the lowest tier, unawakened, unevolved, her crystal pale white. Spatial adepts like Chen Luo, by contrast, possessed transparent crystals. Do not mistake him. He had never seen his own crystal. He knew its appearance only from dissecting other spatial adept skulls. Chen Luo obtained a small pale white crystal the size of a grain of rice from the forehead of the maid zombie. Such a low-level crystal was something Chen Luo hadn't seen in a long time, as it was rare to encounter such weak and low-level zombies in the past 6 months. Moreover, 12 years later, any random zombie encountered would now be a formidable BOS-level threat. Zombies were continuously growing stronger. After awakening his abilities, he could absorb the energy from the crystal to accelerate his advancement or to hasten his recovery. Chen Luo remembered that in his previous life, he suddenly felt a mysterious energy in his body around 10 o'clock, but at that time he had no idea what it was and couldn't utilize it. Chen Luo placed the pale white crystal into a small box he had prepared in his ability space. Then he proceeded to shove aside Chen Jinan and Chen Fei. As expected, there were no crystals. Survivors would only generate crystals in their minds after awakening. Chen Luo was indifferent. Even if there were crystals, they would be the most worthless kind. There were plenty of zombies outside, and obtaining them would be easy. After avenging himself, Chen Luo did not rush to leave. In about half an hour, he would soon awaken his abilities. During the awakening, there would be a brief period of intense pain in his head, so it was better to wait here. The Law King was likely to awaken as well. Previously, Chen Luo had asked the Law King to stay in the car and not come out. Now he intended to bring the Law King inside. Before coming, the sky had been quite clear, but now it was dark, resembling the ominous calm before a thunderstorm. It wouldn't rain, but this strange weather would persist for 3 days before dissipating. The Law King in the car felt uneasy because outside the courtyard was a young female zombie with her eyes fixed on him, continuously roaring. The Law King thought, if you have the ability, come in. Just barking away. Upon seeing Chen Luo, the young female zombie turned to roar at him. The iron gate outside Chen Jinan was very sturdy, so the young female zombie couldn't get in. Chen Luo smiled, saying, "Come, let uncle help you find peace." Chen Luo approached, and the young female zombie hurriedly stretched out her hands, trying to grab him through the gap in the iron gate. "Here's a tasty treat for you." Chen Luo took out an electric baton and reached towards the young female zombie. She had no idea what it was and showed no fear, reaching out to grasp the baton. The iron gate rattled as the young female zombie's body shook violently, clearly affected by the electric shock. After 2 or 3 seconds, she fell straight to the ground. Chen Luo sighed. "This electric baton is quite effective. I helped you find peace. Is it too much to ask for a little reward?" Noticing there were no other zombies around, Chen Luo confidently opened the iron gate and retrieved the crystal from the young female zombie's forehead. The Law King, who witnessed everything, was stunned, thinking, "Master, why are you so ruthless?" After closing the iron gate, Chen Luo let the Law King out of the car and led him into the building. Upon seeing the bodies of Chen Jianan and the others, the Law King, who was seeing such a scene for the first time, was quite frightened and hurriedly stayed close to Chen Luo. With nothing else to do, Chen Luo rummaged through the room. Chen Jianan's collection of fine cigarettes and liquor was completely taken by Chen Luo. Although he only smoked occasionally, there were plenty of old smokers around. Many old smokers suffer more without cigarettes than without food. Chen Luo leisurely peeled an apple. The frightened Law King clung tightly to him. Chen Luo smiled, unconcerned. Dogs also have emotions. If it weren't for his past experiences, he would be even more shaken than the Law King upon seeing such a scene. Just as Chen Luo was about to take a bite of the peeled apple, a purple electric arc flashed across the Law King's black fur. Chen Luo, who was close to him, was zapped. Chen Luo twitched all over, and the apple he hadn't yet bitten fell to the ground. Chen Luo was both surprised and delighted. Had the Law King awakened his abilities? Chen Luo scolded with a smile, "You little pup, the first one to get zapped after awakening is me." He immediately moved a little further away from the Law King. Ooh, what if he got zapped again? Electric arcs began to flicker across the Law King's body, and a pained expression appeared on his canine face. However, this pain lasted only a few seconds before the Law King returned to calm. Chen Luo felt a twinge of envy. The power of extraordinary abilities depended on two aspects. First, the timing of awakening. Earlier awakenings often meant stronger talents. Second, the growth rate of the abilities. Undoubtedly, the faster the strength increased, the more powerful the talent. Even if two extraordinary beings with different talents were given unlimited crystals, their growth rates would differ. The Law King's talent was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of lightning abilities. Additionally, at this moment, the Law King's intellect was likely being further developed. Chen Luo cursed under his breath, "People are not as good as dogs." Just then he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was forming in his mind. Chen Luo's face instead broke into a smile. "I'm not doing too bad either." Although his head hurt, Chen Luo remained calm. He was already accustomed to this level of pain. Each time his extraordinary abilities advanced, he experienced such pain. Chen Luo suddenly felt a mysterious power surge within him. If it had been the Chen Luo from his previous life at this moment, he wouldn't have been able to grasp this power in such a short time. But now he was already quite familiar with it. Chen Luo extended his hand slowly, guiding the power in his body into his palm. A force of spatial energy manifested in Chen Luo's hand. Not even others could see the invisible spatial energy, let alone Chen Luo himself. Only he could sense that the spatial energy had condensed into a transparent sphere. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo hurled the spatial energy towards the opposite wall. Instantly, a crack about 10 centimeters in diameter appeared on the wall, approximately 4 or 5 centimeters deep. The Law King's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched. However, Chen Luo shook his head. Such an attack wasn't enough to take down even the lowest level zombie. It would take 2 strikes. Moreover, the recent spatial sphere had consumed about a quarter of Chen Luo's extraordinary energy. The destructive power of early-stage spatial abilities was not weak, it was just that compared to other abilities, it consumed more energy. However, under Chen Luo's precise and familiar control, his current consumption was actually lower than others. Early-stage spatial abilities were not particularly strong, they only began to exert their power in the mid to late stages. Once mastering Void Walking Energy Pulse and Dimensional Blade, the destructive power would be comparable to that of fire or lightning elemental users, and the survivability would be unparalleled. Chen Luo immediately took out the 2 crystals he had just obtained and held them tightly in his palm, beginning to absorb them. Although he couldn't see the crystals in his mind, he could feel their presence. 5 minutes later, after fully absorbing the power of the 2 crystals, Chen Luo felt that the crystal in his mind had grown slightly, approximately 1/5 larger. By absorbing about 20 more crystals, the crystal in his mind would undergo a minor transformation, indicating that Chen Luo would advance from a first-level extraordinary user to a second-level extraordinary user. The levels of supernatural beings are divided from 1 to 10, with the king level above 10. In his past life, both the Law King and the Spirit Flame Princess reached the highest level of king. After absorbing the crystal of the Law King, Chen Luo advanced from the king level to another tier. But what use was it? There was nothing to eat, drink, or play with, and no one to accompany him. Living had lost all meaning. It was better to be dead. Chen Luo had mastered the power of the supernatural, yet he had just gained the Law King's abilities and was not accustomed to the power within him, making it impossible to control. Chen Luo instructed, "Try to gather the power within you to your throat, build up some energy, and then spray it in the direction you want." Chen Luo initially thought it would take the Law King a considerable amount of time to adapt to the supernatural abilities. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the Law King tried and spewed out a bolt of purple lightning from his mouth. The target was the LCD TV on the opposite wall. The screen immediately shattered into pieces. Chen Luo was overjoyed. It was indeed a good dog. Let's go to the cold storage to collect supplies. Chen Luo's cold storage for meat was one of the largest in the capital city, with a stockpile of over 100,000 tons, not just containing Chen Luo's supplies. Opening the iron door and sitting in the car, the wheels rolled over the body of a female zombie as Chen Luo and the Law King drove away. This was also a villa area with a total of 100 villas and only a few hundred residents. At this time, most of the owners were not in the villa area. Most zombies were temporarily locked inside houses and could not come out, only a few were visible. Occasionally encountering a zombie, Chen Luo did not linger, smashing through. There was no rush to become a level 2 supernatural being. The power increase was minimal, and it was far from being as effective as an electric baton. In the apocalypse, everything was scarce except for zombies. Upon reaching the exit, Chen Luo saw a boutique supermarket of over 200 square meters. He hesitated slightly and stopped. A thief doesn't leave empty-handed, or rather one must seize the opportunity. This supermarket was not small and had a lot of supplies. Spending a few minutes clearing out this supermarket was worthwhile. From the car window, Chen Luo could see a few zombies inside the supermarket. The supermarket was sizable, with several employees who appeared normal plus customers. There were more than just 1 or 2 zombies. Chen Luo had an electric baton and was not afraid, though he might get slightly injured. With Chen Luo's cautious nature, would he take such risks? What was the point of the high-priced armor? Chen Luo immediately put on the armor. Although it was a bit troublesome, it was a safer option. Chen Luo looked on with satisfaction. This was secure. He swaggered over with the Law King. Chen Luo said to the Law King, "If you can attack, do so. Be careful, don't clash head-on, use nimble positioning to evade them." Although the Law King was not necessary, Chen Luo wanted to train it. Surprisingly, the Law King nodded like a human. As Chen Luo approached the supermarket, he saw 4 zombies gnawing on 2 people. Naturally, those 2 were dead, with hardly any bodies left, blood pooling everywhere. Once the zombies were full, they would ignore the approaching survivor. The 4 zombies simultaneously lunged towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo pulled out 2 electric batons, one in each hand, causing 2 zombies to collapse and twitch uncontrollably. The 2 zombies behind him, the Law King cried out and unleashed a bolt of lightning. It went awry. The Law King was somewhat confused. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. Law King, distract them. There was no need. Chen Luo was simply adapting with the Law King. Upon hearing this, the Law King immediately started running to lure the zombies, which were slower than normal people, let alone compared to the fast Law King. The Law King, who could easily shake off the 2 zombies, was steadfastly drawing their ire to help Chen Luo escape. At the same time, the Law King did not forget to gather lightning to attack the zombies. Chen Luo directly entered the supermarket, ignoring the gruesome corpses on the ground, his attention first captured by the rows of high-end cigarettes and liquor at the checkout. These cigarettes had a minimum price of 31 packs and lacked any cheap brands. Chen Luo's hand glided over them, and soon they were all stored in his supernatural space. Next, he moved to the fruit section, clearing out all high-end apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, and melons. He didn't spare the snack section, beverage section, or grain and oil section. In just a few minutes, almost everything on the shelves was emptied. A loud shout rang out. Following the sound, Chen Luo found the storage area of the supermarket. A zombie resembling a supermarket manager was locked in the storage area, which contained an office desk that seemed to belong to him. Easily electrocuting him, Chen Luo did not bother to examine the boxes and crates in detail, stuffing them recklessly into his supernatural space. After all, the space was large, so he could be reckless. Chen Luo extracted the crystal from the manager zombie, and then went outside the supermarket to collect the crystals from the 2 previously electrocuted zombies. The 2 zombies that were lured by the Law King had 1 electrocuted, leaving 1 remaining. It was not that the Law King didn't want to kill. Having just awakened its abilities, it had run out of magic and could no longer unleash lightning. The Law King felt quite dejected, wondering why its master could so easily handle the zombies while it could not. Chen Luo laughed and patted its head, saying, "You've done well, give it some time, and you will be the best dog." The Law King's eyes sparkled. Oh, really? Even without absorbing crystals, the power of the supernatural would slowly grow, just not as fast as through absorption. The Law King's actions in luring zombies inadvertently attracted 2 security guard zombies, which Chen Luo quickly dealt with. With 6 zombie crystals in hand, Chen Luo drove out of the villa area. Leaving the villa area, Chen Luo did not drive onto the main road, but planned to take a secluded route to the cold storage. Occasionally, zombies would notice Chen Luo, but due to their speed, they could only trail behind, inhaling exhaust fumes. He also occasionally saw drivers suddenly turn into zombies, their out-of-control vehicles crashing everywhere. In just a few minutes after the apocalypse broke out, the global population had decreased by 80%, with all forms of order and production paralyzed. The traffic lights that had not yet lost power were still functioning, and only those with a screw loose in their head would continue to wait for the red light. Chen Luo dashed through the red light. Behind him, a white car speeding alongside Chen Luo had a young man leaning out the window, anxiously asking, "Hey, do you know what happened? I can't get through to the police." Chen Luo stared straight ahead, not looking at him, calmly responding, "Clearly the apocalypse has occurred." Chen Luo accelerated, shaking off the young man. Unwilling to give up, the young man said, "Hey, let's stick together for some mutual support." Chen Luo's indifferent voice replied, "Not necessary. Wolves do not cooperate with sheep." Chen Luo intended to recruit followers, but only the elite, never mere strays. Ordinary survivors may serve a purpose now, if obedient, but in a few years they will be nothing more than cannon fodder. And yet what resources would those years consume? At the very least 100 gene of pork, over 50 kilograms. Chen Luo possessed abundant resources, but they were far from infinite. His coldness was not cruelty, it was the world itself that had grown merciless. Moreover, Chen Luo collected supplies, and carrying another person would hinder him, risking exposure of his innate spatial ability. Had he been unprepared, he might have brought along expendable bait, say to lure zombies away. But such a measure was unnecessary. Just as he turned onto a narrow side road and drove several dozen meters, Chen Luo frowned. Ahead, roadwork blocked half the lane, just enough for a single vehicle to pass. Yet a runaway minibus had crashed into the construction barrier, sealing the way entirely. A glance revealed over 20 zombies, most clad in workers' uniforms. This was the only viable route to the cold storage facility. Detouring would waste precious time. Chen Luo stepped out of the vehicle. There was no choice but to eliminate them. Fa Wang followed suit. "Wander freely," Chen Luo said. "Just keep yourself safe." No living soul remained nearby. His sudden appearance sent the zombies surging forward like dogs drawn to carrion. Chen Luo merely smiled, unfazed, and drew 2 electric batons, one in each hand. Zzz, a crackle of current. 2 zombies collapsed instantly, yet Chen Luo was already surrounded. He did not flinch. 4 or 5 lunged at once, yet each baton could only stun 2 targets simultaneously. Clad in heavy alloy armor, Chen Luo moved with deliberate slowness, unable to evade their strikes. Yet he was fully armored, head-to-toe alloy plating, reinforced helmet included. Such armor, forged from advanced alloys, was impervious to the bite or claw of any zombie this early in the apocalypse. The zombies ignored logic, clawing and biting relentlessly at his armored form. Claws scraped uselessly against the metal, screeching horribly and leaving only faint scratches. No threat at all. Those who bit fared worse. Though their teeth had sharpened and their jaw strength surged, they still lacked the power to pierce the armor. The greater the bite force, the greater their self-inflicted damage. 2 blood-slicked teeth suddenly flew into the air, shattered by the sheer force of their own gnashing. Chen Luo chuckled darkly. In this wasteland, no dentist awaited them. "Stop biting," he muttered. "Lose all your teeth, and you'll be left licking the ground." Shielded by his armor, the zombies could not harm him, not a scratch. Yet armor alone was insufficient. Without offensive capability, even harming them would prove difficult. One electrocuted zombie refused to collapse as usual, still ferocious, gripping the baton with its dwindling charge was obvious. Though the baton delivered high-voltage shocks, its duration was brief. Already Chen Luo had used it to dispatch 7 or 8 zombies. "Take it then." Chen Luo released his grip and drew a fresh baton from his spatial ability. "I carry." With effortless efficiency, he slaughtered the remaining zombies, reclaimed the drained batons, and extracted their crystalline cores. At the minibus, he paused. Its windows shattered on one side, the interior empty save for the keys still dangling in the ignition. Likely the driver had turned mid-ride. Trapped inside, unable to open the door, forced to shatter the glass to escape. Chen Luo shoved the vehicle aside and resumed his journey. This time he arrived at the cold storage facility without incident. He did not enter immediately. Instead, he retrieved a heavy-duty truck he had prepositioned nearby. In this open expanse, the heavy truck proved far more formidable than armor and batons combined. There it sat, parked precisely where he'd left it. Chen Luo grinned, produced his key, unlocked the cab, and gestured for Fa Wang to climb aboard. The cab's entry stood over a meter above ground, requiring steps to mount. Driving such a behemoth bore no resemblance to piloting a compact sedan. Its solid, broad steering wheel and towering chassis instilled profound security. Abandoning the car, Chen Luo, slightly unpracticed, guided the massive rig toward the facility. Its outer electronic gate stood sealed tight. Chen Luo didn't hesitate. He floored the accelerator and accelerated into the gate. A sedan striking it might crumple helplessly, but not this rig. The electronic gate shattered on impact. The truck surged through as if encountering no resistance at all. Chen Luo gaped, breathless. Whoa. This raw, unrestrained destruction. It feels incredible. The cold storage facility was vast, normally staffed by dozens. It was peak working hours, hence over 100 zombies roamed within. Batons could kill them, but at what cost in energy? The truck's thunderous roar and the gate's violent demolition drew hordes of zombies stampeding toward Chen Luo in seconds. Chen Luo smiled faintly and charged full speed ahead. Few survived direct impact with a rig accelerating at maximum velocity. These mindless creatures incapable of grasping danger tried instead to halt it. Attempt to stop a truck, barehanded. Pure madness. Two zombies launched 3 meters into the air, then fell lifeless to the concrete. This was infinitely more exhilarating than wielding batons. More zombies converged, but posed no threat. Those knocked down, but not killed, were run over again deliberately. You won't survive this time. Chen Luo tore through the facility unrestrained, euphoric. Beside him, F.A. Wang howled with exhilaration. Foolish zombies kept rushing in. Until after 15 minutes, even deliberate noise failed to draw a single. Chen Luo dismounted, not yet entering the facility to gather supplies, but methodically harvesting crystalline cores from fallen zombies while scanning the surroundings for survivors. He had made an enormous commotion moments ago. Any survivor nearby would surely have noticed. Within such a facility, survivors during the outbreak's onset would have either fled swiftly beyond its walls or barricaded themselves inside reinforced rooms. None would be ideal, but if any existed, Chen Luo would not take them with him. No kinship, no debt, no obligation. Every useful resource inside the facility would be claimed. He would not loot openly, but if goods vanished overnight, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. His vast stockpile must remain a secret. Thus ruthlessness became necessity. Chen Luo would not slaughter the innocent, but threaten him, and mercy vanished. After the apocalypse, morality dissolved. There was no right or wrong. Only survival against zombies, against monsters, and against fellow survivors locked in brutal zero-sum struggle for scarce resources. Like Chen Luo, who once fought savagely over a single sausage. Was he wrong to crave it, to fill his stomach? And was the other man wrong to do the same? Was F.A. Wang wrong? Was F.A. Wang at fault? He did not provoke Chen Luo, yet he was devoured. On the rooftop of the Lunku, 3 survivors watched Chen Luo with cautious eyes. They were all employees of the Lunku, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were porters Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhong, burly and in their 30s. The woman Zhang Ming was the Linkus accountant in her 20s and somewhat delicate in appearance. When the apocalypse broke out with no assignments to do, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhong had been sitting outside the Lunku, chatting, keeping their distance from the others. At the sight of the zombies, the 2 nearly soiled themselves. Blocked by the horde and lacking courage to break through, they, familiar with the building, hurried inside the Lunku, climbed the stairs to the rooftop, and sealed the access behind them. Zhang Ming had been lucky, as she was not in the office at the time. Upon noticing the anomaly, she screamed and fled, coincidentally encountering Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhong and following them up to the roof. The zombies had spotted the 3 but could do nothing against those on the rooftop, so they massed below. When Chen Luo arrived, some of the horde lunged at him. They had seen Chen Luo crush zombies with his truck. Zhang Ming, excited, urged, "Let's have him take us away." Tong Yuanhong said, "This heavy truck has a trailer. The cabin alone can hold 5 or 6 people. My wife, who knows what happened to her? I am frantic. Driving this truck would be safe." 100 zombies felled by a single heavy rig. They had all witnessed it. Gu Tao shook his head while smoking. "It may be spacious out here, but in the city, cars clog the streets. You can't speed off. Oh, if you're blocked, you're as good as dead." Zhang Ming fretted. At the start of the outbreak, the network was still up. I checked online. Many people claimed they saw zombies. Could the whole world have become like this? Tong Yuanhong replied, "Whatever it is, I must go home and see. This truck is far superior to the other vehicles at our Linku." Zhang Ming agreed, but Gu Tao objected. "Is he your father, so you can order him about? That driver is a hard man. He wouldn't have done what he did otherwise." Gu Tao continued, "Yuanhong, would he risk himself to escort you home? I reckon he knew our Linku had supplies and came to take some. Once he loaded up, he'd leave and never spare you a thought." Tong Yuanhong fell silent. If he were the driver, a stranger asking to be taken home would be refused. Oh, why risk himself for someone with no ties? Gu Tao said harshly, "If that heavy rig is in another's hands, better ours. Let's seize it. Even if this weren't the end of the world, this is an emergency evacuation. It wouldn't be robbery. Don't kill him, just restrain him." Suddenly Zhang Ming said, "Look, he seems to be wearing armor." Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhong looked and were stunned, exclaiming at the sight. Though the heavy truck was fearsome, dismounting from it was dangerous. Armor changed the equation. Gu Tao's resolve to seize Chen Luo only hardened. "So what do you 2 say?" Tong Yuanhong answered at once, "Yes, take him. This brat came to steal supplies from the Lunku. We can't tolerate." After a brief hesitation, Zhang Ming agreed as well. Better that the vehicle be in the hands of her colleagues than a stranger. Her colleagues would at least help one another. Seeing their consensus, Gu Tao grinned. "Zhang Ming, use your looks to draw his attention. Yuanhong, you and I will bring him down." Zhang Ming's cheeks flushed among the coarse men of the Lunku. She fancied herself quite a beauty. Flattered some people come to believe the flattery. The three descended from the roof and set off toward Chen Luo. Zhang Ming adopted a syrupy tone. Hello, thank you for saving us. Tong Yuanhang and Gu Tao forced warm, grateful smiles as well. From the roof's shadowy heights, Chen Luo had not noticed them before. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Would they ask him to take them away next? If he refused, would they turn violent? He did not rush to act, and instead asked, is it just the three of you here? Zhang Ming's expression fell as she nodded. Yes, only the three of us survived. Chen Luo grew wary as Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang began to close in, one on each side. Strangers instinctively keep a distance of 3 meters, only those familiar draw within one. Decisively, the two men seized Chen Luo's shoulders, one on either side. They were confident. Years of hauling had made them far stronger than ordinary folk. Armor's protection was formidable, but it was designed for the undead. If not for prudence, either of them could have subdued the armored Chen Luo. Chen Luo sneered inwardly. Damn them, I haven't even moved, and they strike first. They thanked me a moment ago, and now turn on me so quickly. Had Chen Luo been unprepared, an ordinary man, he would have been ruined in such circumstances. Harsh environments amplify the vilest aspects of human nature. Kindness is the least valuable and most harmful trait in the apocalypse. Holding Chen Luo's shoulders, Gu Tao couldn't hide his smugness. Young man, don't resist. Relax, we won't hurt you. A bark sounded. Fa Wang, who had been searching separately, had returned. Seeing the scene, the dog's features hardened into a fierce snarl. The three were startled. There was a dog. In the dim light, they had not seen clearly. They paid it little mind. Fa Wang did not look especially large or imposing. Before Fa Wang needed to act, 2 stun batons suddenly materialized in Chen Luo's hands and moved toward Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang. The corpses below would not reveal Chen Luo's ability to produce tools so suddenly. The effectiveness of the batons had already been proven. The 2 men screamed as their bodies convulsed, and they involuntarily released Chen Luo. Zhang Ming, stunned by the turn, watched Chen Luo approach with the batons and screamed, "Don't kill me." She tried to run. In that moment of danger, she burst forward with a speed that made it difficult for armored Chen Luo to catch her. Fa Wang quickly closed the distance, slamming into Zhang Ming from behind with savage force and sending her sprawling to the ground. Chen Luo moved in to finish her off. Looking upon the 3 corpses, Chen Luo laughed softly. Sometimes you must strike first. Waiting for others to act before retaliating is often too late. Chen Luo climbed into the truck, drove up to the Lungku, and turned the cab. In the process, the vehicle rolled over the 3 limp forms. There was no special intent, only that they happened to be in the way. Stepping off the vehicle, Chen Luo prepared to collect supplies. The Law King stood guard outside the cold storage facility, ready to alert him should anyone approach. First, he opened the refrigerated chamber where he had stored meat, retrieving every last portion he had hoarded. He could not have done this before the apocalypse. He had yet to settle the final payment, 200 million credits, and no one would entrust such a sum to an unpaid buyer. Disappearing supplies would inevitably draw attention. Once secured, the meat brought him profound relief. Others might starve, but he and Su Daju would never lack for sustenance. This was merely the beginning. Every usable resource within the entire cold storage complex was to be taken. Chen Luo opened the door to the second chamber and froze, his lips twitching. The warehouse overflowed with garlic, tons of it. What on earth would he do with so much? Garlic, you're ruthless. Still, garlic remained an essential daily condiment. With more mouths to feed, consumption would rise sharply. Cooking, preservation, even barter, all demanded it. Take it all. Next warehouse. Damn it. Ginger, you command the army. An entire chamber stacked with ginger. No wonder the old market slogans, "Garlic, you're ruthless," and "Ginger, you command the army," had ever existed. Were these merchants behind the price surges? The next chamber brought genuine delight. Rows upon rows of frozen pig trotters and other awful hearts, lungs, livers. These were acceptable additions. He had stockpiled mostly pork, so this diversified his reserves. The next chamber held frozen chicken feet, wings, and drumsticks. He spotted numerous duck heads and hesitated. I don't eat duck heads. Then again, opportunity seldom knocks twice. Whole chickens and ducks filled the shelves as well. At the next chamber, Chen Luo's eyes lit up, crate after crate of frozen prawns. This appeared to be the dedicated seafood storage zone. Fish of every kind, ocean delicacies. He pried open a crate at random. Inside, a dense heap of mantis shrimp. Boiled simply in water, they would taste exquisite. Beaming, he gathered them all. Mantis shrimp, we march. To his surprise, the chamber also held substantial stocks of tea. Though he rarely drank it, he took it all. Even more astonishing, vast quantities of ice cream and popsicles. Fresh produce abounded too. Everything was loaded. Chen Luo estimated the total haul at over 60,000 tons. A fully laden cold storage complex. Exhilarating. It took half a day to stow everything into his spatial ability. There was simply too much. Chen Luo returned home, triumphant, driving the heavy-duty truck he'd selected. the sedan he'd arrived in. Abandoned without a second thought, sedans littered the city streets. This rare heavy truck, however, was nearly irreplaceable. Humming softly, Chen Luo set course for home, to check on Su Dezhu, then planned a later trip to the grain depot. The cold storage and grain depot lay over 100 kilometers apart, not close by any measure. If the route aligned, he'd go directly, otherwise he'd detour. In these first few hours post-apocalypse, no zombie yet posed a threat to him. Turning onto a narrow side road, he saw no zombies. Only a lanky youth with dyed yellow hair crouched behind a roadside tree, who brightened instantly at the sight of the approaching truck. This hiding spot offered only temporary refuge, not a permanent solution. What would he eat? What would he drink? If only this truck would carry him away. Clutching a crude wooden club for defense, the youth dashed into the road's center and shouted, "Master driver, please give me a ride." Chen Luo remained impassive. Stopping was out of the question. Aside from Su Dezhu, he would accept no one else during the first month after the apocalypse. In this early window, survivors with courage could still scavenge readily available supplies. They hadn't yet tasted despair or true gnawing hunger. Would he follow you willingly if you were well fed? Or would he cling to you desperately if starving you offered him a single loaf of bread? Which scenario forged deeper loyalty? The answer required no words. Besides, hunger tempered obedience. Even Mi Ling and Mi Li, whose talents he coveted, would endure deprivation first. He had no rush. What gave this lanky youth the right to demand passage? Clutching a club, what if he struck from behind while Chen Luo drove? "If you dare block my path, I will strike you down without hesitation." Seeing the truck bear down, showing no sign of slowing, the youth stood stunned. At the very least, couldn't he just stop and say no? This aggressive charge, was it meant to kill him? People truly had lost all sense of civic duty. With the truck mere meters away, the youth scrambled aside. As the truck roared past, the youth screamed, "You motherfucker, just wait. I'll make you pay." Hearing those words, Chen Luo's expression darkened, and he braked. There was no doubt if given opportunity and power, the youth would retaliate. "I asked you for help. You must comply. If you refuse, I'll hate you forever." That was human nature, like borrowing money. In ordinary times, such resentment might manifest only as gossip or petty sabotage. But in the apocalypse, grudges turned fatal. Chen Luo had intended to ignore the youth, yet now he could not leave him alive. The principle remained unchanged: once you threaten me, even faintly, you become a liability. Chen Luo turned to the Law King. "Did you hear what he said? He claimed he'd eat dog meat." The Law King blinked. Though it understood some human speech, it was certain the youth had uttered no such phrase. Seeing the truck halt, the youth charged forward, brandishing his club. The door swung open, and the Law King fixed the youth with a fierce, unblinking gaze. Whether or not he truly meant to eat dog meat mattered little. The master had decreed death, and death he would receive. A dog descending from the truck startled the youth, but he scoffed, utterly unafraid. "Behold my dog-beating staff technique." Raising his club, he lunged toward the Law King. In its canine eyes flashed disdain. "I wield magic. Did you truly think I'd brawl with you?" After more than half a day, the Law King's morning expenditure of power had fully replenished. It opened its maw and unleashed a searing arc of violet lightning. Caught utterly unprepared, the youth collapsed, every strand of his yellow hair standing on end. Even newly mastered, this lightning power retained devastating lethality against ordinary humans and low-tier zombies. The youth lay motionless. Chen Luo spoke calmly. "Finish him. Do not use lightning." Chen Luo had ordered the Law King to act not merely to eliminate a threat, but to train it. So far, encounters had been trivial. Soon true trials would come. Practice now ensured composure later. And since abilities were finite, wasting them on finishing blows was until now, the Law King had slain only zombies, not fellow survivors. Zhang Meng had merely been pinned, not killed. Though the Law King was a dog, this experience was necessary. The Law King hesitated, but under Chen Luo's unwavering gaze, it sank its sharp fangs into the youth's throat and severed it cleanly. The closer they drew to the city, the more zombies appeared. Vehicles lay twisted and strewn across the road from sudden loss of control. Chengdu streets were clogged with cars to an astonishing degree. They had to enforce alternate day driving. On the bustling thoroughfares, the roads were utterly gridlocked, hundreds of vehicles piled into chain collisions. Unless the wrecked cars were cleared away, not even Chen Luo's heavy truck, let alone a tank, could get through. Fortunately, the villa compound where Chen Luo lived was relatively secluded, flanked by hills and streams with few people or vehicles nearby. Chen Luo deliberately chose roads with light traffic. Even if it meant detours and lost time, he did not mind. When 2 or 3 cars blocked the way, Chen Luo simply accelerated and rammed through. Small cars were sent flying. After a series of jolting collisions, they at last returned to the vicinity of his home. Chen Luo exhaled. It had not been easy. He scanned the surroundings and decided to park the heavy truck by the roadside rather than drive it into the compound. The heavy truck was powerful but unwieldy. It lacked agility. On roads where a small car could slip through, the truck could not. Tight turns were problematic. The villa lanes were narrow, ill-suited for a heavy truck. Forcing it in might be possible, but getting it back out would be a real ordeal. Chen Luo's reversing skills need not be mentioned. Chen Luo said, Fa Wang, jump down and lead the zombies away, then wait for me inside the villa compound. He pointed toward the residences. Fa Wang understood, leapt from the truck, and began barking loudly. The 20-odd zombies drawn by the truck's arrival immediately turned their attention to him. Dogs are naturally swift. Few companions could hope to keep pace with a healthy adult dog. Awakened with a supernatural ability, Fa Wang's speed had risen another notch. With his newfound strength, Fa Wang moved like a flash of lightning. Not only was he fast, but he was agile. His low stature made leading slow-moving zombies around him deceptively easy. As Fa Wang's barks receded into the distance, Chen Luo smiled. Even if the dog's gifts were not extraordinary, he was an excellent companion. At the very least, he would never betray him. Chen Luo could have dispatched those zombies with little effort, but he let Fa Wang draw them away. Not for any other reason than to have the zombies keep watch over the truck. Without the zombies, others might approach the heavy truck. Though they could not drive it away, they might vandalize it. Why not make use of this unpaid, unwitting labor? Chen Luo reached the villa gate, and seeing 2 guard zombies, but not Su Daju among them, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had feared a butterfly effect if the world had shifted and Su Daju had become one of the undead. Chen Luo would have been helpless. He used his stun baton to easily dispose of the few nearby zombies, and began searching for Su Daju. Chen Luo remembered that when the apocalypse erupted, Su Daju had fled into the inner reaches of the compound, climbing a wall and hiding inside one of the villas. At that time, the two had not teamed up. Later, when supplies ran out and they went into the compound's supermarket to scavenge, Chen Luo and Su Daju had crossed paths by chance and started working together. Chen Luo could not bear the thought of waiting over a month to reunite with Su Daju. Brother, I missed you. He also could not stand the idea of Su Daju enduring hunger alone for so long. What I eat, you eat. Moreover, Su Daju had been unaware of the crystal in the early days and had missed vital development time. Chen Luo would have to make up for that lost progress. But Chen Luo could not recall which villa Su Daju had hidden in, only that it was somewhere along the compound's perimeter. That was no obstacle for him. Where others hesitated, Chen Luo dared. Just then, Fa Wang returned, his face licked in expectation, as if seeking praise. Chen Luo chuckled and patted the dog's head. Holding his stun baton, he called out loudly, Su Daju, where are you? Zombies have poor eyesight, but keen hearing and smell, as shouting can attract them. Was Chen Luo afraid of? Inside one of the villa rooms, Su Daju and a quiet girl crouched together. Hearing Chen Luo's call right beside them, Su Daju could not help but grumble. Is he out of his mind? Doesn't he know hell draws zombies here? If he dies, so be it, but don't get us killed. Yet Su Daju suddenly stood up. It's Brother Chen. Could Brother Chen possibly be unaware this was dangerous? And yet he is looking for me. Their friendship with Brother Chen had not been that intimate. And yet Su Daju felt touched. He went to the window and indeed saw Chen Luo. The quiet girl came up beside him. At that moment, a zombie was lured close. Chen Luo, unperturbed, electrocuted it to death. Su Daju and the quiet girl witnessed the scene. The quiet girl was not the owner of the villa, as she had fled into the compound with Su Daju when the apocalypse began. The quiet girl was taken aback. The stun baton packed tremendous power. If she had such a defense, she would no longer fear zombies. No wonder this man had such boldness. Su Daju shouted, Brother Chen, him here. Chen Luo saw him, and a smile appeared on his face. A good brother indeed, safe and sound. But when he saw the quiet girl's delicate features, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Damn! How could he have forgotten Chen Jing, that conniving woman? In the past, she had caused Chen Luo and Su Daju considerable trouble. Chen Jing was calculating. When the bottled water ran out, she claimed tap water was risky, that drinking it might turn someone into a zombie. She used Su Daju as an experiment. Daju, have some tea, she would say, and Su Daju let down his guard. After Chen Luo and Su Daju became partners, Chen Jing would whisper to Su Daju, Brother Daju, I always feel so safe by your side. To Chen Luo she cooed, Brother Chen, somehow at first sight, I felt such a kinship with you. When rations were distributed, Chen Jing always hid a portion for herself, acting outwardly famished, yet never openly asking, playing the pitiful card, sometimes even feigning fainting from hunger. After Su Daju gave her his food, she would weep with gratitude, all the while secretly lugging an extra backpack of provisions. A consummate actress, she had Su Daju completely under her spell. Recalling all this filled Chen Luo with rage. He burned to strike Chen Jing down in that instant. He calmed himself. He could not kill Chen Jing now. Doing so before her treachery was exposed might estrange Su Daju and drive a wedge between them. All the better. Chen Jing would serve to teach Su Daju how treacherous human hearts could be. Killing her outright would not be fully satisfying. He would find a way to make sure she paid without extinguishing her life. Chen Luo said, Daju, come with me. Come to my place so we can look out for each other. Su Daju nodded eagerly. Two men together meant mutual protection, and he had a gut feeling that following Brother Chen could not be the wrong choice. That morning Brother Chen had warned him. Who would have thought trouble would actually come? Chen Jing agreed, as well, with a stun baton in this man's hand staying with him seemed safe and reassuring. Brother Chen, my name is Chen Jing. We are from the same family, perhaps we were even one family 500 years ago. In a world that values appearances, an unattractive person with T skills would still be ignored. This Chen Jing has a charming demeanor, looking quite decent, barely reaching the level of the class flower. Chen Luo dismissed, let's not talk about that, we should hurry. Meeting zombies is always troublesome. Chen Jing calculated in her heart that she needed to strengthen her rapport with Chen Luo. With two men protecting her, she could maximize her chances of waiting for national rescue. At the beginning of the apocalypse, nearly everyone held on to fantasies, believing the disaster was merely temporary, yet the longer they waited, the more despair they felt. On the way, Chen Luo encountered two zombies and swiftly dispatched them with an electric baton, making Chen Jing feel elated. The more effective the electric baton seemed, the more reassured she felt. Upon entering the house, Chen Jing was astonished by the layout and decoration of Chen Luo's home. This villa's location, environment, and size were clearly superior to the previous villa they had stayed in. If they could wait for national rescue and manage to win over Chen Luo, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? Moreover, Chen Luo was neither an old man nor unattractive. He was more handsome than so-called pretty boys. At that moment, Su Daza's stomach protested audibly. If the apocalypse was caused by a certain virus, it could turn people into zombies, awaken supernatural powers, and even alter physical qualities. Su Daju was one of those whose body had been transformed. The virus actually had significant benefits for survivors. The cost was that the energy demand of the body increased. Poor Su Daju had not eaten much in the morning, and now that it was nearing evening, he had nothing to eat, making his stomach growl. The previous villa had no food at all. Since the owner of that villa was rarely present, what food could there be? Chen Jing also looked up at Chen Luo with a shy glance. Chen Luo said, don't worry, I'll go get some food. Chen Luo walked towards the refrigerator, leaving behind 3 slices of bread, while putting the rest into the space of his supernatural ability. Chen Luo divided the 3 slices of bread into 2 portions, 1 slice for one and 2 slices for the other. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Giving you this to eat is too generous, isn't it? Chen Luo called over the Dog King and rubbed the single slice against its rear. The Dog King was utterly appalled. Chen Luo chuckled, adding some seasoning for you. Standing in front of the 2, Chen Luo feigned regret, saying, this is all we have at home, please make do with it. Su Daju hesitantly replied, Brother Chen, you should keep it for yourself. Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly, saying, no worries, we'll find an opportunity to go to the supermarket and get some food. He turned to Chen Jing and said, you're a woman with a small appetite, having 1 slice is not unreasonable, right? Given Chen Jing's green tea personality, she would never openly say such a thing. Internally dissatisfied, she also realized Chen Luo was right. Su Daju needed to be full to have the energy to help her find food. Su Daju was truly hungry, wolfing down the 2 slices of bread in 3 bites, but clearly still wanting more. Chen Jing also refused to be outdone, stuffing the whole slice of bread into her mouth. Chen Jing's expression suddenly turned strange. This bread tasted off. The Dog King looked at Chen Jing in horror. How could she dare to eat the bread that had touched my rear? I think I left a pile in the cold storage. Chen Luo smiled, appearing unfazed, but inside, he was delighted. To be able to taste the flavor from the rear of the Lightning Law King is an honor. Seeing Su Daju rubbing his stomach from time to time, Chen Luo realized that while it was amusing to mess with Chen Jing, Su Daju would suffer as a result. With Su Daza's personality, if he had good food to eat, he would definitely share it with Chen Jing before he even got a good look at her. It was absolutely impossible for Chen Luo to give Chen Jing the Law King's bread. He was already feeling pained by it. He needed to deal with Chen Jing quickly, otherwise many things would become inconvenient. Chen Luo clapped his hands as the 3 sat on the sofa. Chen Luo said solemnly, there's no food left, we must quickly get some. While the supermarket at the community entrance is still empty, we need to take more. Su Daju said, Brother Chen, let's go now. I'll cover you, I'll just take the electric baton. As long as I'm alive, zombies. Chen Luo shook his head, saying that plan won't work. This electric baton can only stun 4 zombies at most when fully charged. I've seen there are more than just a few zombies in the supermarket. I have a better plan. Chen Luo pointed at Chen Jing, saying, Sister, you're petite. Your speed should be decent. Go attract the zombies while Daju and I go to the supermarket to collect supplies, then we'll meet back at home. Chen Jing was stunned. You want me to lure the zombies? She said with a hint of a sob, Brother Chen, I've been weak and sickly since childhood. I can't run fast. Isn't this sending me to my death? Chen Luo chuckled, saying, then I'll lure the zombies. You and Daju can go get the supplies. Does that work? Chen Jing was also unwilling. It was too dangerous. Chen Jing said in a choked voice, Brother Chen, it's not that I don't want to, but I only ate one slice of bread from you this morning. I'm afraid I won't have the strength and might end up dragging you down. Chen Luo replied discontentedly, then what can you do? You can't just sit back while me and Dazhu take the risks. Chen Jing had not expected Chen Luo to be so unsympathetic. Didn't he have any sense of chivalry? Shouldn't he take care of women? He actually wanted her to act together with them. Chen Jing could only look pitifully at Su Dazhu, hoping he would say something just for her. Chen Luo didn't give her a chance, coughing and saying, I haven't had water since morning and my throat feels like it's on fire. It's my fault for not stocking up on bottled water at home. I also don't know if the tap water is contaminated. How about this, Chen Jing? You can try the tap water for me. If you try it, I won't make you go. Chen Jing was already furious. Is this something a man should do? Using me as a test subject. Just because she was worried the water might be contaminated, Chen Jing hadn't dared to drink it. Su Dazhu had been nearby, and she hadn't even dared to drink the waha in her backpack for fear he would want some. Why do I have to do something? If I could do something, why would I need you? Chen Jing quietly said, I can help you wash clothes and take care of your daily needs. Brother Chen, please don't make things difficult for me. Just then Chen Jing caught a glimpse of the Dog King in her peripheral vision and exclaimed in surprise, right? We can let it test if the tap water is drinkable. The Dog King looked at Chen Jing in confusion. Although I'm not human, you are indeed a dog. You want me to be the test subject? Damn, I want to bite you. The furious Dog King lunged at Chen Jing, directly at the backpack she had been carrying. Chen Jing screamed in fear, tightly holding onto her bag, exposing its contents and revealing her true identity. The Dog King barked towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. What good stuff do you have? Let me take a look. Could one person and one dog possibly be working together? Chen Luo forcibly opened Chen Jing's backpack. Goodness, there was quite a bit of food inside. A large bag of beef cubes, 2 chocolate bars, a bag of potato chips, a dozen small jelly cups, and 2 bottles of wah. Many girls have the habit of carrying some snacks with them. Chen Jing is one of them. Upon seeing the zombies, she realized a disaster had occurred. Many disasters are long-lasting and supplies are crucial. Having food and drink can significantly extend survival time while waiting for national rescue. Although Su Dazhu saved her, she was unwilling to share her snacks with him. After hiding with Su Dazhu for most of the day, she felt very hungry. Originally, she planned to find an excuse to avoid him and secretly eat alone. But not knowing how long this disaster would last, Chen Jing thought it was better to wait until she was starving and truly out of food before eating. Unexpectedly, the 2 troublemakers, Fa Wang and Chen Luo, exposed the snacks in her backpack. Previously, she had been insisting that she had nothing on her. Chen Jing's mind went blank. The exposure was not the most critical issue, but offending these 2 men made it unlikely for her to obtain supplies in the future. Especially Chen Luo, who was intentionally targeting her. Looking at the bag full of snacks, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. He knew that Chen Jing would stash supplies in the future, but he didn't expect her to carry so many snacks even before the apocalypse. The ugly truth was revealed little by little. Now I'm getting hungry just looking at it, so I won't be polite. Chen Luo inserted a straw into a bottle of wahaha and quickly drank it all. At the same time, he handed some beef jerky and chips to Su Dazhu. You must be hungry, take this. Once we're full, well, go get supplies. This time Su Dazhu didn't hold back with Chen Luo. Without a word, he took the food and shot a nasty glance at. In the morning, he risked his life to save Chen Jing. When she couldn't get into the villa, he went back to help her over. He almost got caught by a zombie. In the end, despite having food, she lied to herself that she didn't. It was obvious she didn't want to share with him. Su Dazhu was simply naive and didn't think badly of others. He wasn't stupid. And yet she was being polite to Chen Jing. Realizing the situation, Chen Jing screamed and lunged at him. That's my stuff, give it back to me. Chen Luo pushed her down. Chen Jing fell to the ground with a thud and began to cry. You 2 men are bullying a little girl like me. What kind of man are you? Chen Luo scoffed, asking her to question the zombies if they cared whether she was a man or a woman. Although he had exposed a bit of Chen Jing's true colors, it was still not enough for Su Dazhu to deeply understand human nature. He needed to deal with Chen Jing more harshly. Soon Chen Luo came up with a plan. Chen Luo comforted Chen Jing, saying, Why are you crying? We need to eat well to have the strength to look for supplies. You want me going this time? I will eat your snacks and repay you double when we return. Chen Jing also realized that no matter what, she couldn't fall out with Chen Luo and Su Dazhu. That would definitely not be good for her, and it might even lead her into despair, leaving her with no way to defend herself. With tear-filled eyes, Chen Jing said, I was wrong. I was afraid of being hungry when I was little. I know my character is not good. I'm sorry, this is just my instinctive reaction. Blabbering on, Chen Jing fabricated a story about how miserable her childhood was. Chen Luo couldn't help but admire her for being able to concoct such a tale on the spot. Chen Luo casually ate a few jellies and gave the rest to Su Dazhu. Chen Jing watched from the side, heartbroken, as her stored supplies were completely gone. Chen Luo said, Dazhu, let's take a 1-hour break before we go check the supermarket at the entrance. Su Daju nodded, saying, I'll listen to you, Brother Chen. Chen Luo pretended to rest, but actually called Fa Wang. Fa Wang, go outside and attract some zombies, about a dozen, and lead them here. Fa Wang slowed down and didn't shake off the zombies. He could lure the low-level mindless ones. It is during times of crisis that true colors emerge, revealing a person's true nature. Fa Wang looked at Chen Luo with confusion. I understand attracting zombies, but I don't understand leading them home. Chen Luo glanced at him. Don't ask too much, you'll understand when you get back. Fa Wang accepted the order and left. Chen Luo first went downstairs, stealthily opened the door of the house, and took out 4 cloves of garlic from his space ability, chopping them into minced garlic in the kitchen. Garlic itself cannot deal with zombies, instead its pungent odor severely attracts them. If someone has a strong smell, low-level zombies will swarm and tear them apart. Chen Luo brought out 2 bowls of garlic juice and placed them on the table. Daju, don't panic when we go out this time. I came back from outside before and happened to see someone tied with a string of garlic. The zombies actually backed away in fear. Chen Jing's eyes lit up. In movies, garlic does indeed have an effect on zombies. Su Daju also looked. Chen Luo lamented, what a pity there's only this little garlic at home, just enough for 2 people. Let's see if we can get more at the supermarket. At that moment, a horde of zombies roared from afar. Clearly the number of zombies was substantial, not just. Chen Luo's face changed dramatically. The zombies' roars grew closer and louder, soon sounding like they were right beside him. The iron door rattled. Chen Jing's face turned pale. Isn't the door locked? Hearing this, she became even more pale. The zombies have reached the 1st floor. Without a second thought, Chen Luo poured garlic juice on himself and pointed to the other bowl, saying to Su Daju, Daju, quickly use this bowl of garlic juice. Su Daju, kind-hearted, felt somewhat disgusted with Chen Jing, but if he used it, wouldn't that mean Chen Jing would die? The number of zombies was clearly overwhelming. They couldn't handle them. If Chen Jing had any doubts about Chen Luo's intentions before, she now thought, could Chen Luo really be trying to trap me? But seeing Chen Luo douse himself with garlic juice erased any doubts. Chen Luo wouldn't harm himself, right? With only 1 bowl left, it meant only 1 person could survive. Chen Jing, very clever, immediately poured the garlic juice intended for Su Daju onto herself without hesitation. Chen Luo could have stopped her, but he didn't. Before the apocalypse, Chen Jing wouldn't even consider pouring it on herself. The smell was too pungent. Now she was afraid there wouldn't be enough garlic juice on her. Seeing this, Su Daju was momentarily stunned. Chen Luo instead laughed. See, Daju, after the apocalypse, don't easily be kind to others, because some people, they are not human. In her past life, Chen Jing was not only skilled in tea art, but also very ruthless. Taking advantage of Su Daju and Chen Luo's injuries, she stole all the supplies and clung to another powerful figure, almost giving Chen Luo a heart attack. Chen Jing's face changed drastically. Are you betraying me? Chen Luo's reaction made Chen Jing realize that she had been fooled again. But why? After all, Chen Luo was the one who had splashed garlic on herself. Chen Luo scoffed. Fooled you? Didn't you jump in on your own? Was I the one who forced you to splash garlic on yourself? To tell you the truth, you are doomed. Zombies are extremely sensitive to the smell of garlic. Chen Jing collapsed. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Chen Luo coldly snorted. That's right, but it's wrong to bully an honest person, especially when that person is my brother. Using your words, we all want to survive. Sacrificing you, is that wrong? Chen Jing's tea art only worked on honest people. If she encountered someone more cunning in the aftermath of the apocalypse, she would only become a tool for venting, barely surviving each day. In her past life, Chen Jing thought she had found a new support, but it was actually the beginning of a nightmare. Not everyone is like Su Daju. As the zombies approached, Chen Luo no longer had the patience to argue with Chen Jing. He took out his armor from his ability space and donned it skillfully. Chen Jing was about to become a corpse. Corpses do not reveal secrets. As for Su Daju, Chen Luo would tell him that his awakened ability was space. Chen Luo's outfit stunned the two. Chen Jing finally understood why Chen Luo had the audacity to splash garlic on her. Chen Luo said, Daju, find a room to hide. Right now you would only drag me down. Su Daju responded affirmatively. With such armor, zombies couldn't harm Chen Luo at all, and he indeed would. Chen Jing wanted to find a room as well. The look of despair on her face disappeared, replaced by flattery and ingratiation. Brother Chen, spare me this once, and then you can do whatever you want with me. Chen Luo chuckled. I want you to die? If you die, I will let you go. As the zombies came upstairs, Chen Luo kicked Chen Jing, sending her into the horde. This time Chen Jing completely broke down. What's wrong with you, Chen? What did I do to offend you? You've been targeting me since we met. Chen Luo, may you have a bad death. Chen Luo looked at her coldly and remained unmoved. My heart has long turned cold. Oh, anyone who harmed me or my brother in my previous life cannot be spared. Chen Jing had lost her value. If it weren't to show Su Daju the cruelty of human hearts, getting rid of Chen Jing wouldn't require so much effort. To deal with you, I haven't even had dinner. One Chen Jing is clearly not enough for the zombies. The remaining zombies lunged at Chen Luo. easily electrocuted by Chen Luo. Looking at the mess and blood on the ground, Chen Luo collapsed. My home. Chen Luo wanted to cry, but had no tears. What a miscalculation. The home I've lived in for over 10 years has met with disaster today. Su Dazhu emerged looking at Chen Jing's remains with a complex expression. Chen Luo said nothing more and instructed Su Dazhu to move all the zombie corpses out of the villa. Otherwise, who could live in it? The two spent nearly half an hour moving all the bodies to the roadside a bit farther from the villa, and that was all they could do. Looking at the bloodied ground, Chen Luo really didn't want to clean up. At this moment, if only there was a little maid. Maya would be great. She worked efficiently, but Chen Luo didn't know if she was alive or dead. Regardless of whether she was alive or dead, let her adapt to the apocalypse. First, it would be much smoother when I go to her. But who would clean this mess? Chen Luo didn't want to do it, and let Su Dazhu handle it, feeling a bit embarrassed to rest while Su Dazhu worked. Chen Luo turned his attention to the Dog King. It's you. Chen Luo found some rags and a bucket, teaching the Dog King how to pour water and wring out the cloth. Dog King, this heavy responsibility is entrusted to you. You can only eat after it's done. Woof woof. The Dog King was puzzled, but how could it refuse something Chen Luo commanded? You really are a dog. Su Dazhu said, Brother Chen, let's go to the supermarket and get some supplies. With Chen Luo's armor and electric baton, it was incredibly easy. Chen Luo was tired after a day and didn't want to exert that much effort. He couldn't even be bothered with the trifles of food. Chen Luo waved his hand. I have better food here. Let's go upstairs and drink. Su Dazhu had only eaten 2 pieces of bread and a bit of snacks. It was not enough even before his awakening, let alone now. At the dining table, Chen Luo successively presented 8 dishes. Big plate: chicken, beer, duck, sauerkraut, fish, braised pork, knuckle, dry-fried cauliflower, stir-fried green peppers with eggs, and homemade tofu. Chen Luo deliberately placed the big plate chicken in front of Su Dazhu. He loved chicken. He also brought out 2 bottles of chilled beer and a large portion of rice, as Su Dazhu didn't like just eating vegetables. The aroma of the dishes almost made Su Dazhu drool, and his eyes nearly popped out. This was simply outrageous. Did it appear out of thin air? Su Dazhu stared foolishly and said, Brother Chen, Chen Luo chuckled and explained, Dazhu, have you felt any changes in your body? Su Dazhu nodded. Earlier today, my head hurt for a moment, and I felt much stronger. Increased strength was just one of Su Dazhu's changes. What he didn't know was that his vitality had significantly increased. After Su Dazhu leveled up a bit more, ordinary daggers would not easily pierce his body. Chen Luo said this change actually started before the apocalypse occurred. If your change is strength-based, then mine is space-based. I suddenly found that I could control a bit of spatial power, and since I always felt that some disaster would happen, I stored a bit of supplies. If you want to say this is a lie, it isn't, but it won't be as outrageous as reincarnation. Not just Su Dazhu. If there are trustworthy confidants in the future, I will explain it this way. Su Dazhu nodded, somewhat understanding. Chen Luo smiled. I have a premonition that we will become brothers. Come on, don't think too much. The world is vast, but eating is the most important. Looking at the full table of dishes, Su Dazhu swallowed hard. There are too many dishes. We can't finish them, Brother Chen. Let's save some. 2 or 3 are enough. Chen Luo said boldly, it's fine. If we can't finish it, there's still the Dog King. It hasn't eaten yet. The Dog King, currently cleaning the floor, was completely unconcerned. After all, during his wandering days, even scraps of food were a luxury. Thank you, Master. But really, is cleaning the floor something a dog should do? Under normal circumstances, Chen Luo would not drink alcohol. But to celebrate the true reunion with Su Dazhu, Chen Luo felt he had to have a drink. Not much, just 2 bottles of chilled beer. Chen Luo watched Su Dazhu feast with a flicker of guilt in his eyes. Those with abilities had quite the appetite, especially those with physical powers who were all bottomless pits. But how much was there for them to eat? At first, Chen Luo was unaware of this situation, only realizing it after interacting with other physical ability users. The experience of hunger was something Chen Luo dreaded thinking about. Su Dazhu often gave way to him when it came to food, but he had no idea how difficult it was to go hungry. Chen Luo vowed that even if he had to starve, he would not let Su Dazhu go hungry. Seeing Su Dazhu eat happily, Chen Luo wore a smile akin to that of a proud father, feeling incredibly gratified, as if his own child was well fed. With Chen Luo's constant gestures to not hold back, 8 dishes were still not enough for Su Dazhu. Only when Chen Luo brought out a large plate of chicken did Su Dazhu finally feel completely satisfied. Seeing Su Dazhu well-fed made Chen Luo feel more at ease than if he had eaten a ginseng fruit himself. Chen Luo got up, went to the kitchen, and took out buckets of purified water from his spatial ability, starting to wash the zombie crystals he had obtained. Chen Luo didn't count how many there were, but there were at least 200. When he finished washing and came out, he saw the Law King looking at him eagerly. Wasn't it agreed that I would get the leftovers? Yet there was not a single morsel left. This bottomless pit had devoured everything. Chen Luo smiled and handed a portion of braised pork to the Law King. To put it bluntly, in a few days there would be few in the world who ate better than the Law King, this dog. Now everyone just had some stockpiled ingredients. Chen Luo called Su Dezhu over and handed him a handful of crystals. Dezhu, try absorbing the power of these crystals. It can rapidly enhance your strength. Su Dezhu asked where these came from, and Chen Luo explained with a smile that they were dug out from the heads of zombies. Su Dezhu immediately made a face of disgust. It was a bit gross. Su Dezhu thought of something and asked curiously, Brother Chen, how did you know there was this stuff in zombie heads? Chen Luo replied, when your head was hurting this morning, you felt something forming in your head, right? I guessed it was a crystal. I was wondering if there would be such a thing in zombie heads. Sure enough, they have them in their heads too. Su Dezhu exclaimed in realization, Brother Chen, you're really smart. Chen Luo smiled. Such things could be figured out as long as one had a clever and agile mind. It wasn't really a secret. Even those who didn't know could easily understand after interacting with others. Chen Luo gently said, from now on, don't call me Brother Chen, just call me brother. There is of course a difference between Brother Chen and brother. Though Su Dezhu was tall and sturdy, he was indeed 3 days younger than Chen Luo. Su Dezhu immediately grinned and said, okay brother, I've always wanted an older brother. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu had known each other for over a year. In Su Dezhu's mind, Chen Luo was not like other arrogant owners who looked down on him as a security guard. He was always gentle, polite, and never domineering. Such respect made it hard for Su Dezhu not to feel goodwill. This was also why in their past lives they naturally became partners after meeting. Chen Luo let Su Dezhu choose a room to absorb the crystals in peace, and he too began to absorb in his own room. After the Law King finished eating, Chen Luo directly tossed a handful of crystals to it. Eat one at a time. If you can't take it anymore, then stop eating. The crystals could be held in one's palm for absorption or directly eaten. The difference was that when held in the palm, one could freely control whether to absorb or not. If eaten directly, in case one could not withstand the energy, the worst-case scenario could lead to exploding from within. Of course, such a situation would not occur with the lowest-grade crystals, but these things were dug out from zombie heads. Didn't they find it disgusting to eat? The Law King, being a dog, didn't care. Chen Luo lay on the bed holding a crystal and began to absorb it. The crystal contained a certain power, and absorbing it could strengthen oneself, with the best effects coming from absorbing crystals of the same attribute. For example, the spatial crystals yielded the best absorption effect for Chen Luo. This power could not be absorbed without limit. It depended on the individual's condition. It was like eating. A big eater could consume 10 bowls of rice, while others could only manage half a bowl. Those who ate more naturally had better aptitudes, and their strength grew faster. The amount of power one could absorb at once would also increase as their strength grew. Based on experiences from his past life, Chen Luo estimated that he could now absorb the power of 8 crystals at once. That was quite a lot. Those with poor aptitudes when they first awakened might not even fully absorb the power of a single crystal. The power contained in each crystal varied, but the differences weren't too great. If he absorbed around 20, he would likely reach the strength of a second-level ability user by the next day. As Chen Luo continued absorbing, he suddenly sat up. Something's off. After absorbing 5, why do I feel like I've only absorbed a tiny bit? Originally, after absorbing 5 crystals, Chen Luo should have been more than half full, but now it felt like he had only filled a small gap. This was certainly a good sign. The more energy absorbed at once, the faster the strength grew. Chen Luo, both surprised and delighted, began to absorb once more. When he reached the 21st crystal, a sudden pain struck his head, though it was not as painful as the awakening earlier that morning. Chen Luo found it hard to believe that on the first day of the apocalypse, he had reached level 2. In his past life, he had only advanced on the 14th day. Earlier that morning, when he had just awakened, he could release 4 spatial orbs at once. Now, he could at least shoot out 15. Moreover, the power had slightly increased. Against zombies, there was no qualitative change. He could only kill about 11 or 12 at most, still not as efficient as an electric baton. Ignoring these changes, Chen Luo continued to absorb the power of the crystals. After reaching level 2, the lowest grade crystals had significantly weakened effects on him, as their power was not pure enough. Once he reached level 4, the lowest grade crystals would have no effect at all, only barely helping to recover strength. Thus, there were some zombie crystals that Chen Luo simply couldn't be bothered to pick up, as long as they were sufficient. It was only after absorbing 42 crystals that Chen Luo felt he had reached his limit. He could absorb no more. The ability to absorb so many was partly due to reaching level 2. With the increase in level, not only had his abilities improved, but his physical fitness had also seen some enhancement. The physical fitness of royal level ability users was not inferior to that of 10th level physical ability users. Weakness was merely relative. Feeling the power within his body, Chen Luo stood up, unsure if he could now use the void sword. Chen Luo began to concentrate all the power from his body into his palm, shaping it into a sword. This sword was neither formless nor colorless and could not be seen. A pale white laser-like sword gathered in Chen Luo's hand. However, within 5 seconds he was drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto the bed, as using this ability took too much out of him. In his past life, when Chen Luo reached level 9, he mastered the Void Walk, and at the King level the dimension. This does not mean that one must reach level 9 to grasp the Void Walk. It all depends on one's comprehension ability, and there are no NPC skill mentors to teach you. As long as the energy within him is sufficient, Chen Luo can utilize the Void Walk even at level 1, but clearly at level 1 it is impossible to have enough power to support the Void Walk. Chen Luo estimated that he would need level 4 to barely use the Void Walk, but even then it would only be a short distance version at most 100 meters. Using it once would exhaust all of Chen Luo's extraordinary energy. The Void Blade was a power he mastered at level 7, condensing spatial energy into a tangible form. The Void Blade is exceptionally sharp beyond description, capable of slicing a target's body in half without any blood spilling. It cannot be pieced back together, and healing is ineffective unless assisted by another powerful spatial ability user. It is Chen Luo's formidable weapon for killing and stealing. At his peak, the Void Blade that Chen Luo condensed was almost solid and could be maintained effortlessly for half an hour. Now it is merely a faint shadow lasting less than 5 seconds. Chen Luo, feeling completely drained, smiled nonchalantly at being able to use it was already good enough. Against some very strong defenses, it could already pose a threat. Unable to absorb any more crystals, Chen Luo, exhausted from a day's work, quickly fell into a deep sleep. The Law King not only had to work, but also had to guard the home. The Law King's senses of hearing and smell are highly developed, making it more useful than any bodyguard. It would handle the troubles it could manage and inform Chen Luo about those it couldn't. With the Law King, Chen Luo could sleep peacefully, though otherwise he would be living in constant fatigue, always on guard against unexpected visitors. The Law King said, "I feel like I've borne many burdens that I shouldn't have. My canine life is filled with exhaustion." The next morning, Chen Luo asked Su Daju and the Law King about the crystal absorption situation. Su Daju excitedly said, "Bro, your method is really effective. I feel my strength has increased significantly. I absorbed 7 crystals, I think. 7 is quite good." The Law King then barked 9 times, indicating it had eaten 9 crystals. Chen Luo chuckled, thankful it wasn't 99, otherwise it would have barked 99 times. "Once I have subordinates, I might as well give you 9 years of compulsory education." Su Daju looked at the Law King in astonishment. This dog is truly remarkable. Yesterday, in its hunger, he hadn't paid much attention, but today he realizes this dog is not ordinary. "However, you ate 9 crystals while I only ate 7. What does that mean?" "Today we need to go to the granary and collect the rice and flour there." Chen Luo thought for a moment and decided to take Su Daju with him. However, it was clear that Su Daju was not the type to sit back and enjoy. It would be better to take Su Daju along, not only for mutual support, but also to help him become more skilled in combat. Chen Luo outfitted Su Daju with the armor he had prepared and familiarized him with it, giving him 2 electric batons. This set of armor is not heavy for the strong Su Daju. It feels like an ordinary person wearing winter clothing. After Chen Luo advanced to level 2, as an ability user, his strength also noticeably increased. Wearing the armor, he felt much more at ease. Once everything was ready, they set off. The community was not devoid of other survivors, but apart from a few, most wouldn't risk coming out unless absolutely forced. They were still observing the situation from home. Upon exiting the community, Chen Luo casually took supplies from the supermarket in his villa area. Upon arriving at the place where the heavy trucks were parked, Chen Luo smiled. The heavy trucks were safe and sound, proving the free watch was indeed effective. Seeing the zombies, Su Daju, equipped with armor and electric batons, was eager to act. But Chen Luo stopped him, saying, "These are free labor, just let the Law King lead them away." The Law King expertly walked the dog, easily drawing all the zombies away. Su Daju said somewhat dejectedly, "Why do I feel like the Law King is more useful than I am?" Chen Luo chuckled and comforted him, "Don't compare yourself to a dog. There are things it can do that I cannot. Everyone has their strengths. It dares to eat poop, can you?" After the Law King got into the vehicle, Chen Luo did not head directly towards the granary, but rather turned towards the suburbs. Going to the granary requires a detour, otherwise they would have to pass through the city. With 30 million people in the city, isn't that courting death? Taking a little extra time to go around is definitely worth it. Chen Luo skillfully drove the vehicle. Before the apocalypse, he had studied the routes to the granary and knew several paths. He had even scouted the area near the granary. On the way, there were survivors trying to stop the vehicle, like the previous yellow-haired one, but Chen Luo did not slow down. "If you dare to block me, I will dare to crash into you." Over 100 kilometers of road took Chen Luo more than 5 hours to reach. The granary is a 3-story building. It is quite long, but not particularly large. Even if filled with all the food, it wouldn't hold much. However, it has a very large basement underneath, storing who knows how much food. The area above ground is merely office space. Chen Luo drove the heavy truck directly into the granary. In this spacious area, it was extremely easy for the truck to crush zombies. Chen Luo kept driving in circles within the granary until nearly all the zombies inside were eliminated before stopping. During the process, Chen Luo did not see any survivors. If there were any, they would surely have called for help upon hearing the commotion. Chen Luo squinted. There should be quite a few staff members at this granary. Could it be that not a single survivor remains? Chen Luo approached the corridor leading from the office building to the basement. The corridor's door was wide open. Inside the corridor was pitch black. Chen Luo took out a flashlight and shone it around only to see a skeleton, his pupils suddenly contracting. This was clearly a human skeleton devoid of flesh and blood, leaving only a frame. There must be some mutated small creatures in the granary. Are they ants or rats? Normal zombies would leave behind some remnants after consuming humans. They don't eat. Only mutated creatures like ants and rats would consume everything so thoroughly. The situation was no longer about whether Chen Luo would enter the grain depot's basement. It was that the rat swarm, having caught their scent, had already surged forth. Chen Luo feared ordinary rat swarms little. Not even hundreds of them could unsettle him. What truly unsettled him was the unknown scale of the horde. If it numbered in the thousands, all hope would vanish. Chen Luo lacked wide-area offensive capabilities. Should he be surrounded and pinned to the ground, death would be inevitable. His electric baton, limited by battery capacity, could never eradicate a massive swarm. Unaware of the full threat, Chen Luo refused to fight to the last breath. He seized Su Daju and fled. Only then did he grasp why not a single survivor remained at the grain depot. With teeth sharp enough to rend steel, these mutated rats could easily breach ordinary security doors or wooden office gates. Only solid, thick iron doors like those of vaults stood any chance of holding them back. Their acute sense of smell left survivors no refuge within the depot. Escape was the sole option. When Fuang saw the teeming mass erupt from the basement, he recoiled in shock and bolted without hesitation. Fuang cried out urgently. His meaning clear: you flee first, while draw them away. He quickly assessed that these rats were no zombies. Their speed far exceeded any shambling undead. Even armored as they were, the two men would soon be overtaken. Chen Luo and Su Deju sprinted toward the office building's exit. Once aboard the heavy-duty truck, they would be relatively safe, even if the vehicle offered no means to crush the small, nimble rats. Fuang veered right into a side corridor. He could not flee in the same direction. They would inevitably fall behind. His speed would leave them far behind. Indeed, the lagging pair were doomed, but only a fraction of the initial swarm pursued Fuang. Though swift, the rats still fell short of Fuang's lightning-enhanced velocity. A colossal rat, nearly Fuang's size, paused briefly, its gaze fixed on the fleeing dog, then decisively turned toward Chen Luo and Su Deju. Humans taste better. Its immense frame moved with startling agility, no slower than Fuang and vastly faster than the two men. Hearing movement behind him, Chen Luo didn't glance back. Flight was the only wisdom. Confrontation was folly when the swarm's size remained unknown. Observation must come first. Just as Chen Luo reached the office building's stone steps, on the verge of escaping, the Rat King launched itself high into the air and slammed into him with savage force. The impact was staggering. Though ordinary blades could not pierce his armor, raw kinetic force could not be fully absorbed or deflected by it. Agony lanced through Chen Luo's back. His body lurched forward uncontrollably. He crashed hard onto the ground, the weight of his armor only intensifying the pain. Ignoring the searing pain, Chen Luo scrambled upright. But those 2 seconds were enough for the swarm to close in. Su Daju glanced back and froze, chilled to the marrow. Hundreds of jet-black rats poured forward, each more than twice the size of an ordinary rodent. And at their head loomed the Rat King, its bloodthirsty gaze locked upon him. Its fur was matted gray-black, slick with grime and damp oiliness, as if dragged freshly from a... Most striking were its 2 enormous incisors, each over 10 centimeters long, gleaming with a cruel wet sheen. Su Deju had never seen such a creature. His blood ran cold. Rats issued no threats before battle. They simply lunged, attacking both Chen Luo and Su Daju simultaneously. Hundreds surged forward at once. Some leapt onto Chen Luo's legs, others onto his chest, scrambling upward in a writhing tide. In an instant, both men were completely covered. Rats piled upon rats, dense and seething. From afar, they resembled grotesque rat men. Their armor vanished beneath the living mass. Each bore at least 50 or 60 rats clinging to his body. The rest, denied purchase, shrieked shrilly in mounting frustration. Each rat weighed over half a kilogram, and with their collective pressure, Chen Luo felt as though he carried a 100-kilogram sack upon his back. He wasn't yet knocked down, but he stood frozen, utterly immobile. The Rat King watched coldly from the side, waiting. Once the underlings finished their feast, the elder brother would claim the first bite. Without the armor, any ordinary person would have been torn apart in seconds. Even these mutated rodents' fangs could not pierce Chen Luo's custom-forged plating. Cursing inwardly, Chen Luo drew his electric baton and unleashed a jolt. Given their tight clustering, a single half-meter strike could incapacitate 3 or 4 at once. These rats possessed nowhere near the resilience of zombies. While a zombie merely collapsed unconscious under such voltage, a rat died instantly on contact. Anticipating this scenario, Chen Luo's armor incorporated non-conductive alloys. Electrocuted rats dropped lifelessly, but within a heartbeat, eager replacements surged forward to fill every vacant inch. The swarm's numbers proved less dire than feared. Not thousands, nor even hundreds of thousands. Chen Luo exhaled. His baton could still prevail. Yet the unmoving Rat King weighed heavily on his mind. A mutant. In this apocalypse, all beings, survivors, zombies, mutated creatures, grew in power gradually. But rare individuals underwent sudden mutation, a violent exponential surge in strength. Such mutants burned through their life essence like wildfire, surviving mere months, sometimes only hours. The greater the leap in power, the shorter the remaining lifespan. Their strength would thereafter remain fixed, incapable of further growth. Yet regardless of how brief their existence, encountering one alive was sheer misfortune, akin to stepping in dog waste. This Rat King was unmistakably such a mutant. On only the second day of the apocalypse, no natural evolution could have produced such a monstrous form. Having lured part of the swarm, Fawang raced down the corridor, then without slowing crashed headlong through the glass at its end and tumbled outside. Ignoring his own pain, Fawang sprinted back toward Chen Luo, barking fiercely to divert the rats. The unattached low-intelligence rodents immediately split their pursuit, many veering after him. The Rat King narrowed its eyes, calculating that even its speed might not suffice to catch this lightning-swift dog. Better to feast on humans first. With terrifying speed, it lunged at Su Daju, the man in front, and sent him crashing to the ground. In that perilous instant, Su Daju did not falter. Grimfist, he jammed the electric baton hard against the Rat King's body, yet the weapon failed utterly. Only a fleeting spasm of pain crossed the beast's face. Instead, it clamped its jaws tighter, crunching savagely against the armor. A sharp, sickening crack echoed. A deep fissure split the plating. One more bite, and the armor would shatter. The Rat King was cunning. It would sink its teeth into the neck area of Su Dazu's armor. If the armor were pierced, Su Dazu's throat would be laid bare to the Rat King's fangs. The outcome was plain to see. Chen Luo undoubtedly wanted to save Su Daju, yet clearly the electric baton could not threaten the Rat King in the short term. This Rat King was at least level 3, perhaps level 4, and its strength lay in physical prowess rather than by ordinary means. It was impossible to kill it quickly. Someone might argue that Fa Wong was weaker than the Rat King. Yet how long would the Rat King live? Perhaps in a few minutes, it would suddenly drop dead without needing to be killed. Chen Luo was grateful that last night he had broken through to a level 2 ability user. Otherwise, both he and Su Daju would surely have died. There was still a sliver of hope. Unluckily, they had run into a pack of mutated rats, including a mutated Rat King. They were fortunate that Fa Wong had led most of the mutated rats away. Chen Luo produced 2 slabs of pork from his ability space and flung them to the ground as some of the rats could not resist and pounced on the meat. Relief rushed over Chen Luo. No longer bothered by the rats clinging to him, he gripped the electric baton and closed in on the Rat King. A look of disdain flickered in the Rat King's eyes. Could this baton threaten me? They'll bite him to death first, then you. The baton was a distraction. The true weapon was the void sword he can. The Rat King was intelligent. If it sensed danger and chose to flee, the briefly condensed void sword would be useless. Chen Luo would be finished. Left hand holding the baton, the right had already formed a faint luminous blade. A ruthless glint passed through Chen Luo's eyes. Die. Having already bitten through the armor at Su Dazu's neck and on the verge of finishing him, the Rat King suddenly bristled, sensing a life-threatening danger. It glanced at Chen Luo in astonishment and tried to flee, but the distance between them was inches. Was it already too late to escape? Chen Luo's blade sliced across the Rat King's neck. A normal sword might only cut into its flesh. Chen Luo's void sword cleaved the Rat King cleanly in two. Head separated from body. Strangely, no blood flowed. The Rat King, endowed with astonishing vitality, had been grievously wounded, yet did not die outright. The headless body convulsed while the large head desperately tried to press back toward the torso, as if to rejoin. Though impossible, the Rat King could still snap and bite. Having used the void sword, Chen Luo was drenched in sweat and collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, devoid of any strength. Su Daju was not dead. With the Rat King no longer pinning him, he seized the Rat King's head and hurled it. After a few flutters, the Rat King fell silent. Exhausted, Chen Luo smiled. The Rat King was dead, and the remaining rats were no longer a threat. Chen Luo no longer had the strength to wield the baton. He pulled it from his ability space and let Su Daju administer shocks to the remaining rats one by one. 5 minutes later, even the rats Fa Wong had lured away were electrocuted to death. Chen Luo scraped together a little strength, sat up on the steps, and withdrew 3 bottles of mineral water from his space. Why 3 bottles for Chen Luo and Su Dezhu? Fa Wang had a share, of course. Chen Luo guzzled a bottle, drew a ragged breath, still shaken. He had almost died. Had he not brought Su Dezhu today, he would surely have perished. Even if he managed to kill the Rat King, the remaining rats would have been intolerable. They could not tear through armor at once, but they could wear it down bit by bit. Damn it. Though I was reborn, my strength was not restored. After looting the granary, I must lie low and cultivate for a while. Chen Luo stood, patted Su Dezhu on the shoulder, and said nothing. Everything remained unspoken. Ordinary rats did not necessarily carry crystals, they were too weak. Even if they did, those crystals were far inferior to zombie crystals and useless to Chen Luo. Chen Luo approached the Rat King's head, and with great effort cut it open, extracting a crystal no larger than half a quail's egg. It was already sizable. Ordinary zombie crystals were only the size of grains of rice. Besides the crystal, the Rat King bore one other valuable item. Those were its 2 sharp incisors. Once Su Dezhu grew stronger, ordinary weapons would find it hard to pierce his body, but these fangs could. Fashioned into weapons, they would be excellent. Prizing them out of the Rat King's mouth was no easy task. Chen Luo had no strength left, so he left it to Su Dezhu. With great effort, Su Dezhu finally retrieved the 2 fangs. Chen Luo said, "Let's go check the basement." The rat swarm had been dealt with. The basement should pose little danger. If zombies were inside, the rats would have attacked them. Had Chen Luo arrived a few days later, the zombies outside the granary might already have been gone. Still, he entered cautiously while Fa Wang continued to patrol. Aside from a dozen human remains and a few mutated rats, there was nothing else. Chen Luo switched on the basement lights, and the entire scene revealed itself. It stretched out of sight and was very spacious. Sacks of grain were stacked high. Chen Luo took only a quick look and secured what he could. Not until after 8 that evening did Chen Luo finish loading all the grain into his ability space. He estimated some 60,000 tons of rice and 20,000 tons of flour. This was the city's largest granary. There were others, but Chen Luo did not intend to go too far and too dangerous. Today he nearly had a disaster. Such an amount of grain could feed 10,000 people for decades, more than enough. Besides, his ability space was nearly full and could not hold any more. Su Dezhu gaped. "Brother, how big is your ability space?" Chen Luo smiled. "Not that large, about the size of this granary." Chen Luo's face turned serious. "Dezhu, you must not under any circumstances let anyone know I hoarded these supplies. Whoever it is, do not tell." Su Dezhu was the taciturn type, but he nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, brother. I know. I'd rather die than tell." In his previous life, Chen Luo had only this one brother. In this life, with Chen Luo's present heart, it was hard to imagine anyone else truly earning that title. Friends and brothers are not the same. Across 2 lifetimes, this one brother meant more than anything. Around 7, the granary's power cut out. If Chen Luo recalled correctly, much of the city had already lost electricity by then. The sky was dark and driving was unsafe, so Chen Luo decided to rest in the truck cabin for the night and return at dawn. After absorbing the crystals, he did not advance. He still needed to absorb roughly 150 crystals to reach level 3 ability user. At least 3 more days. Fearing Su Dezhu would be bored, Chen Luo took out a fully charged phone and headphones for him to play offline games or watch a movie. The phone had 512 gigabytes of storage. The truck's cab was spacious, intended as living space for 2 drivers. Chen Luo also took out a phone and began watching a film. Unexpectedly, Fa Wang stood behind him, watching with keen interest. "Brother Jian, a massive truck is approaching from that direction." On a roadside at dawn, 4 young adults staggered forward, thirsty, famished, scanning the vehicles that occasionally veered off course, hoping to find supplies. The one called Brother Jian was Wang Jian, a young man in his mid-20s. Upon hearing the call, he turned, and sure enough, a large freight truck loomed ahead. A flicker of delight lit his face. Wang Jian waved his hand. "Stop it." The other 3 instantly complied and began daydreaming. That truck must be loaded with something. Perhaps a full cargo of instant meals. A truckload of watermelons wouldn't be bad either, quenching thirst and staving off hunger. Any fruit would, even if it carries no supplies. My uncle's a long-haul driver. I know for certain truckers always keep crates of bottled water, salted eggs, braised chicken legs, and biscuits aboard. Just saying that made their stomachs growl louder. "Brother Jian, if he refuses to stop, you'll have to use your divine power to puncture his tires." The other 2 nodded, eagerly gazing at Wang Jian with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Wang Jian had awakened his ability the previous night, suddenly discovering he could manipulate metal. Initially believing he could control anything, he soon realized his power extended solely to metallic substances. His companions witnessed this firsthand, stunned into silence. An ability. They had no idea survivors would begin awakening such powers at varying speeds over the next fortnight. This was the privilege reserved for protagonists in novels, and so they clung to him fiercely. transforming the ordinary, unremarkable Wang Jian overnight into Brother Jian, their undisputed leader. Wang Jian swelled with pride. My destiny is extraordinary. This world shall kneel before me in time. Like many newly awakened adepts, he grew arrogant, convinced heaven ranked first, earth second, and himself third. He was no exception. With Wang Jian's nod, the three rushed to block the road's center while he stood aloof by the roadside, exuding authority. The oncoming truck belonged to Chen Luo. Stop! Pull over now. At their shouts, Chen Luo smirked faintly, daring them to keep standing in his path. As always, he maintained full speed. Faced with the thundering freighter, the trio dared not stand firm. They cursed violently instead. Wang Jian's expression darkened. So little respect. Already prepared, Wang Jian produced a long, sharp iron nail and, channeling his metal manipulation ability, hurled it like a dart toward the rear tire of Chen Luo's heavy-duty truck. The punctured tire instantly deflated. Chen Luo felt the chassis shudder violently, startled. What just happened? He had no choice but to halt and inspect. Seeing Chen Luo slow and stop, Wang Jian and his three companions grinned triumphantly and hurried forward. Two of them immediately flung open the truck's cargo compartment. Wang Jian strode to the driver's window, slamming his palm against the glass with venomous fury. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop, eh? Go on, try running again. Before the apocalypse, Wang Jian had never been so brazen. But awakening an ability and being fawned over by three sycophantic underlings had inflated his ego beyond measure. Get out, don't play dead. Chen Luo stared dumbfounded. Was this kid the one who'd sabotaged his vehicle? Rage surged. He needed that truck to get home. 90 kilometers still lay between him and home. Without this heavy-duty rig, the journey through the city would be perilous. Ordinary cars couldn't navigate the urban wasteland. The two who'd opened the cargo bay recoiled in disappointment. The compartment was utterly empty. Brother Jian, nothing here. Not a single thing, they shouted. Wang Jian's heart sank, then burned hotter with fury. Get out now. Chen Luo trembled with anger. What a backstabbing rat. Chen Luo rolled down the window and slammed a tightly condensed spatial sphere directly onto Wang Jian's face. Caught off guard, Wang Jian took the full impact. The spatial sphere detonated on contact. Wang Jian shrieked, a raw guttural cry, as his face exploded into ruined flesh and skin torn away, leaving only mangled bone and gore. He collapsed unconscious. Wang Jian had never imagined anyone else possessed abilities, not when he believed himself the protagonist. Stunned by this reversal, the remaining three fled in blind terror. Wasn't Brother Jian the protagonist? How could he just die? Chen Luo patted Fa Wang's rump. Fa Wang understood instantly and leapt from the truck to hunt them down. After calming his fury somewhat, Chen Luo explained, "Dezhu, I'm not cruel by nature. If we were ordinary people caught in their hands, imagine what would follow." It was only the third day of the apocalypse, and Su Dezhu still grasped its brutality only dimly, so Chen Luo clarified. Under Fa Wang's pursuit, the last three fell swiftly. Chen Luo's rage subsided, but the damage remained. A ruined truck did not repair itself. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu disembarked and inspected the vehicle, quickly spotting the punctured rear tire completely deflated and flattened. Where could one find a tire repairman in this desolate wilderness? With no alternative, Chen Luo drew upon his stored learning materials, self-reliant, self-taught. Alongside countless films, novels, and games, he'd archived vast educational resources. Yes, actual academic materials: agriculture, circuitry, biology, medicine, horticulture. Anything publicly available he'd meticulously copied. Guided by those texts, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu labored exhaustively and finally patched the tire. Fortunately, his spatial realm held an array of essential tools. Chen Luo shrugged wryly. Another skill added to his repertoire. Just as he prepared to depart, he remembered. He hadn't yet retrieved Wang Jian's crystal. Awakened survivors generated crystals too, far more potent than those harvested from zombies. Thus, in this new world, betrayal by fellow humans proved far deadlier than any undead threat. Wang Jian had awakened only recently. His crystal surpassed even the lowest-tier zombies in efficacy, yet its utility remained modest. It wasn't until 3 p.m. that Chen Luo finally reached home, having skipped lunch entirely. After devouring a lavish meal, Chen Luo stretched languidly. Surveying the chaotic table, he glanced at Fa Wang. If only you knew how to wash dishes. Fa Wang tightened instinctively, eyes wide. Have some decency, will you? When the apocalypse broke out, it wasn't long before the signal was inexplicably cut off. The water supply became contaminated, and survivors, either careless or desperate, drank the water. The consequences were dire. Mild cases resulted in severe stomach pain, while severe cases led to high fever and coma, ultimately causing death. Later on, the survivors' bodies gradually became stronger, allowing them to drink the contaminated water. However, one could only imagine how many corpses and mutated creatures had soaked in these water sources. But what could one do if they didn't drink? At the same time, this water would suppress the powers of the ability users. By the evening of the second day of the apocalypse, power outages began in certain areas and soon spread. June was summer, and the hot weather accelerated the spoilage of fruits, vegetables, and meats. While fruits and vegetables fared slightly better, meat could not be consumed after 2 or 3 days. Within a month, survivors could only rely on various snacks and packaged fast foods to stave off hunger. The thought of enjoying a delicious meal had become the greatest luxury. Having anything to eat was already fortunate. Those lacking courage and strength had no food at all, or they perished while searching for sustenance. However, none of this concerned Chen Luo. The mage was contemplating whether to have braised pork or ribs today. Eating every day, every meal, had become somewhat monotonous. Today he decided to change things up and eat something lighter. In the living room with the curtains drawn, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu used the large LCD TV to play PSP games. Such a dull life. Eating, playing, then sleeping. Wasting time and waiting for death. But now was the apocalypse, and he had no intention of saving the world. Picking up a chilled cola, Chen Luo sighed. He didn't want to live like this either. But what could he do? He felt just glancing back at the mage who was fixated on the TV. Chen Luo said, "Go find some zombies to practice on and try to master some new skills." The mage had already advanced to level 2 yesterday, significantly increasing his ability to use other lightning-based skills. However, mastering these skills was not automatic. One had to comprehend them personally. Chen Luo only knew spatial abilities and could not assist with other types. He had to rely on himself. Training in combat was the fastest way to improve. The mage struggled to tear his gaze away from the LCD TV. The game looked entertaining. It was one thing to not let the dog play games, but not even letting him watch was too much. Chen Luo chuckled, inwardly reminded of his childhood, when he brought a GBA to school surrounded by classmates watching him play. But I'm doing this for your own good. If the dog doesn't practice, he won't achieve anything. Su Dezhu also advanced to level 2 yesterday. Though he and the mage had some differences, the gap was not apparent at the early stages due to rapid advancement. Su Dezhu was different. He was a power-type ability user with no skills to master. Advancement meant becoming physically stronger and more powerful, requiring only combat experience. But the zombies outside were still at the lowest level. There was nothing to gain from sparring with them. Seeing the mage stand up and open the door to leave, Chen Luo suddenly recalled something and hurriedly spoke. "Wait a moment." The mage turned to look at Chen Luo, wondering if he was worried about his safety and was giving him a reminder. Chen Luo then said, "Please take the 2 trash bags I've packed and throw them in the dumpster." The mage, "You don't even treat the dog like a dog, do you?" Watching the mage leave, Chen Luo shook his head. "You really don't make things easy for me. When will you learn to take out the trash yourself? Then you'll be a mature dog. If I don't instruct you, you won't do it on your own side." Su Dezhu laughed awkwardly beside them, feeling sorry for the mage. Chen Luo replied, "Forget about him. Let's continue playing." By 6:30 in the evening, it was time for dinner. However, Chen Luo felt distressed. Eating rich meals every day was not sustainable, and his stomach was feeling a bit uncomfortable. When Chen Luo had just been reborn, he had been craving meat for a long time, not wanting to eat anything else. The first things that came to mind were greasy fried chicken buckets and roast duck. The ready-made meals he ordered were all heavy meat dishes. There were vegetarian options too, but they consisted of dry-fried cauliflower, shredded cabbage, and oil-braised eggplant. There were no simple stir-fried greens or vegetable and egg soup at all. Who could withstand this? Chen Luo felt regretful. He had miscalculated. Chen Luo had plenty of ingredients that could last him 10 lifetimes, along with study materials and an abundance of cooking videos. But just watching videos wouldn't make everyone a great chef. At that moment, Chen Luo didn't want to eat anything. He just wanted a bowl of vegetable soup. But there was none. He couldn't even rely on the mage to take out the trash. It was impossible for Chen Luo to do it himself. The mage was too clumsy and couldn't handle many things. Chen Luo desperately needed a maid to take care of his daily life. Living in a way where everything was handed to him, he needed someone to wash dishes, clean, and manage chores. Chen Luo immediately thought of Ma Yu, who had incredible cooking skills. If she were around, he could eat whatever he wanted, and after finishing, she could help him wash the dishes. Chen Luo felt she had a pleasant personality and was easy on the eyes. He had thought of this even before the Chen Luo had no idea if she was alive or dead. Even if she was alive, it would be better to starve her for a few days for easier management. However, now it was Chen Luo, the severe, lazy person, who desperately needed a nanny. Seeing the mage constantly struggling, Chen Luo felt a bit uncomfortable and thought it was time to liberate the mage. When Ma Yu came to teach Chen Luo cooking, he had specifically escorted her home once. She now lived in an employee dormitory of a 5-star hotel not far from Chen Luo's home, where she worked. She was recruited by Chen Luo with a high salary to teach him cooking skills. If Ma Yu lived too far away or in a bustling area, Chen Luo would have directly given up on this idea. After all, she wasn't the only option in the world. Chen Luo contemplated playing it safe. He would advance to level 3 tomorrow and check on Ma Yu the day after. If that didn't work out, he would look for other candidates. Chen Luo sighed. For tonight, he would settle for some winter melon and pork soup. After advancing to the second level, Chen Luo can absorb around 50 low-grade crystals every day. For higher-grade crystals, the quantity decreases accordingly. The crystal from the Magic King took Chen Luo over a week to fully absorb. Tests indicate that absorbing a crystal once a day is the optimal method. Keeping the body in a state of hunger allows for slightly more absorption than absorbing every few hours. With a sharp pain in his mind, the crystal in Chen Luo's consciousness underwent a small transformation. Chen Luo smiled, having advanced to a level 3 ability user. Only 4 days have passed. In his past life, it took Chen Luo a month and a half to reach this level. Even with the Magic King's impressive talent and his full effort to absorb crystals daily, it still took half a month to rise from level 2 to level 3. Yet Chen Luo only needed 3 days. Oh Magic King, you should count yourself lucky to be with me in this life, who otherwise dealing with you wouldn't require sneak attacks. The power of the abilities within Chen Luo can be referred to as magic or mana. Compared to level 2, not only has the purity increased, but the quantity has nearly tripled. The Void Sword, which could only last 5 seconds before, can now sustain for 20 seconds. His strength has seen a significant boost. However, to use Void Walking, he still lacks a great deal, needing at least to reach level 4. The current zombies haven't even reached the level of a level 1 ability user. One could say they are at level 0 and are very weak. After level 4, the crystals from level 0 zombies will be of no use to Chen Luo. At that point, his strength will no longer increase rapidly. Even now, the crystals from level 0 zombies have little effect on Chen Luo. To advance to level 4, he would need at least 1,000 crystals. Chen Luo has very few crystals left in hand and must replenish them significantly. While searching for Mayu, he can conveniently gather some near that 5-star hotel. The next morning, Chen Luo set out with Su Daju and the Magic King. Passing by the supermarket in the neighborhood, he witnessed an interesting scene. A young man whom Chen Luo recognized lived in the same neighborhood and was someone he had often seen. However, familiarity has diminished. Nowadays, living next to someone doesn't guarantee knowing their surname. This young man hurriedly emerged from the supermarket with a heavy bag of items, eager to leave. Chen Luo had essentially cleared out the supplies in this supermarket. Some scattered items either fell on the ground or were left in corners which Chen Luo was too lazy to collect, so only a few remained. At that moment, a woman burst out of the supermarket, trying to snatch the items from the young man's hands while crying, "You've taken everything from the supermarket. How can I survive? Share half with me." Even though it was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, everyone knew the value of resources. Only with food could one live. The young man ignored her and forcefully shook her off, saying, "Get away from me. Whether you have food is none of my... If you don't give me some, I'll hold on to you. If zombies come, we'll both be done for." The young man immediately conceded, saying, "You're tough. Ooh, I'll give you some if you let go of me." The woman released him, but kept a firm grip on his clothing. Unexpectedly, the young man showed a fierce expression, pulled out a dagger from his pocket, and stabbed the woman several times. She slowly collapsed. Now there was no need to share. As 2 zombies wandered closer, the young man saw Chen Luo and his group and hurriedly fled, fearing Chen Luo would take his belongings. Sometimes having guts and speed can make up for not being able to fight zombies. Chen Luo shook his head. The young man was not a good person, but what did that matter to him? He had no right to judge others, as he himself was no saint. After his rebirth, Chen Luo never intended to be a good person. Good people don't live long, and the ones who die the quickest are the good ones. I am not a hero and do not wish to be a good person. Getting into the heavy truck, Chen Luo contemplated which route to take. The once bustling international metropolis has lost its former glamour and appears somewhat desolate, with the occasional roar of zombies echoing. Fortunately, the 5-star hotel where Mayu is located, although within the city, is not in the city center. Otherwise, Chen Luo wouldn't have dared to venture. It's too dangerous. If the truck can't move, getting out would bring at least 1,000 zombies swarming. Driving a heavy truck in the city feels somewhat out of place. Normally, trucks like Chen Luo's are prohibited from operating within the city. On both sides of the road are mostly residential areas, and many survivors are constantly watching the situation on the road. Upon seeing Chen Luo's truck, many shout out, "Driver, what's happening outside? Can you tell us? Driver, can you bring some food up? I'll pay anything. I'll offer 10,000. Just bring me something. I'm not picky. Anything will do. I'll offer 100,000. Bring me some pork." Chen Luo rolled his eyes, too lazy to respond. "I'm not Tang Sung, and you aren't Bai Long Ma." Such shouting usually brings trouble for Chen Luo, but he can't go door to door teaching them manners. In the city, the heavy truck really can't speed up. There are too many roadblocks and turns. In less than 20 minutes, Chen Luo arrived at the back entrance of Yunlai International Hotel. Chen Luo said, "Daju, put on your gear and get out of the car." Su Daju nodded and donned his armor. The 3 of them, along with a dog, exited the vehicle. This time, Su Daju didn't carry an electric baton, but instead wielded a solid iron rod. The electric baton has limited power, and after advancing to level 2, Su Daz's strength has greatly increased, making the lethality of the iron rod higher than that of the baton. Trailing closely behind Chen Luo, there were at least 40 or 50 zombies that hadn't lost track of him. Seeing Chen Luo and Su Dazhu get out of the car, they rushed forward. Chen Luo still held the electric baton, while Su Dazhu raised the iron rod and struck the zombies' heads with force. This blow was heavy enough to smash the heads of both zombies and survivors. The head of one zombie immediately split open, blood and brains splattering everywhere, leading to its instant demise. The head is the zombie's weak point. If Su Dazhu hit them elsewhere, they would never die easily. Su Dazhu swung the iron rod repeatedly. One zombie after another fell under his hands. His efficiency was not any less than Chen Luo wielding the electric baton. If Chen Luo didn't rely on the electric baton, but used his spatial abilities, even as a level 3 ability user, he couldn't match Su Dazhu's efficiency. In the early stages, physical ability users have a significant advantage. It can't be said that Chen Luo can't defeat Su Dazhu. Zombies can't harm Su Dazhu at this time, but Chen Luo can still slice him with a sword. Chen Luo could potentially be replaced by Su Dazhu, but the agile magic king under Chen Luo's guidance has become quite adept at walking the dog. Chen Luo stepped out with a primary purpose of collecting crystals. Naturally, the zombies that were killed could not be wasted, so Chen Luo and Su Dazhu collected the crystals after slaying the zombies. Chen Luo appeared relaxed as he swiftly gathered the crystals, while Su Dazhu felt quite uncomfortable facing the bloody heads of the zombies. Chen Luo's collection speed was at least 3 times that of Su Dazhu. As for the Law King, it was better not to mention him. This task was beyond his capabilities. The 3 of them, along with a dog, rampaged through the horde of zombies, quickly collecting over 300 zombie crystals. They could continue killing, but it was unnecessary as Su Dazhu was quite exhausted. It was absolutely unwise to wait until they were completely drained of energy before stopping. What would they do if they encountered danger then? Over 300 crystals would be sufficient for 3 days. Chen Luo glanced at the hotel staff dormitory they had visited, furrowing his brow. The apocalypse had erupted around 9 o'clock. Was Ma Yu in the dormitory or at work? He hoped she was in the dormitory, otherwise in such a large hotel, even if she was alive, it would be very difficult. To be honest, Chen Luo felt that Ma Yu's chances of survival were rather slim, around 5%. He came here with a mindset of trying his luck as long as it wasn't too dangerous. Entering the staff dormitory, the Law King led the way. The cries of the fallen zombies and the Law King's roars quickly attracted the attention of a dormitory. A young man saw 2 armored figures through the peephole, observing Chen Luo and Su Dazhu slaughtering zombies like they were mere mortals. Though terrified, he bravely opened the door a crack, peeking out. "Big brothers, please save me." Lu Wenbo was a staff member of Yunlai Hotel. At the start of the apocalypse, he was resting, and he was the only one in the dormitory. Surviving on stored snacks and 2 bottles of mineral water, he had managed to hold on until now, but he felt he could not last much longer. This time Chen Luo did not coldly turn away. Instead, he asked, "Do you know Ma Yu?" Lu Wenbo nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Ma Yu was quite famous among the staff at Yunlai Hotel. Hardly anyone didn't recognize her. Firstly, her exquisite cooking skills were unmatched within the entire Yunlai Hotel, and secondly, although Ma Yu wasn't a stunning beauty, she had the aura of a mature woman, looking quite attractive with outstanding poise. She was the goddess of many male staff members at Yunlai Hotel. Chen Luo smiled and asked, "Do you know which dormitory she is in?" Lu Wenbo nodded. "I know, but she shouldn't be there." On the morning of the disaster, there was a huge business meeting at the hotel, and she was likely preparing the ingredients for it. Chen Luo said, "Lead the way and I will give you some benefits." Lu Wenbo did not dare to propose any conditions. These 2 were slaying zombies without batting an eye. To him, zombies were already quite terrifying. Although the possibility of Ma Yu being in the dormitory was slim, Chen Luo still wanted to take a trip. What if she was there? It would be a waste of effort otherwise. There weren't many people in the staff dormitory, most of them were at work. Lu Wenbo pointed to a dormitory on the 4th floor, saying, "It's this one." Chen Luo tried the door. It was locked, and he gestured to Su Dazhu. Su Dazhu understood and kicked the door with great force, breaking it open. Lu Wenbo watched his scalp tingling. If that kick had hit him, he would have been finished on the spot. The dormitory. Chen Luo smiled, relieved not to find Ma Yu turned into a zombie. Otherwise, he would have turned back immediately. "Let's go find the conference hall." When Chen Luo arrived at Yunlai Hotel, Ma Yu's situation was quite dire. At the outbreak of the apocalypse, Ma Yu was in the kitchen preparing food for the lunch banquet of social elites after the meeting. This business meeting was significant, attended by many high-profile business tycoons, and even the big star Lin Ear was invited. At the moment the apocalypse broke out, Ma Yu panicked and fled to the cold storage next to the kitchen. This cold storage was just one of the small cold storages used by the hotel, only about 30 square meters in size. However, the door was very sturdy, preventing zombies from getting in. There was also a switch inside the cold storage, Once turned off, it wouldn't freeze them to death. Many survivors from the meeting had run to the less populated back kitchen area. The kind-hearted Ma Yu quickly led them into the cold storage. There were a total of 9 people, including the big. Inside this cold storage, there were only some rice and vegetables. Without fire, the rice was inedible, and they could only eat some raw vegetables to barely stay alive. In a sealed environment, they still needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. No one dared to go outside the cold storage to use the restroom as zombies roamed around. The cold storage was over 30 square meters, but filled with shelves, leaving only enough space to move. Having 9 people inside was indeed a bit cramped, or lying down was impossible, and they could only sit on the ground to rest. They also had to leave a large section of space for a makeshift toilet. The entire cold storage was filled with a foul odor worse than a public restroom, which at least had flushing. And the closest to this makeshift toilet was Ma Yu, the benefactor who had led the others into safety. This was something Ma Yu had never expected. It's not hard to understand among these 9 people except for Ma Yu, they were either high-ranking hotel executives, Ma Yu's absolute superiors, or a big star with the highest status being a business tycoon named Li Lin. With status again, he was also the CEO of a considerable company. Ma Yu as a chef had the lowest status. If she didn't stay away from the toilet, who would be closest? In this small cold storage, class distinctions were clear. None of them would realize it was the end of the world, still foolishly waiting for rescue. Positions were arranged according to their status. At this moment, Ma Yu held her head, feeling quite cold. Next to her was the big star Lin Yi, who had her mouth covered tightly with a mask. Sitting for a long time made Lin Yi quite uncomfortable. Instinctively, she wanted to stretch her legs, but accidentally kicked Ma Yu. Ma Yu frowned but said nothing. Instead, after several days of confinement, Lin Yi was in a bad mood and sternly said, "Move over there a bit." Ma Yu was taken aback. "Go a little closer." Ma Yu coldly replied, "If you want to go, go yourself." Lin Yi furrowed her brows fiercely. "What's your status compared to mine?" The hotel manager interjected, "Ma Yu, Lin Yi is our esteemed guest. Show a little more courtesy." The hotel manager had almost treated the business tycoon Li Lin like a father over the past few days, hoping to gain favor from him in return after being rescued. Ma Yu had already endured enough grievances over these days and exploded in anger. "I am a person, and so are you. What's the difference? Are you not human?" Lin Yi's expression darkened, and without saying a word, she kicked at Ma Yu. Had it not been for Ma Yu steadying herself against the shelf, the consequences would have been dire. The 2 women began to fight. Li Lin looked displeased. He was somewhat older, in his 50s, and wanted Ma Yu to massage him, but she refused. Li Lin glanced at the dwindling vegetables, knowing they wouldn't last much longer. His expression turned cold. "Throw her out." Among the 9 people in the cold storage, all but the chef Ma Yu could be considered elites of society. Their minds were sharp. They were fully aware of the situation in the cold storage, realizing that without reducing personnel, the supplies would be insufficient. Having 1 less person would also make the space feel less cramped. The first to agree was, of course, the superstar Lin Yi, who had just had a conflict with Ma Yu. Surprisingly, the second to agree was the hotel manager. "Ma Yu, as you can see, the space here is insufficient. For the greater good, we can only sacrifice you a bit. You should escape to another place and see if you can find safety." "Escape? Outside there are zombies guarding. Ma Yu hasn't eaten or drunk while these past few days, and his body is extremely weak. After squatting for so long, his legs are numb, he can hardly run. Going out would mean certain death." No one opposed. It was a matter of personal interest, and having 1 less person meant a greater chance of survival. Even though Ma Yu had saved them, it seemed that the collective sentiment was against him. Ma Yu looked at this group of people in disbelief, a phrase floating in his mind: "In June, under the scorching sun, I fan myself, and my heart is cold." Feeling utterly cold, Ma Yu thought that if he had known, he wouldn't have opened the door at that time, letting them be bitten by zombies while he stayed hidden in the cold storage. This was clearly a plot to make him die. "Fine, if I die, may you not survive either." In the brief moment Ma Yu prepared to open the door, he braced himself against it, luring the zombies and ready to perish together. The other 8 were not foolish. They were not so easily reassured. They watched the zombies wandering back and forth, and seizing the opportunity, when no zombies were in front of the door, they opened it just a crack to let Ma Yu out. Lin Yi forcefully kicked Ma Yu in the butt, sending him tumbling in front of the door. She left him with a single remark: "This is the fate of opposing me," and the door to the cold storage slammed shut. Ma Yu wanted to cry, but he forced it back. Being able to observe the situation outside from within the cold storage, crying now would only make him the laughingstock. He was so angry that at that moment, he felt no fear, only rage. Whoever could kill this group of people, he would pay any price. But it seemed there was no chance left. 2 zombies had caught the scent of Ma Yu, instantly changing their aimless, wandering howling as they lunged toward him. Ma Yu's mind went blank, with only one thought: how ridiculous. I saved a group of people only to be killed by them. Faced with the oncoming zombies, he knew there was no escape, so he closed his eyes and waited for death. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu, under the guidance of Lu Wenba, who was familiar with the hotel environment, arrived at the 4th floor via a staircase not far from the cold storage. Hearing Lin Yi'er speaking, Chen Luo walked over to take a look and happened to see 2 zombies lunging at Mayu. At first, he wasn't sure it was Mayu, but the long braid behind him made him think it resembled Mayu. But the King of Law confirmed it. He had seen Mayu several times and knew that he had come here to find him. He was familiar with Mayu's scent. The King of Law sprang into action, covering the distance of several meters in just a second. With a powerful head, but he charged at the zombies. The physical capabilities of the King of Law had increased along with his level. The 2 zombies standing close together were knocked down by his charge, and Su Dezhu quickly followed up with finishing blows. Chen Luo looked at Mayu with immense joy. The chef is alive. I'm in for a treat. 5 days. Do you know how I've spent these past 5 days? There is a scene in the movie God of Cookery where an incredibly ugly chef has amazing skills, but Stephen Chow feels no appetite looking at him. Poor reviews. A chef who is both skilled and good-looking is a rare find. Otherwise, if I had to eat meals made by a rough man, I would deduct 80 points directly. Mayu looked at the King of Law in astonishment, as she recognized him especially without the distinguishing feature of his left ear. Chen Luo approached smiling. Mayu, it's me, Chen Luo. I came specifically to save you. I took such great risks to come here. Do you feel moved? Devote yourself wholeheartedly to being my chef. After the surprise, Mayu was indeed moved and excitedly said, Chen Luo, thank you. Just as Su Dezhu was about to help Mayu up, several zombies around them, as well as those in the grand conference hall, heard the commotion and began rushing over. With no time to catch up with Mayu, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu guarded the door, one on the left and one on the right, with the King of Law in between, slaughtering the incoming zombies. The zombies came in waves. If there were over 100 zombies concentrated together, Chen Luo wouldn't dare to take them heed. After a short while, not a single living zombie remained. Meanwhile, the few people in the cold storage watched everything through a small window on the cold storage door, but they couldn't hear the conversation between Chen Luo and the others. Lin Yi'er excitedly covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. They were saved. After 5 days of perseverance, they were finally rescued. The business tycoon Li Lin's leg no longer hurt. However, the people in the cold storage were not at ease. They waited until there were no more zombies before opening the door. Li Lin smiled broadly, saying, thank you, 2 heroes, for saving us. Lin Yi'er removed her mask, revealing a smile, her demure and pure demeanor on display. Hello, I am Lin Yi'er. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Without taking off her mask, how could Chen Luo know she was Lin Yi'er? She was a top star, just a step away from being a megastar. Perhaps these 2 were her diehard fans, taking better care of her than Li Lin. Chen Luo glanced at her and thought, oh, you're celebrating too early. Chen Luo asked Mayu what happened. Is there anything I can help you with? Everyone else was safely hiding in the cold storage, and only Mayu had been outside, nearly eaten by zombies. Chen Luo could easily guess that something unsavory had occurred. For some reason, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, a wave of grievance surged in Mayu's heart, and she choked back the story of what had happened. Chen Luo listened with a cold smile, saying, that's why you shouldn't be a good person. Mayu had value, which is why Chen Luo came to save her. Without value, he wouldn't care if she lived or died. Li Lin exchanged glances with a few others seemingly familiar with Mayu. In this world, there's nothing that money can't settle. Li Lin smiled and said, this young man, could you please take me home? After the crisis is resolved, I would like you to work at my company with a monthly salary of 200,000. 200,000 is not a small amount. That's over 2 million a year. How many workers can earn that much? A few years of work would make one a millionaire. One person took out a check and presented it to Chen Luo, saying, as long as you take me to a safe place, fill in any amount. Chen Luo thought, not knowing if he could write a billion. This was what they called a blank check. Mayu wanted to laugh at this, as she didn't know how wealthy Chen Luo was, but at least she knew that his villa was worth several hundreds of millions. Among those present, the only one richer than Chen Luo was probably Li Lin. Everything, Mayu said, enraged Su Dezhu. He detested those who repay kindness with malice. They saved you, and yet you want to send them to their deaths. Is this something a person can do? Su Dezhu couldn't help but step forward, giving each of them a heavy slap. Lin Yi'er did not spare them either. Su Dezhu's strength left them dizzy. Li Lin shouted angrily, you. In the end, he dared not speak harshly. He had just witnessed how these 2 tortured and killed zombies. These people covered their faces, daring to be angry, but not voicing it. Lin Yi'er lowered her head, feeling an endless humiliation. Lu Wenba gaped, wondering how they could be so bold, unafraid of their revenge. These individuals were not simple. Their connections ran deep. The conditions they offered made Chen Luo sneer. In this apocalypse, does money still hold value? Even toilet paper is better than this. Living in a dream is one thing, but 200,000 a month. Damn, looking down on people. As for Lin Yi'er, this big star, she was among those suffering the most in the apocalypse, possessing good looks, yet burdened by the aura of a celebrity. Countless evil hands reached out to her, making her life worse than death. Mayu was infuriated. Had it not been for Chen Luo, she would have been dead. Unable to restrain herself, she slapped Li Lin and the others with Lin Ear being the primary target. Ma Yu lacked strength and her slaps were not loud at all. While not very harmful, they were extremely humiliating. Li Lin restrained his anger and said in a low voice, "Little brother, you have helped your friend vent his anger, and indeed it was our fault. As long as you can take us to a safe place, feel free to name any condition." Chen Luo always adhered to one principle: as long as you are my enemy, if there is an opportunity to eliminate you, I will never let it pass. These people had already been sentenced to death, in Chen Luo's mind. As for the halo of the rich and famous, who cares? Chen Luo, worried about scaring his personal chef, pretended to go out to find rope and returned with some taken from the ability space. "Hey, we won't kill you. Oh well, just tie you up. Whether you can survive is up to fate." Li Lin roared, "Isn't this the same as killing us? Do you not respect the law?" Su Dazhu sneered, "Did you not consider this issue when you threw her out?" Originally feeling a bit reluctant, Ma Yu's expression turned cold, but she quietly said to Chen Luo, "Thank you, but let's forget it. Killing them will only bring you trouble." In her consciousness, Ma Yu did not believe that order had completely collapsed. Chen Luo chuckled dismissively, "You saved them, and they all want to harm you. I certainly won't save them. Can they not hold a grudge? Being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself, but don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Li Lin and the others would not sit idle. Seeing the bloodstained iron rod in Su Daz's hand, they had no courage to step forward and resist. They could only scatter like birds and beasts trying to escape. Chen Luo took out an electric baton and gave each would-be escapee a jolt. Screams erupted. Su Dazhu stepped forward to start binding them. What Chen Luo did not expect was that Lin Ear actually knelt down, crawling forward with tears in her eyes, attempting to take off Chen Luo's pants. "Save me, I am willing to do anything." Lin Ear planned to sell her beauty, and despite so many watching, she remained unfazed. Her reputation was not great, and she did not care how others viewed her. She could explain later it would all be just rumors. Chen Luo was taken aback. "Are you really going to strip someone in a disagreement?" Chen Luo said coldly, "Get lost, I find you dirty." Lin Ear said pitifully, "I haven't bathed for several days. Being a bit dirty is unavoidable. You can help me clean up." Lu Wenbao, watching from the side, was extremely envious, shouting in his heart, "Whatever come at me, I don't mind being dirty. This is a big star. This dirt she cannot wash away." Chen Luo stuffed a stinky rag into her mouth. "Let's go, let them fend for themselves." Chen Luo would not leave such a threat, but he feared scaring Ma Yu if he killed them in front of her. He took Ma Yu downstairs, ready to return, having perfectly completed both tasks. In secret, he gave orders to the Law King. The Law King understood and went to the third floor to attract some zombies to Li Lin and Lin Ear. Li Lin and the others screamed as they saw the zombies rushing in, except for Lin Ear, who had her mouth covered. Chen Luo shrugged. "It seems they are not very lucky encountering zombies so soon." Ma Yu sighed. "They will be eaten by the zombies. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Luo." Lu Wenbao opened his mouth. "Big brother, I want to follow you. With such a sturdy leg, killing zombies like drinking water. Being with him would be very safe." Chen Luo chuckled lightly and directly refused. "What makes you think you are worth me taking you in?" Lu Wenbao stammered, unable to reply. Chen Luo handed him Su Daz's iron rod. "Take this, go kill 10 zombies on the street, and I will let you follow me." Lu Wenbao was so frightened that he shook his head repeatedly. No, I don't dare. Given the chance, you are useless." Lu Wenbao led the way, and Chen Luo promised him some benefits, arriving at a small supermarket next to the hotel. Chen Luo looked at his watch and said, "You have 3 minutes for free shopping, then I will escort you back to the dorm as a thank." Seeing Chen Luo with a cold face, Lu Wenbao gritted his teeth and entered the supermarket, grabbing a plastic bag and frantically stuffing it with items. Chen Luo glanced at the supermarket. It was very small with not many valuable items. But since he was there, he felt something was missing if he didn't take something. Chen Luo walked to the tobacco and alcohol counter, taking a dozen of the most expensive cigarettes. In 3 minutes, Lu Wenbao managed to gather 6 large plastic bags of goods, enough for him to eat for a month if he rationed. If he had courage and some luck, he could survive in this apocalypse. Throughout the process, Ma Yu kept pondering what value she had. Friends, don't joke, their friendship was shallow, not worth Chen Luo taking such risks. Looks impossible. There were many more beautiful people like Lin Ear who held no interest for Chen Luo. Recalling when she taught Chen Luo how to cook, he would always devour the dishes she made. Perhaps that was where her value. Chen Luo asked Su Dazhu to escort Lu Wenbao back to the dorm and said lightly, "I need someone for logistics. There's no one to cook, and I'd rather kill zombies than wash dishes. I just remembered you. Are you willing to come back with me? I will ensure your safety. You won't be short of food and drink." To put it a bit arrogantly, meeting me is the luckiest thing in your life. Meeting me is the luckiest thing in your life. This statement is not boastful at all. Who is Chen Luo? He is the reborn king of survival, familiar with the sequence of events in the apocalypse. He did not die in his past life, so he will surely survive until the end in this life. The difference is that he has accumulated an unimaginable amount of supplies measured not in kilograms or bags, but in tons, even tens of thousands of tons. For someone like Chen Luo to fight over a single hot dog shows just how scarce resources are. With Chen Luo, there is clean water and fresh meat. As Chen Luo's exclusive chef and nanny, could he possibly treat her poorly? He is ruthless to enemies, but exceptionally generous to his own people, especially those who are close to him. Maya's heart trembled. Indeed, meeting Chen Luo was her fortune. Without him, she would have just died consumed by zombies. This alone was enough. Without much thought, Maya nodded and said, "I am willing." Chen Luo, having received the answer he desired, smiled. If it were not for this answer, he would have turned around and let her fend for herself. Just as Maya was pondering, she suddenly felt an unusual hunger in her stomach. Previously, in the cold storage, she had eaten some raw vegetables daily, with carrots being the best. But she had not had any for the past 2 days. The meager vegetables she had been eating made her stomach acid increase, causing her great discomfort. Unable to resist, Mayu grabbed a packet of biscuits and devoured them ravenously. Chen Luo did not stop her and said, "Eat less. When we return, we will celebrate your joining with a feast." He added, "Of course, you will be the one to cook." Soon Su Dachu and the King of Law returned, and they all got into a heavy truck. Mayu was astonished to see that Chen Luo could find such a truck. While driving, Chen Luo casually asked, "By the way, Mayu, have you awakened any abilities?" Everyone would awaken their powers whether early or late. Chen Luo explained the concept of abilities and introduced his own and Su Dachu's powers. There was no need to hide the spatial ability from Mayu, since she was a chef, and Chen Luo's spatial ability was equivalent to a refrigerator. However, he would not disclose how many items were in this refrigerator. Mayu thought for a moment and said, "On the 3rd day, I did feel a pain in my head. I'm not sure if I have any power. I've just been too hungry to pay attention." Awakening an ability on the 3rd day might not be considered excellent, but it was definitely not bad. After listening, Mayu focused on feeling the power within her body, and slowly some weak flames began to form in her palm. This startled Mayu. Chen Luo, however, was overjoyed. Cooking requires fire, right? The taste of meals cooked with gas and induction stove charcoal or firewood is quite different. Moreover, dishes prepared with the flames of an ability user are even more delicious. Flame users are not rare, but having someone who is also a master chef is indeed a treasure. If this person happens to be quite pleasing to the eye, then it's like finding a gem. Soon they arrived home smoothly. Chen Luo eagerly took out the ingredients for Mayu, asking her to prepare a grand feast. Mayu already knew about the spatial ability, as she just didn't know its extent, so she wasn't surprised. She had already grasped flames, or was it hard to understand that Chen Luo had mastered space? As the aroma wafted from the kitchen, both the two of them and the dog couldn't help but drool. In just over an hour, Mayu prepared 8 dishes. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shiitake mushrooms with tofu, green pepper and eggs, stir-fried greens, chicken stewed with vermicelli, braised pork with potatoes, cumin, lamb, and stir-fried shrimp with onions. The soup was a seaweed egg flour soup. It was rich in color, fragrance, and taste. The vegetables Chen Luo bought were all packaged at least half an hour before being prepared, so there was still some difference from the freshly cooked dishes. Especially since the taste was also different, Ma's cooking was more fragrant. Initially, Mayu did not intend to make so many, thinking they wouldn't finish, but jokingly Su Dachu could eat them all by himself. Chen Luo and Su Dachu, with their bellies full of oil, looked at the table of dishes and were not embarrassed. However, after 5 days of living on a meager diet of raw vegetables, Mayu couldn't help but swallow hard. Chen Luo chuckled, "What are we waiting for? Let's dig in." As he picked up a piece of tofu, its smooth and delicious texture brought tears to his eyes. Seeking out Mayu was indeed the right decision. Though hungry, Mayu ate slowly, feeling a bit shy as it was her first time. After the meal, Chen Luo contentedly rubbed his belly, feeling very satisfied. Mayu, feeling self-conscious, began cleaning up. Chen Luo happily thought that he would no longer have to wash dishes. Always wanting to do something after tidying up the utensils, Mayu wanted to mop the floor, but Chen Luo first arranged a room for her. "You can take a shower if you want, just be careful not to let any dirty water enter your mouth. You lost your phone, right? Here, take this phone, and this 5000 mAh power bank has movies and novels I've downloaded for you to watch when you're bored." With joining, Chen Luo's life became one where he could just reach out for clothes and food. He no longer had to worry about trivial matters and could enjoy life every day. The King of Law also returned to a normal dog's life. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The crystals Chen Luo obtained from killing zombies were nearly used up. Reaching level 3, he could absorb at least 80 low-level crystals daily. Su Dachu needed 10 crystals a day, the King of Law needed 12 or 13, while the level 1 Mayu required 2 crystals. Mayu was indeed very lucky. While others had to risk their lives to obtain crystals, Chen Luo casually tossed them to her. To advance to a level 4 ability user, at least another 10 days were needed. Chen Luo planned to go out to obtain another batch of crystals. At the same time, he had not forgotten about Mi Ling and Mi Li. It's been 10 days. I wonder if they have suffered during the apocalypse. Surely it hasn't been enough for them to continue starving. But Chen Luo planned to visit Mi Ling and Mi Li's home, not intending to take them in yet, as the timing was not ripe. The purpose was to see if they were at home. Mi Ling was studying at a university in the capital, while Mi Li was a senior high school student. The apocalypse broke out on a weekday, so they might still be at school. Chen Luo intended to check whether they were home. He was sure they had not died. As for Ma Yu, he was uncertain, because he had no connections with her in his past life. He had fought against Mi Ling, and he had seen Mi Li alive with his own eyes. Chen Luo sighed. Resurrection arts, such power, should not be left unmastered lest it invite divine retribution. As he was about to leave, Chen Luo instructed Ma Yu, under no circumstances, regardless of who knocks or what excuse they offer, are you to open the door. Not even if someone were to collapse and die right before your eyes. Secure all windows and doors tightly. Do not lean your head out the window, nor step outside. You alone bear full responsibility for the consequences. After the incident at the hotel's cold storage, Ma Yu was genuinely frightened and solemnly nodded. Chen Luo and Su Deju, the Dharma King, were heading out to collect crystals, leaving Ma Yu alone at home. Taking her along was out of the question, as she would only hinder them. Her sole duty was to manage logistics. Nor could anyone be spared to guard her, not even the Dharma King. He was an exceptionally capable aide. Should danger arise, he might well turn the tide. Chen Luo handed Ma Yu 2 electric batons for self-defense, more than sufficient. Upon stepping out of the residential compound and arriving at the heavy truck's parking spot, his expression darkened. The right side window of the cab had been shattered, utterly demolished, indicating that someone had broken in. Most likely they'd entered merely to search for supplies. Blind, weren't they? Even from outside the window, it was plain there was nothing inside. The cargo compartment, too, had been left wide open, unlatched since their departure. It was unsurprising that the truck had drawn attention after 3 days of abandonment. Chen Luo felt pained for the Dharma King. He hadn't asked him to guard the vehicle, nor was it worth the effort. 2 zombies lunged forward. Chen Luo delivered a single thunderous kick, sending one flying violently backward. Damn it! What kind of guard are you? What use are you then? The zombies stared blankly. Muttering curses under his breath, Chen Luo climbed into the cab and swore inwardly, I'll find whoever did this. He inspected the vehicle carefully. Aside from the broken window, everything else remained intact. He drove the heavy truck onto a nearby street sparsely populated by survivors. When possible, he'd crush zombies with the vehicle. Otherwise, he and Su Deju would dismount and eliminate them manually. Within an hour, Chen Luo had gathered over 300 crystals. As he fought, he deliberately steered his path toward the residential complex where Mi Ling and Mi Li lived. After collecting more than 500 crystals, Su Deju paused, panting heavily. Once he'd caught his breath, Chen Luo entered Mi Li's compound. It was just past 6 o'clock in the evening. The sky dimmed with twilight. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had commissioned thorough intelligence on Mi Ling and Mi Li, not only learning their general preferences, but also pinpointing their exact address with absolute precision. The complex comprised 16 nine-story residential buildings, housing roughly 3,000 residents in peacetime. In the apocalypse, surviving occupants rarely exceeded 1,000. Inside the compound, Chen Luo observed there were only 3 small supermarkets, each barely 30 to 50 square meters. Such modest stores held little in the way of provisions, and to his mild surprise, all 3 stood complete. That was hardly unexpected. Hunger often proved deadlier than zombies, and the bold inevitably scoured for supplies. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Better still, if Mi Ling and Mi Li were holed up at home with no food, how long could they possibly endure? Cutting down zombies as he advanced, Chen Luo arrived at Building 8 and gazed toward Unit 3, Apartment 201, their residence. No lights shone from within, nor from any apartment in the entire compound. Power had long since failed. All curtains in Apartment 201 were drawn shut. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Ordinarily, people rarely drew curtains fully except while sleeping, or when leaving home, they certainly wouldn't shutter every window. Yet in the apocalypse, anyone remaining indoors, unless utterly foolish, would draw the curtains tight for concealment and protection. Still, this alone could not confirm whether Mi Ling and Mi Li were truly inside. There were 2 ways to ascend: the elevator, immediately dismissed, or the staircase. Chen Luo murmured softly, Dharma King, go sniff and determine whether anyone is home. The Dharma King nodded. This, after all, was precisely what a dog ought to do. As he prepared to climb the stairs, his lone remaining right ear twitched sharply. Instantly, he crouched low and emitted a guttural growl. Like a startled hare, the Dharma King darted sideways into a nearby shrub. Meowed. A high-pitched, terrified feline cry pierced the air, then a flash of white shot out from the foliage and fled at blinding speed. The Dharma King had detected the cat hiding in the bushes and gave chase. Though cats were naturally more agile than dogs, he closed the distance swiftly. Within 5 seconds, he'd already overtaken it. Chen Luo froze. A cat. Clearly this one had not undergone zombification. He quickly commanded, Dharma King, don't harm it. Keeping a cat as a companion wasn't a bad idea. While cats and dogs could become zombies, they rarely developed formidable strength. Only rare mutants posed real threats, and those were exceedingly uncommon. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had contemplated buying a cat for companionship, but hesitated, fearing it might turn undead and attack him. In the end, he abandoned the notion entirely. Chen Luo mused, if it's handsome, I'll take you home. If not, well. The Dharma King trotted back, gripping the cat gently by the loose skin of its neck, wearing an unmistakable look of proud expectation. Chen Luo examined the creature closely and was delighted. It was a silver-tipped cat, some 20 centimeters long, with vivid sapphire blue eyes. Its fur lay sleek and lustrous, free of tangles or stray hairs. Its overall appearance was strikingly elegant, like a celestial feline fairy, though of course it might well be male. The cat struggled fiercely in the Dharma King's jaws, but to no avail. As Chen Luo reached out to stroke its soft, fluffy head, a voice suddenly resonated. Wawa, let this stupid dog release me at once. Chen Luo's pupils contracted sharply. He stared stunned at the cat. The voice hadn't sounded aloud. It had echoed directly within his mind. This ability was no stranger to him. Elite psychics wielded telepathy, communicating silently, through sheer force of will, without uttering a word. If the Dharma King, a dog, could command lightning, why shouldn't cats or dogs alike possess psychic? This silver-tipped feline clearly possessed telepathic communion, and possessed enough wit to recognize Chen Luo as the authority, pleading with him to order the Dharma King's release. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed, truly an unexpected boon born of sheer serendipity. Join me and you'll feast daily on fish and meat. Then, feigning stern reprimand, he chided, Dharma King, how uncouth of you. Release her immediately. His words rang hollow. He'd already seized the cat firmly lest it escape. The Dharma King slumped, crestfallen. Fine. Apparently it's all my fault. Once in Chen Luo's hands, the cat ceased struggling. It gazed up at him with wide sapphire blue eyes, and simultaneously a voice chimed once more within his thoughts. I didn't provoke it. I didn't even glance its way. Yet this dog attacked me without cause. How utterly despicable. Chen Luo nodded earnestly. Absolutely. Utterly despicable. Su Daju scratched his head, baffled. Why does brother seem to be conversing with a cat? The cat extended its psychic sense again, seemingly probing. Do you have dried fish? I sense you do. The intuition of a spiritual power user is often stronger than that of others. A powerful mental type ability user can even sense danger a moment in advance. Just like animals, which can sense impending rain or earthquakes and react accordingly. This cat said it felt there were small fish treats on Chen Luo. Indeed, there are a lot of them. Not only fresh fish, but also many dishes made from fish. Additionally, in terms of snacks, grilled fish fillets and small fish treats can be counted by the ton. Chen Luo chuckled, ready to pull out the small fish treats. Whoever eats my food becomes my cat. They'll take it home and pet it vigorously. Petting a cat can relieve stress, relax, and bring joy. Just then, the curtains in a room on the second floor were drawn open, and a voice filled with urgency came through the window. Let go of my rice. Chen Luo looked up in astonishment, realizing the person was Mi Li. This cat is called Rice. Her cat. Mi Li gazed at the two ferocious fiends, a person holding a stick and grasping her cat, feeling greatly anxious. Mi Li's figure vanished from the window, and within just over 10 seconds, she opened the door and rushed down from the second floor to the first. Mi Li looked nervously at Chen Luo and Su Daju, but still bravely pulled Rice from Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo released his grip without resistance, though forcibly holding onto Rice would provoke Mi Li's hostility. With Rice in hand, Mi Li sighed in relief, not daring to linger outside, softly apologizing before turning. Encountering Mi Li ahead of schedule did not align with Chen Luo's original plan. He had only come to see if Mi Li and Mi Ling were home. Suddenly, Rice struggled violently in Mi Li's arms, using its telepathic ability to speak to Mi Li. Let go of me, he has small fish treats, and I want to eat small fish treats. He has small fish treats, he's not a bad person. Mi Li's cheeks twitched slightly. Oh, what kind of logic is this? But Rice escaped from Mi Li, jumping to the ground and looking pitifully at Chen Luo. I haven't had small fish treats for over a week, please give me one. Chen Luo quickly pondered in his mind. Clearly only Mi Li was at home. If Mi Ling were there, she would never let Mi Li come down alone to take risks. The sisters were not together. Could this be an opportunity to start by courting the younger sister? Of course, it wouldn't be wise to provide resources right away. Su Daju knows that flattery, without cause, often hides ulterior motives. Chen Luo initially intended to use a cooperative approach. Mi Ling and Mi Li were not mere decorators. With his powerful strength, thorough understanding of dangers, and a large amount of resources as his trump card, Chen Luo was confident he could keep them willingly by his side. In his past life, he had never seen this cat Rice, nor had he heard of Mi Li and Mi Ling having a cat, so it was apparent that Rice had perished along the way. This cat's intuition was remarkably accurate. It could even sense that there were small fish treats on him. Thinking of this, Chen Luo smiled at Rice and said, "The large supermarket outside must have small fish treats. Come, I'll take you there." Chen Luo then asked Meili, "Shall we cooperate and search for resources together?" Meili instinctively wanted to refuse, as she couldn't possibly go out with two unfamiliar strangers. However, Rice didn't care about that and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing Meili hesitating, it urged, "I can sense that this person harbors no malice. You can trust him." Meili was still hesitant when Rice impatiently said, "Then you don't go. They'll go with him. You just stay at home and wait for me to bring back food, as usual." That hit hard, my friend. Rice's words made Meili's cheeks flush. For over a week, she had relied on Rice to venture out and gather resources with its small and agile body. If it weren't for the Law King, no one could easily catch such a nimble and intelligent cat. Now, with the supermarkets empty outside, unless Rice ran to a farther place, finding resources would be very dangerous. Thinking about Rice saying these two people meant no harm, Meili still chose to trust it. Rice's intuition was very accurate, especially after awakening its mental abilities. There really wasn't much food left at home either. Meili steeled herself and said, "All right, I'll go with you. Rice, I'm putting all my bets on you." Chen Luo smiled. This was a good start. Meili said, "Wait for me a moment, or I'll go upstairs to get something." Soon Meili came down wearing a red helmet, likely from an electric bike, and draped in a thick leather jacket that concealed her youthful and vibrant figure. In her hand, she held a rolling pin. Meili weakly said to Chen Luo, "You should know that Rice can communicate with people." Ooh, I suddenly gained a special ability equivalent to a healer in a game. Chen Luo chuckled and did not hide it. He introduced himself. "My name is Chen Luo. My ability is akin to that of a spatial sorcerer. He is Su Daju, equivalent to a warrior. This dog is my partner named Law King. He is a lightning-type sorcerer. You can call him the lightning sorcerer." Upon hearing this title, Law King straightened his back, proudly proving he was not a combat weakling like Rice. Meili stared at Law King in astonishment, realizing that not only Rice had gained special abilities, but even a dog could summon lightning. If she hadn't come out, she wouldn't have known the world had changed so drastically. Rice urged, "Hurry up and find the small fish treats." Just after taking 2 steps, they bumped into several zombies. Chen Luo and Su Daju remained unfazed, but Meili tensed up nervously. She trembled slightly and said, "I'll enhance Su Daz's power a bit." The warrior needed to be on the front lines, and Meili knew this, so she first enhanced Su Daju. It was entirely unnecessary, but Chen Luo wanted to see. A pale golden light emerged from Meili's hand and quickly entered Su Daz's body. Seeing Meili's actions were not unfamiliar, it seemed she had practiced. Meili then proceeded to enhance. Chen Luo closed his eyes to feel it. It was equivalent to a 1/3 increase in power. If his previous strength was 30 points, then he had gained an additional 10 points. Of course, it could not be a percentage increase. 10 points of strength was equivalent to that of an adult male. Moreover, Meili was likely only at the first level. As her level increased, the boost she provided would also grow. The enhancements were not limited to just one target. With Meili's boost, Su Daju easily dispatched several zombies, as if slicing through melons. Meili did not seem thrilled. Instead, she turned pale as the zombies' heads burst open, blood and brains spilling out, a scene too gruesome for her. A lone zombie approached. Meili surprisingly stammered, "I've never fought a zombie before. This one is just right for me to practice my skills. I'll have to face this sooner or later." Meili spoke with a timid demeanor, uttering words that were slightly fierce. If this world were filled with zombies, she must overcome her terror of such creatures. Listening to Meili, Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. She appeared fragile on the outside, yet her heart was strong. With someone watching over her, Chen Luo did not refuse. "Daju, give your iron rod to Meili." The power of a rolling pin could not possibly compare to that of a solid. Su Daju looked at Meili, who was trembling all over with amusement, and handed her the iron rod with admiration. Meili wanted to mentally prepare herself further, but the zombies would not grant her this time. Seeing the zombies rush towards her, Meili anxiously cast a power buff on herself. The zombies opened their gaping mouths, and Meili's mind went blank, yet her gaze quickly turned resolute. However, Meili had no combat experience at all. As the zombies charged at her, she had no idea how to evade. It was just a matter of standing and fighting. The zombies' sharp-nailed hands pressed down on Meili's arms. If she hadn't been wearing a thick leather jacket, she would have surely lost a lot of flesh and blood. At the same time, the zombie's mouth lunged for Meili's pristine neck. The heavy iron rod in Meili's hand swung violently towards the zombie's head. Meili's power boost was a fixed amount. Though she appeared to be a delicate young girl, her strength surpassed that of a healthy adult male. The zombie's head was smashed, blood splattering onto Meili's helmet and leather jacket. The head was the zombie's weak point, but it took someone with strength like Su Daju's to smash a zombie's head in one blow. Meili was just a bit short. The zombie continued to bite. Meili was startled by the splattered blood. She raised the iron rod and began to strike the zombie repeatedly, as if smashing a watermelon. The zombie was dead, but Mealy continued to strike. The zombie's head was completely shattered, a sight that made even Chen Luo's scalp tingle. Sister, you have gone a bit overboard. After killing the zombie, Mealy squatted down, removed her helmet, and the bloody scene made her want to vomit. She could only retch as there was nothing in her stomach. Chen Luo took out a tissue and a bottle of mineral water and handed them to Mealy. Mealy expressed her gratitude with a glance. 2 minutes later, Mealy regained her composure. Looking at herself, and then at Su Dezhu and Chen Luo, she finally understood why they looked so fierce. It was just her. The blood-stained clothes looked quite frightening. Chen Luo offered a few words of encouragement. At least she had the courage to fight the zombies and did not falter at a crucial moment. Mi Fan sighed, saying, "You fuss too much. Are you still going to search for dried fish?" When they arrived, Chen Luo had already killed quite a few zombies, so there weren't many left wandering in the neighborhood. They loaded Mi Li and Mi Fan onto Chen Luo's heavy truck, which provided Mi Li with a considerable sense of security, greatly easing her worries about the supply search. Nearby was a large shopping mall, the only one in the vicinity. The second and third floors housed a supermarket, ensuring an abundance of supplies. However, supplies were not the main priority. The primary goal was to foster rapport with Mi Li. In the truck, Chen Luo gave Mi Li a warning. "Mi Li, what will we do if we encounter survivors in the mall?" Mi Li paused, thinking before responding. "With your and Dezhu's strength, you can kill quite a few zombies. If there are survivors, they can certainly escape on their own at that time. I've observed that the zombies are not very fast, so escape is possible. We are not saviors, they must rely on themselves." If it weren't for the fact that Chen Luo wasn't very familiar with Mi Li, he would have wanted to pat her head. She was absolutely right. It's better to rely on oneself than on others. One should not always place hope in others. "What do you expect me to escort you home and pamper you with good food and drink? I should let you tell Mi Li about her experiences sometime." Soon they arrived on the road next to the mall, where many cars were jammed. Chen Luo observed that he could not use the heavy truck to crush zombies. Firstly, turning around was inconvenient, and secondly, there were many electric bikes and uneven terrain near the mall, which would trap the truck. They could only rely on manpower to kill the zombies. Fortunately, it was not the weekend and the apocalypse had broken out in the morning, so there weren't many zombies in the mall and the surrounding roads, as this mall was not in a bustling area. The greatest value of this mall was its ability to draw people, in which had helped raise the property prices in the surrounding area. Chen Luo said, "Merely just boost my strength when we get there. There's no need to give a boost to Dezhu. He doesn't need it." Regardless of whether Mealy boosted Su Dezhu or not, he could smash a zombie's head with one blow. As for Chen Luo, although he was a level 3 ability user and his strength was not as great as Su Dezhu's, the difference was minimal. With Mealy's boost, he could also kill zombies with one strike. Mealy's energy bar was limited, otherwise boosting Su Dezhu would certainly be better. Chen Luo handed Mealy 2 electric batons for self-defense. Seeing Chen Luo conjure items out of thin air, Mealy was incredibly envious. Being a space mage was fantastic. Chen Luo also took out a large iron rod to assist Su De in killing zombies. The electric baton was not very helpful to Chen Luo anymore. Over time, its effectiveness would diminish. Mealy watched in awe as Chen Luo and Su Dezhu effortlessly killed zombies. These two were so strong. Even without me, they could easily gather supplies here, right? Suddenly, the Law King seemed to have understood something and spat out a fist-sized ball of lightning that flickered with silver light. This lightning ball reached the area where the zombies were concentrated and exploded abruptly, instantly killing 4 zombies. The Law King looked at Mi Fan with pride. "Can your cat do this?" To be honest, Mi Fan was a bit shocked, but she couldn't lose her momentum as a cat, so she pretended to be dismissive. Chen Luo was genuinely speechless. Could it be that the Law King's lightning ball was inspired by Mi Fan? However, the boost was not significant because the lightning ball consumed more energy compared to an electric arc attack. The first floor of the mall primarily sold clothing with more staff than customers. The second floor was the snack area, and the third floor was the fresh produce area, where the number of zombies would definitely be higher. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Luo said, "Law King, go lure the zombies over, while kill them batch by batch." If hundreds of zombies came at once, Chen Luo could only run. After 5 minutes, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu had cleared the zombies from the second floor. Mealy's energy bar was completely depleted. Boosting Chen Luo once could only last 2 minutes. Chen Luo said, "Mealy, go grab a bag. Just fill it with whatever you can fit." Mi Fan had already found the spot in the snack area where the dried fish was stored and was pleading with Chen Luo to help her open the packaging bag. Chen Luo tempted her, saying, "Don't rush you, I have fresh fish. If you come back with me later, I'll make you braised fish." Rice is of great importance to the rice grains, and the grains daringly seized it from Chen Luo's hands. If it weren't for the rice, the grains would not have so willingly boarded Chen Luo's pirate ship. Once the rice is secured, the grains find it difficult to escape. If the grains don't run, then hey, even Mi Ling cannot escape. Moreover, Chen Luo is fond of this cat not only for its striking appearance and charming intelligence, but also for its unique abilities. Chen Luo realized that the awakening ability of the rice should not simply be classified as a mental power. Such a unique ability of mental communication could not possibly be mastered in the early stages of mental power. At least Chen Luo had never seen anything like it before. He couldn't wrap his head around how the rice could master mental communication right after its awakening. It was genuinely a first for him. Such a rare cat, how could he not keep it well in hand? This was a gluttonous cat. It was not easy for others to please it, yet Chen Luo had no trouble at all. Indeed, as the smell of braised fish wafted through the air, the rice's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great, great. But I haven't had dried fish in ages, and am quite hungry. I'll eat a bit to fill my stomach first. Chen Luo smiled as he helped the rice open the packaging of the roasted fish snacks. The grains then began to hurriedly stuff their bag with supplies, prioritizing candy and high-calorie chocolate, not caring that these treats might make them gain weight. Looking at the rows of drinks, the grains thought for a moment and still chose mineral water, as the sweet beverages were not thirst-quenching and only made one thirstier. Suddenly, an unusually plump figure went unnoticed by the grains due to the obstruction of the shelves. Moreover, this corpulent figure tiptoed, trying its best to remain silent. Coincidentally, as this rotund figure descended from the third floor, the King of Law was patrolling on the other side and did not notice it in time. However, it was the King of Law who first noticed this unusual figure. Woof woof. The King of Law anxiously gave a warning and quickly rushed toward the grains. With the King of Law's warning, the grains, whose back was turned to the plump figure, finally noticed the unexpected guest. Upon seeing its face, they were immediately scared, pale, their complexion drained of color. This figure stood over 2 meters tall, resembling a giant meatball, with its legs and neck nearly invisible. An extraordinarily swollen belly occupied the vast majority of its body. Its skin resembled boiled pig intestines riddled with wrinkles and had a disturbing pale pink hue. Zombies might be considered somewhat frightening, but in comparison to this rotund figure, they could definitely be called cute. Such a terrifying visage would leave anyone who saw it for the first time dumbfounded. The grains wanted to run, but were unexpectedly tripped by the 2 large bags of food they were carrying. The King of Law issued a warning and rushed over, but Chen Luo arrived even faster. This was because the rice had unexpectedly given a hint. While munching on the dried fish, the rice suddenly halted and said to Chen Luo, who was petting it, "I feel that the grains are in danger." However, the rice couldn't articulate where the danger was coming from. Of course, Chen Luo took it to heart. If he didn't know where the danger was, he would go find the grains. The plump zombie actually grinned and said, "I'm hungry, so very hungry, let me eat you." The grains stumbled to their feet and without hesitation hurled the 2 large bags of hard-earned food at the plump zombie before turning to flee. Just as they took off, the startled grains collided with Chen Luo, who was rushing over. Upon seeing the plump zombie, Chen Luo's pupils contracted, yet he calmly said to the grains, "Stay behind me, don't be afraid, I'm here." The terrifying plump zombie was right up close, but upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the grains felt their wildly beating heart inexplicably calm down. The grains stared blankly at the not-so-heavy shoulder blocking them, yet it exuded an inexplicable sense of security. Chen Luo did not expect to encounter another mutated being here. It was a 1 in a million chance. Having killed so many zombies, encountering another was not particularly surprising. Once zombies reached the first level, they gained a tiny bit of wisdom, and the higher their level, the greater their intelligence. Chen Luo speculated that there was a virus within zombies continuously evolving, thereby allowing them to begin controlling zombies. The plump zombie before him was not uncommon in his past life and was known as a devourer. Its belly was practically a bottomless pit capable of both eating and excreting simultaneously. The image was too grotesque. Fortunately, the devourer before him had not been continuously eating, so Chen Luo was somewhat lucky as he did not smell the nauseating stench of excrement. Among zombies of the same tier, the devourer was exceedingly troublesome, with strong power, robust defense, capable of using body slams, and could self-detonate. Once it self-detonated, the sight of blood and flesh exploding everywhere would be enough to make anyone feel sick. Chen Luo observed its size. It resembled a level 3 zombie, not particularly tall, but on par with Chen Luo. If it were any other third-level ability user, or if Chen Luo had not comprehended the skills from his previous life, even facing this devourer of the same level would be quite tricky. But now it was merely a matter of a single sword strike. The void sword slowly formed in Chen Luo's hand just as the King of Law arrived, and released the recently comprehended lightning orb behind the devourer. The lightning orb was effective against ordinary zombies. While it had great lethality, it also consumed a lot of energy, making it less efficient than using electric arcs. However, it still had some use against the plump zombie due to its high single-target damage. As the lightning orb detonated behind the devourer, it injured its back, but for the devourer this was by no means a serious wound. The King of Law was at level 2, while the Devourer was at level 3 and had superior defenses. The Devourer angrily turned to roar at the King of Law, providing Chen Luo with the opportunity to slice the Devourer with the Void Sword. While someone might be able to block Chen Luo's not-so-solid Void Sword, it certainly would not be the level 3 Devourer before him. The Devourer was cleaved in two as though it were a tree sawed in half by an electric saw. It had no chance to use its self-detonation ability and simply fell apart into two lifeless halves. Chen Luo turned to shield the grain's eyes and softly said, "Don't look, its corpse is disgusting." His voice seemed to have a hypnotic effect, causing the grains to involuntarily close their eyes. At that moment, the grains' minds were filled with the instant Chen Luo swung the Void Sword. It was simply incredibly cool. How could someone be so cool? With a single sword, he had slain the terrifying monster. The grains allowed Chen Luo to hold their hand and guide them to another place. When the grains opened their eyes, they couldn't help but look at Chen Luo. Previously, when Chen Luo fought the zombies covered in blood and dirt, they didn't find him handsome. But now they suddenly realized that their brother Chen Luo was so handsome. Chen Luo also gazed at the grains, who inexplicably flushed. He was quite surprised. He never expected the appearance of this devourer would be so beneficial. Though the trope of a hero saving a beauty is rather cliched, the effect is undeniably effective. Compared to human, zombies have somewhat inferior vision, but their hearing and sense of smell are significantly enhanced. If there are survivors in the mall, it would be hard to hide from the devourers, and unless there are heavy iron doors, it is impossible to stop these powerful and tool-using monsters. There are probably no survivors left in the mall. Chen Luo patted Mi Li's head and said, "Mi Li, let's form a team together in the future for mutual support." Mi Li nodded with a blush. In the mall with so many supplies, it is simply not in Chen Luo's character to leave. In front of Mi Li, Chen Luo stored all the valuable supplies from the second floor into his spatial ability. Mi Li is trustworthy, and even though Chen Luo did not team up with Mi Li in his past life, he had interacted with her and understood her character. Furthermore, one cannot let concerns hold them back from collecting the supplies here. Originally, the core members would be privy to some of the secrets of the spatial ability. Mi Li did not think too much, merely opening her small pink mouth in awe of the wonder of spatial magic. Upon reaching the third floor, they did not encounter any mutated beings, only ordinary zombies. After spending some time eliminating the zombies, Chen Luo observed the supplies on the third floor. The vegetables were all wilted, barely edible. Chen Luo decided to take them anyway. Even if he wouldn't eat them himself, he could trade them with others later. Not everyone is as picky as he is. To others, such vegetables are treasures. As for the meat, it was truly unsalvageable, all spoiled. In summer, without refrigeration, meat goes bad in just 3 days. Mi Li found a cabinet with pig trotters and pulled out a piece with mold on it, unwilling to give up as she sniffed it, only to feel disappointed that it was entirely spoiled. Such trotters would only lead to diarrhea at best. Mi Li sighed, deeply uncertain if she would ever have the chance to eat braised pig trotters again. Chen Luo watched with a smirk, choosing not to reveal anything just yet, preparing to give Mi Li a surprise. "Let's go, we should leave." There were supplies only on the second and third floors of the entire supermarket. The other floors were filled with clothing, amusement parks, restaurants, and cinemas. Mi Li nodded. "Chen Luo," said Mi Li, "why don't you come by my place to check it out and have dinner?" If it weren't for this mall experience, Mi Li would have definitely refused, but now she hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she had to wait for her sister at home. What if her sister returned and couldn't find her? She would be so worried. Mi Fan said that Mi Ling definitely wasn't dead and had a premonition that Mi Ling would come back for her. Mi Li wasn't sure if this was true, but she wanted to believe it, otherwise she couldn't imagine how difficult it would be living in a world without her sister. If it weren't for the fact that there was no food at home, Mi Li would have definitely chosen to stay at home waiting for her sister instead of coming out with Chen Luo. Mi Li awkwardly said, "Brother Chen Luo, I want to go too, but I need to wait for my sister. How about I go after she returns?" Chen Luo had previously promised Mi Fan to take her out for braised fish, and Mi Li hesitated while Mi Fan urged Mi Li, "Didn't you leave a note at home? Mi Ling won't worry if she sees it, and I have a feeling she won't be back today." Mi Fan's words could only be heard by those who shared a mental connection with it. Upon hearing this, Mi Li resolutely asked, "Brother Chen Luo, your home isn't far, right?" Chen Luo provided the address, which was indeed not far. Mi Li said, "All right then, but we can't stay too long." Chen Luo glanced at her, thinking that if she wanted to stay overnight, he certainly wouldn't refuse. He called Su Daju and Fa Wang, and they began their journey home. The most anxious was Mi Fan, who had dreamed all night about eating fish. There is nothing happier in this world than a cat eating fish. In the car, Chen Luo looked at the fidgety and restless Mi Fan and couldn't help but chuckle. This cat was truly fascinating, being able to sense danger. Although this ability was still weak, it was already quite... Such a feat could only be accomplished by at least a level 10 psychic ability user. But why hadn't Mi Fan sensed when Fa Wang bit her? After pondering, Chen Luo found an answer. It simply wasn't dangerous. Rather, it was a stroke of good fortune. Soon Chen Luo returned to his home. He didn't ask Ma Yu to open the door since Chen Luo had a key. The room was pitch black, and Ma Yu, who had been attentive to the sounds at the door, quickly noticed someone had entered. Upon seeing it was Chen Luo and the others, she let out a sigh of relief. However, when she saw Meili, Ma Yu was taken aback, wondering how he managed to bring back such a beautiful girl after just one outing. Chen Luo smiled and introduced Meili. This is Sister Ma Yu. You can call her Yujia. This is Meili. Just call her Meili. Calling her Lili sounds odd. Meili politely called out Yujia. Mi Fan urged fish, fish, fish. Chen Luo laughed. Sister, you please start cooking. You first make a braised fish for this one of Mi Fan. Ma Yu cast a surprised glance at Mi Fan, who was indeed a very beautiful cat, but why was it getting special treatment? Even Fa Wang didn't receive such treatment. Ma Yu said cats can't eat too salty food. How about I make a steamed fish for it? Meili immediately agreed on behalf of Mi Fan. Mi Fan, however, insisted make two and make them larger. Ma Yu was startled by the sudden voice she heard, and after Chen Luo explained, she understood why Mi Fan held such a high status. Before Chen Luo returned home, Ma Yu had already begun preparing the meal. The dishes were ready and just waiting for Chen Luo to arrive before cooking. As per Chen Luo's request, she first served Mi Fan two steamed perch. When the dish was placed before Mi Fan, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Meili also enjoyed fish, but this was meant for Mi Fan. If there were no others around, she would have definitely snatched one. However, with everyone nearby, she felt too shy to do so. She could only swallow her saliva quietly. Oh, Mi Fan, you don't even think of giving me one. I've pampered you for nothing. Ma Yu's cooking skills were undoubtedly excellent, and smelling that tempting aroma made Mi Fan so excited it could almost bring tears to its eyes. Oh, how wonderful. Mi Fan was eating fish again, and such fragrant fish at that. Mi Fan joyfully exclaimed, and began to feast heartily from the plate prepared for it. Watching this, Meili felt as if her spirit had drifted away. Meanwhile, Chen Luo took advantage of the moment Mi Fan was eating fish and couldn't help but stroke her with both hands. Petting a cat is delightful. It's a joy that never ends. Mi Fan couldn't help but say, be gentler, be gentler. If you keep petting me like this, I'll go bald. In fact, there is an abundance of vegetables in Chen Luo's space of abilities ready for a meal at any time. Yet it is evident that Ma Yu's cooking is far more delicious, and besides, Chen Luo is feeling mischievous. Let Meili wait a little longer, as the food will taste even better after some hunger. She didn't have to wait long. Soon the first dish, fried small yellow croaker, was ready. This is truly a small fish delicacy. Meili gulped hard, her eyes stealing glances at the small yellow croaker. Meanwhile, Rice was not shy at all. Having yet to finish the steamed bass Ma Yu made for her, she was already thinking about the small fish. Chen Luo, you must make me this small fish tomorrow. You can prepare it however you want. Low emotional intelligence, really. It's a deal. Chen Luo said, Mi Fan, you are so well behaved, or I will do my best to get you whatever you want to eat. Mi Fan, touched, murmured, Chen Luo, you are too good to me. Meili, you must be hungry. Let's eat some small yellow croaker to fill your stomach first. Despite her ravenous hunger, Meili, raised with good manners, shook her head and said, no, sister, you is busy. Let's wait for her to eat together. Seeing Meili's insistence, Chen Luo didn't press further. The remaining dishes were prepared one after another. With Su Daju, a legendary big eater, present, Chen Luo's meals consisted of 8 dishes and a soup, all in large portions. Otherwise, it would not be enough to satisfy. Within a week, unless specifically instructed by Chen Luo, Ma Yu would not repeat any dishes. Others simply eat whatever is available without any choice, wanting to be picky. Having something to eat is already a great blessing. Here, Chen Luo decides what he wants to eat. Everything he desires is available. Tonight's dishes included fried small yellow croaker, shredded pork with celery, sweet and sour ribs, sauerkraut, fish, braised Crucian carp, diced vegetables, bean sprouts, with vermicelli, candied tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup. Meili was dumbfounded. Even before the apocalypse, she rarely had this many dishes. It wasn't that she couldn't afford them, but rather that it was unnecessary to waste food when she couldn't finish. Meili said, touched, Chen Luo, Gidge, although this is my first visit, isn't this too extravagant? Ma Yu found it somewhat amusing. Should she tell this child that this is how we normally eat? It was normal for Meili to react this way. Didn't she also make a fuss when she first arrived? However, Chen Luo remained silent, leaving her unsure of his thoughts, so she kept quiet. Chen Luo waved his hand, saying, it's fine, we are teammates. Go ahead and eat. You must be hungry by now. Let's eat. Chen Luo picked up his chopsticks first, otherwise Meili would definitely feel uneasy. Indeed, as soon as Chen Luo moved his chopsticks, Meili boldly picked up a piece of the fried small yellow croaker she had been eyeing for so long. The aroma of the fish had already seduced her stomach. The moment the small yellow croaker entered her mouth, its crispy and tender texture spread throughout her body, making Meili feel an urge to cry. It was even more delicious than she had imagined. Chen Luo smiled and said, Meili, don't be polite. I don't have the habit of serving others. Take what you want. After saying this, Chen Luo ate heartily, knowing that the more refined he ate, the more restrained Meili would feel. The more generous he was, the more relaxed Mealy would become. Mealy blushed slightly in response. 2 steamed base had already made Rice's little belly bulge, and it was now pawing at its stomach to digest. Suddenly the Law King tapped Chen Luo with its paw and called out to Rice a few times. The Law King thought, even though Rice was a bit of a weakling, having it around was not without benefits. At least it could help translate for him. The Law King said, "Little weak cat, translate for me. Tell the master I'm tired of eating meat and want vegetable soup with rice tonight." Little weak cat. Who is the little weak cat? Rice was furious. She intended to translate for the Law King and say it wanted to eat poop, but hearing the latter part, tired of eating meat. Rice couldn't believe it and told Mealy. Mealy's eyes widened in shock. Tired of eating meat. Is that even a human thing to say? Oh, indeed, it's not human language. After a moment's thought, Mealy relaxed. With how capable Chen Luo is it strange that he could achieve this? Chen Luo personally took the Law King's large bowl for eating, filled it with half a bowl of rice, and poured some soup over it. Even a simple vegetable soup over rice was something many people could only dream of now. Mealy usually only ate 1 bowl, but this meal she directly polished off 3 bowls of rice. Having eaten too much, Mealy shyly lowered her head. Ma Yu chuckled as she restrained Mealy, who wanted to help with the dishes. After a moment of silence, Mealy said, "Chen Luo Gidge, I've stayed for a while. I should head back. I'm afraid my sister will be worried if she comes home and can't find me." Chen Luo nodded. However, it was impossible to let Mealy go back alone, as she probably wouldn't survive the trip. After all, she was just a caretaker, and even her buffs could barely handle 2 zombies. He definitely had to escort her back. But what if she got hurt while he wasn't around? In his past life, Mealy didn't have such troubles, but now with his butterfly effect, perhaps things would change. Chen Luo approached Mealy, not valuing her beauty. While that might be a bit absolute, an 18-year-old girl is appealing to men of any age. What mattered most was Mealy's abilities. She not only had great talent, but also exceptional comprehension. Some skills could not be mastered just by reaching a certain level. Mealy was the only one who had mastered the resurrection technique among light-type ability users, just as Chen Luo was the only one who mastered void walking among space-type ability users. The importance of the resurrection technique is self-evident. Mealy must not be lost. As for Rice, to be honest, its ability to foresee and avoid danger. It could discern whether a target was benevolent or malicious. That is also a national treasure-level skill. With this in mind, Chen Luo made the decision to protect Rice and Mealy closely. It was impossible to have Mealy move over to his side, as she had to wait for her sister. Chen Luo also had to wait for Mi Ling, the spirit flame princess. So why not move over himself? With this thought, Chen Luo said, "Mealy, where I live doesn't matter. How about I move in with Dezhu and Sister Yu? You must have a vacant house nearby, and we can move in directly so we can look out for each other." Mealy was initially stunned, then incredibly delighted, saying, "Sure. This is clearly Chen Luo Gidge looking out for me." Chen Luo smiled and said, "Dezhu, sister, you pack your things. We are preparing to move." In this team, Chen Luo is undoubtedly the core. Although Ma Yu felt a bit reluctant to leave the familiar environment, she agreed without a second thought. Moving is only temporary. Mi Li's place is not suitable for settling down, let alone serving as a gathering point. With Chen Luo, the spatial ability, user moving is a breeze. Whatever needs to be taken can be tossed directly into the spatial realm. Ma Yu packed cooking tools, some seasonings, and daily necessities. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu only took some clothes. In less than 5 minutes, they finished packing. The truck's cabin is spacious, and with 4 people, a cat, and a dog, it doesn't feel cramped. On the truck, Su Dazhu was binge-watching a historical drama, seizing the moment to play it on his phone. Mi Fan curiously squatted behind him watching. A coquettish female voice came from the phone. "You rascal, why did it take you so long to come?" Su Dazhu chuckled foolishly, and Mi Fan watched with great interest. Mealy was quite envious. Her phone had run out of battery long ago, and was now just a brick. Noticing her expression, Chen Luo took out a phone and a power bank and handed them to Mealy. "Take this to play with. It has many movies, novels, and games. I also have a laptop. Do you want one?" Chen Luo had dozens of laptops. He hadn't bought too many, and in the digital market such items are abundant. Mealy sighed. "Brother Chen Luo, I feel like you are just like Doraemon with a treasure chest that has everything." As they arrived near Mealy's residential area, Chen Luo hesitated about where the truck should park. After thinking for a moment, he felt relieved and decided to just leave it anywhere, since the truck would soon lose its value. Once zombies evolve to level 1, they won't be foolishly exposed to danger, allowing you to crush them at will. Moreover, at level 1, zombies can cast various spells just like humans, although their power is quite weak. Though weak, they can still pose a threat to the truck. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, zombies began to evolve one after another, and even now a few have reached level 1 after consuming humans. If the survivor's strength doesn't increase fast enough to match the zombies, the outcome is not hard to imagine. Chen Luo drove the truck into Mi Li's community and casually found a place to stop. Now Mi Li was no longer afraid upon seeing zombies, as she remained calm, a change that had occurred within mere hours. The best temporary residence was the house directly opposite Mi Li's. The door of this house was tightly shut, yet the windows were surprisingly open, indicating no one was home. Su Daju easily climbed to the second floor, and with a slight effort broke the anti-theft bars. The door was locked with a key, and it couldn't be opened even from the inside. No one had the lockpicking skill, so Su Daju could only resort to brute force. But the door was damaged. The door wasn't a very strong defense, but if someone forced their way in, it at least served as a warning. Otherwise, cats, dogs, or even rats could enter, potentially threatening everyone's safety. Mi Li thought for a moment and said, "Why don't you stay at my house? I have a 4-bedroom apartment that's just enough space for everyone." Could Chen Luo refuse? "I must protect you closely." Now it was already past 9 in the evening, and without electricity, Mi Li's house was pitch black. Chen Luo closed the curtains and took out a few battery-powered lamps. The light they emitted was not very bright. Looking at the light, Mi Li felt a sense of security. If it weren't for Chen Luo and the light, she wouldn't have dared to turn it on. Although she was young, she was not naive. A few days ago, as night fell, the entire room was engulfed in darkness. Feeling both hungry and thirsty, she could only sit in the dark in a daze. Now looking back, she didn't know how she managed to get through it. Now, although the outside world was full of danger with Chen Luo present, Mi Li felt inexplicably at ease. Chen Luo magically produced 2 watermelons and smiled. "Let's eat some watermelon." Watermelon was Mi Li's favorite fruit. Looking at the watermelon, she felt as if she were in a dream. Everything that had happened today felt surreal. Recalling the terrifying, overweight zombie encountered in the shopping mall, Chen Luo stood like a mountain in front of her, treating her so well. Mi Li couldn't help but hug Chen Luo tightly. "Brother Chen Luo, I feel that the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you and my sister." Being hugged like this by Mi Li made Chen Luo's heart race. "Sigh, my charm is too high. There's nothing I can do about it. I just met Mi Li today. One cannot rush into things, or else my ugly side will be exposed." Ma Yu looked at Mi Li. Someone like Chen Luo, handsome, caring, with a great personality, and wealthy, who could resist such charm if they flirted with someone. If he hadn't flirted with me, I probably couldn't resist either. Mi Li also realized this, letting go of Chen Luo, her face slightly red as she ate watermelon, trying to hide her embarrassment. After finishing the watermelon, Mi Li began to arrange the rooms for everyone. "Sister Yu, you can stay in this room. It was previously for visiting classmates." "Brother Daju, this room is where my sister used to paint. Just moving in a bed would be enough." Su Daju nonchalantly replied, "I'll sleep on the floor. It's cooler, no need to move a bed, it's too much trouble." "Brother Chen Luo, this room is my sister's, you can stay here." If Mi Ling's room had to be allocated to someone, the most suitable candidate would be Ma Yu, but Mi Li instead assigned it to Chen Luo, because this room had the best conditions. Sima Zhao's intentions are known to all. Ma Yu didn't tease, it didn't matter which room she stayed in. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. "I'm staying in Mi Ling's room." "That's fantastic. But if Mi Ling comes back, where will she stay?" "I don't care, I'll settle in first." Mi Ling's room had a light blue decor, an elegant style, and a faint fragrance. The bed was already prepared with a cooling mat, and as Chen Luo lay down, he stretched out comfortably. Recalling something, Chen Luo took out a crystal, washed it, and went to the living room to hand it to Mi Li. "This is a crystal. Hold it in your hand to absorb its power. In gaming terms, it can increase your mana and level. If you feel your body can't handle it, don't force it." Chen Luo taught Mi Li some basics, and she nodded in a daze. Not absorbing the crystal doesn't mean one can't increase the internal ability, it's just not as fast as absorbing the crystal. Today, Mi Li had used her power boosting ability 7 times. If she absorbs it today and again tomorrow night, she could break through to level 2. Chen Luo returned to Mi Ling's room, planning to start absorbing the crystal and then sleep. However, he didn't expect Mi Fan to be sitting on the bed waiting for him. Mi Fan gave Chen Luo a charming glance. "You rascal, why did it take you so long to come?" Although Mi Fan and the Dharma King had significantly increased their wisdom, they had not undergone 9 years of compulsory education. Their language skills were lacking. The depth of Chinese characters left them perplexed by some words. For example, "Are you coming?" "I'm here." "Are you coming?" "Yes." "Not coming yet." "Not coming, can't come." Hee. Mi Fan found it amusing, not understanding the meaning, and when Chen Luo arrived, she just chimed in. "Chen Luo." Mi Fan said, "Tonight I'll sleep with you, and tomorrow I'll sleep with Mi Li." "Oh, you really are a playful cat, knowing how to share the love." Without a second thought, Chen Luo affectionately petted Mi Fan. Mi Fan was truly endearing, beautiful, obedient, and sweet-tongued. Having only met today, Chen Luo was already quite fond of Mi Fan. To what extent? If Chen Luo had nothing left but a small dried fish, he would surely not eat it himself, but would feed it to Mi Fan. "You eat the dried fish, and I'll eat." "Mi Fan, don't touch my belly, it's so ticklish. Let me see whether you are male or female. Turns out you are a little female cat." After playing with Mi Fan for a while, Chen Luo began to absorb the crystals, and naturally Mi Fan got her share too. "Mi Fan, come and cultivate with me in my arms." To Chen Luo's slight surprise, Mi Fan could absorb 8 crystals, slightly less than the Dharma King. Tomorrow he'll ask Mi Li how many crystals she can absorb. After Chen Luo finished absorbing, he sensed that he still needed about 6 or 7 days to reach level 4. At that time, the lowest grade crystals would be useless to him. At night, Mi Fan slept right next to Chen Luo, curled up into a ball. If Chen Luo hadn't resisted, Mi Fan would have insisted on sleeping on his belly. How could anyone sleep like that? The earliest to rise the next day was Ma Yu, as she had to prepare breakfast. Breakfast consisted of her handmade large meat buns, tea, eggs, served with porridge and cucumber shreds. Well, I shouldn't ask for too much after all. This is the apocalypse. Chen Luo Yan sat at the dining table, and after finishing his meal, Ma Yu would take care of the cleanup. The feeling of being served food is truly wonderful. Chen Luo asked Mi Li, how many crystals can you absorb? Mi Li replied, 9. Isn't that a bit too few? While eating a large meat bun, the Dharma King thought, yes, that is a bit few, one less than a dog. Chen Luo chuckled. Being able to absorb 9 at level 1 is already top-notch. After finishing the meal, it was naturally time to play out, otherwise what else was there to do? Chen Luo took out the batteries and study materials he had bought and connected Mi Li's home electricity to the batteries, allowing the fridge and TV to be used. As for air conditioning, better not, Mi Li's air conditioning was not a silent model. Su Daju was still engrossed in his drama, while Chen Luo took out a desktop computer and started playing some 3A games. In terms of experience, a desktop computer is ultimately better. To be honest, the fun of many single-player games is not inferior to that of online games. Single-player games don't even require a network connection. A large game can easily provide Chen Luo with a month of leisure. And Chen Luo could copy all the games available on the market with thousands of game discs. Sometimes Mi Li watched Chen Luo play, chatted with Ma Yu, and occasionally looked at her phone. But she would often gaze out the window, concerned about Mi Ling. If her sister returned safely, she would have no other wishes. Mi Li was a senior high school student. The college entrance examination was in early June. She did not go to school and chose to prepare for the exam at home. Mi Ling's university was local, but she still had a dormitory because the distance between the school and home was too far. One was in the east of the city, the other in the west, requiring 4 to 5 hours of travel each way. If there were fewer classes, she would choose to go home. If there were more, she would have to stay at school. When the apocalypse broke out, it was just after 9 o'clock, right after a class ended. Mi Ling went to the bathroom. If it had happened during class in a crowded area, the outcome would have been dire. When the zombies suddenly appeared, Mi Ling panicked, but managed to escape the classroom, while the zombies were busy feasting, hiding in a small grove on campus. Although the entire university town was on the outskirts and somewhat distanced from the city center, with 5 universities together along with small vendors and nearby residential areas, the number of zombies was still considerable. In the grove, Mi Ling just awakened her fiery abilities, but she felt no joy, only concern for Mi Li's safety at home. Had Mi Li turned into a zombie? Or did she encounter danger? Mi Ling was extremely worried, wishing she could sprout wings and fly home immediately. It must be mentioned that Mi Ling had impressive skills, with only her and her sister relying on each other, 2 vulnerable girls, both so beautiful it would be too dangerous without self-defense. Mi Ling had worked hard and possessed formidable anti-wolf skills. Before the apocalypse, if Chen Luo had encountered Mi Ling, he would likely have been easily defeated. Mi Ling told herself not to rush her. As long as her sister was safe, she shouldn't be hasty in returning home. After spending 2 days, Mi Ling finally found an opportunity to escape from school with her anti-wolf skills and powers. Heading towards home. Walking in a straight line back home from school would undoubtedly lead to death, so Mi Ling planned to take a long detour from the outskirts of the city. This route was nearly 300 kilometers long. Upon leaving the school, Mi Ling encountered 4 classmates, 3 boys and 1 girl. They naturally recognized the campus beauty Mi Ling. Mi Ling's stunning beauty and her figure that could provoke thoughts made her a target of many admirers. All 4 classmates wanted to escape the zombie-infested school. With no specific destination, seeing Mi Ling heading home, they naturally wanted to tag along. Mi Ling did not refuse. The more people, the more help. She had no confidence in being able to return home alone. The anxiety of the journey exceeded Mi Ling's imagination. The small car Mi Ling found was not Chen Luo's heavy truck. When encountering a blockage by small cars, they had to get out to move them. The roads outside the city were not desolate. There were not many cars, but not few either. Having a car meant there were zombies as well. Mi Ling was not a reincarnated spirit. Even if she advanced to level 2 a few days later, she could not handle multiple zombies. After dealing with them, she had to rest and recover her energy, otherwise she couldn't use her powers. Fighting zombies barehanded. The 4 classmates couldn't provide much assistance, and they had to share food. 1 boy and 1 girl died, leaving only 2 boys named Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwo. Mi Ling had to keep an eye on them, which was exhausting. Without navigation, the 3 of them actually went the wrong way. Along the way, Mi Ling lacked food and drink, while also worrying about Mi Li, leaving her utterly exhausted. At one point, Mi Ling went a whole day without eating. Mi Ling sadly thought, I am living so hard, what about, has she starved to death at home? Or was she eaten by zombies while searching for supplies? Because of this, Mi Ling often had nightmares. Mi Li replied, "You're talking nonsense, Bim, eating better than I did at home before the apocalypse." Home was just ahead, but there was still a difficult stretch through the city. Mi Ling prayed in her heart, "If Mi Li is still alive, hang in there. I saved a piece of chocolate just for you." The closer they got to home, the more anxious Mi Ling felt, fearing that upon returning, she would face her worst nightmares or find that Mi Li had vanished. Looking at the two boys, Mi Ling felt exhausted. Fighting against a few zombies was manageable, but when there were many, they would just hide behind her, running faster than she could. They were useless at everything, leaving no food behind. However, they weren't completely useless. When encountering other survivors, they could barely contribute to the numbers, helping against a small number of zombies, allowing her to exert a bit less effort. While they shouted about helping her find her sister, Mi Ling mostly felt the need to find a strong ally, someone to draw closer to her. At least offer some help, she thought. If she found Mi Li, it would be best to keep a distance from them, Mi Ling thought. Finally, she arrived at the entrance of the community, ready for battle. She was well aware of how many people usually lived in this community. There were certainly numerous zombies. After traveling 100 miles, she couldn't afford to let her guard down at the last stretch. However, upon entering the community, she was puzzled to find that there were hardly any zombies. Just a few. Whatever the reason, this was good news for Mi Ling. Passing by a supermarket, she instinctively glanced inside, hoping to grab some supplies on her way back. Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu were faster than Mi Ling. But they were disappointed. The supermarkets they checked were, as they walked aside from the few days prior when they found a stocked supermarket. 8 out of 10 stores they encountered later were. The remaining 2 supermarkets were swarming with zombies, and they dared not enter. This was normal, while zombies were terrifying. Hunger was even more frightening. Encounters with zombies didn't necessarily mean death, but hunger truly could kill. Those bold enough, after a few trips, could empty a supermarket. Not wanting to dwell on it too much, Mi Ling ran down to her building. With no zombies in sight, she could shout freely, "Mi Li, are you there? Tonight we're having barbecue, can you make it, Yujia?" Chen Luo suddenly remembered he hadn't had barbecue in over half a month. How refreshing would it be to pair it with some chilled beer? Chen Luo had prepared a barbecue grill and had all sorts of seasonings ready. Ma Yu smiled and said, "I may not compare to top barbecue chefs, but I assure you it won't be worse than what you get outside." "Then I'll start marinating now. Oh, just tell me what skewers you want. Besides, the smoke from the barbecue is too much, we can't do it indoors." Chen Luo, satisfied, replied, "No worries, we can barbecue on the rooftop." Despite some potential troubles, he wasn't too concerned. The delicious barbecue was worth it. Just as Chen Luo was about to ask Su Dezhu and Mi Li what skewers they wanted, a shout came from downstairs. Mi Li trembled all over, her face filled with surprise and excitement. "It's my sister is back." Mi Li, wearing slippers and denim shorts, rushed downstairs eagerly. Chen Luo muttered to himself, after waiting so long, finally Mi Ling has returned. He followed Mi Li downstairs closely as she ran, responding loudly, "Sister, I'm here." Mi Ling, hearing Mi Li's response, was equally excited and soon saw Mi Li coming down the stairs. Without hesitation, Mi Li ran into Mi Ling's open arms. The two sisters joyfully embraced. Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu looked on in shock at Mi Li. Sister Mi Ling was the campus beauty, and her sister Mi Li was no less impressive. Wow, if I could win over this pair of beauties, wouldn't that be thrilling? Chen Luo thought, only to realize it wasn't just Mi Ling, but also 2 other survivors. Wait, no, 3 survivors. Mi Ling was also a survivor. After days without a shower, suffering under the sun, eating poorly, and being plagued with anxiety day and night, even the most stunning beauty would appear haggard. At this moment, Mi Ling looked worn out, with dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was dry, barely resembling her previous cold and stunning beauty. Her face was still dirty. This was partly due to the conditions, and partly because Mi Ling had intentionally disheveled herself to avoid trouble. Yet her magnificent figure remained striking. The appearance of Chen Luo immediately made Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu alert. Who was this person? How was he with Mi Li? They hadn't heard of Mi Ling having a brother or an older male relative. Mi Ling's peripheral vision caught sight of Chen Luo, and she instantly became cautious. Mi Fan lazily nestled in his arms, meowed at Mi Ling. Mi Fan had sensed that Mi Ling was fine, so he was not worried at all. Mi Li smiled. "Sister, this is brother Chen Luo. During the time you weren't here, he took great care of me." Mi Ling's frown slightly eased. Care? What kind of care? But seeing that Mi Li looked quite healthy, it seemed he really had taken good care of her. And Mi Fan was surprisingly obedient in his arms. With Mi Li safe, a heavy stone finally lifted from Mi Ling's heart. Upon meeting Mi Li for the first time, Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu decided they must build a good rapport with her. Mi Ling had always been unapproachable and distant. Perhaps she could work through Mi Li, or directly pursue Mi Li. Mi Li appeared clean, and they thought it was simply because she hadn't been outside. Her complexion was rosy, assuming it was because she was happy to see her sister Mi Ling. They didn't think too much about it, merely speculating about Mi Li's state. She must be very hungry, right? They had come to realize the importance of food clearly. They decided to generously offer some gifts. Zhang Zhen was about to please Mi Li when Wang Xinwu acted first. He carefully pulled out a crumpled bag of bread from his pants pocket, which contained 3 slices. Wang Xinwu handed it to Mi Li with both hands. Mi Li, sister, you must be hungry. Do I have some bread for you? Take it and eat. Mi Li looked at the crumpled bread, utterly speechless. Mi Li awkwardly smiled and said, I don't need it, do I? Wang Xinwu thought she was just being polite, gritted his teeth, and pulled out the only corn sausage worth $1. Mi Li, sister, don't be polite. Bread with sausage is a perfect match. Zhang Zhen looked at Wang Xinwu in shock, thinking, wow, you really went all out. Finding supplies in supermarkets outside was becoming increasingly difficult unless they risked going to those heavily infested with zombies. Are you even living? Zhang Zhen originally planned to take out his own bag of instant noodles for Mi Li, but seeing Wang Xinwu being so generous, he felt it unnecessary to follow suit. You're impressive, I won't compete. I'll just focus on winning over Mi Ling. Seeing Mi Li show no intention of accepting Wang Xinwu was taken aback. Mi Li, why aren't you eating? Suddenly 2 people appeared and immediately asked if she wanted to eat. Mi Li did not recognize them at all. If it weren't for her sister bringing them back, she would have left immediately. Even if Chen Luo weren't there, Mi Li wouldn't accept anything from strangers. Besides, Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu hadn't bathed for over 10 days running around, and their body odor almost made Mi Li faint. They kept getting closer. Mi Li was about to cry, asking them to stop coming closer. I'm really not hungry. Mi Ling was about to take out the chocolate she had saved, but there was nothing she could do. Food had been scarce on this journey, and there weren't many shops around after circling outside the city. But seeing that Mi Li looked very healthy, rosy, and fair, it was clear she had been living well. Comparing herself to Mi Li, she felt like a completely different person, a dark-faced woman. Mi Ling looked suspiciously at Chen Luo. With his attire and complexion, if it weren't for her contrasting appearance, Mi Ling would truly think he was a handsome guy going downstairs for a walk during normal times. Did he really take good care of my sister? Mi Li ignored him, and Wang Xinwu's outstretched hand looked quite awkward. Could it be that she really wasn't hungry? He said, you want, seize the opportunity. When you get hungry later and wanted, it might be gone. Mi Li awkwardly said, sister, let's go home. Chen Luo watched with a hidden smile, thinking, does the Ling Yinji also have such a messy side? I almost didn't recognize you with such a humble stature. Mi Ling thanked Chen Luo, saying, hello, I am Mi Ling, thank you for taking care of my sister. Mi Ling was still wary of Chen Luo, but no matter what, Mi Li had indeed been well taken care of, and had not suffered. Chen Luo smiled faintly, and said, my name is Chen Luo. Mi Ling reached out to take Mi Fan from Chen Luo's arms. After not seeing her for so many days, she missed her very much. She was also very glad that Mi Fan was alive. However, Mi Fan turned her head away, rejecting her, while using her telepathic abilities to communicate with Mi Ling. Hey, go away. When was the last time you bathed? You're filthy. Oh, what if you get me dirty? It's fine if you get me dirty, but if Chen Luo holds me and I get him dirty, that would be really bad. Upon hearing Mi Fan's words, Mi Ling first displayed an expression of disbelief. Mi Fan can talk, but soon after her face darkened. Is what you said even human language? It's not that you think him dirty, but you're worried about getting Chen Luo dirty, so you won't let me hold you. I'm your master, okay? Mi Ling didn't understand why, after not seeing Mi Fan for half a month, she had completely turned against her. Although shocked by Mi Fan's abilities, Mi Ling did not raise her voice. Mi Ling glanced at Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu behind her. They were having a farewell meal together, and everyone was parting ways. It wasn't that Mi Ling wanted to burn the bridge after crossing it, it was just that their utility on this journey had been negative. Just thinking about it made her angry. In front of them, she was just a muscle helping them clear the way, and when danger arose, they would only hide behind her, being cowardly. She realized she had been foolish to find such 2 burdens, as she had already had enough, and couldn't let them drag her and her sister down anymore, as it was unsafe. Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu happily followed along. My cohabitation life with the school beauty is about to begin. Living together will cultivate feelings, won't it? Mi Ling tentatively asked, is there still food at home? She was also quite hungry. She had originally planned to find some supplies after seeing her sister, but the supermarket was out of stock. However, there must be supplies in the entire neighborhood. If she could find a few rooms that belonged to homeowners who had turned into zombies, grabbing a bit of rice would be enough to sustain them temporarily. Chen Luo lightly hummed, saying there was certainly food and endless supply. But unless you, Mi Ling, listen to me and follow me calling me big brother, there's no way you'll get any. Chen Luo shouted, you Jie, don't we still have some rice at home? Cook a bit. After all, it wouldn't do for Mi Li's sister to be so stingy, they could at least have some rice. Ma Yu certainly noticed what was happening downstairs, she just hadn't come down. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, she was momentarily stunned. Aren't we supposed to eat barbecue? But she wasn't foolish and quickly understood Chen Luo's intention. Ma Yu nodded, saying, okay, I'll cook some right now. Is there another woman at home? Mi Ling felt somewhat reassured. Chen Luo reminded her, make sure not to wash the rice, don't waste water. Usually when Chen Luo and the others ate rice, they would wash it, but did Mi Ling and her group need to? Not needed. Just for me, Li's sake, having some to eat was already good enough. Ma Yu chuckled, saying it really didn't need washing, it was only a bit dirty, but not that much. Hearing the sound of water, Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu realized their throats were parched. On the way, not only was food an issue, but water was also a big problem. With the hot weather, both felt they were about to collapse. At this time, they had already reached the door of Mi Li's house. Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu could hardly wait to drink some water. They rushed to the kitchen and saw Ma Yu pouring bottled purified water into a rice cooker. Without a word, Zhang Zhun snatched the bucket with a third of the water left from Ma Yu's hands, held it to his mouth, and began to drink wildly. If it weren't for Wang Xinwu urging him from the side, Zhang Zhun could have drunk for half a minute. Wang Xinwu didn't mind Zhang Zhun's saliva and took the bucket to drink. Ma Yu looked at the two of them drinking directly from the bucket like beggars and was filled with disgust. She angrily said, "There are bowls right here, can't you pour it into a bowl to drink? What about the others if you drink like this?" Zhang Zhun nonchalantly replied, "Sorry, we were just really thirsty, don't worry, we're not sick." Wang Xinwu, however, was dissatisfied and said, "You guys stayed at home and didn't go out to sweat, of course you're not thirsty. Do you know how much suffering we've been through on the way?" Zhang Zhun echoed, "Yeah, you understand, we won't do this next time." Ma Yu kept her face cold, wondering why she should understand them. "I don't care how much you suffered, it's not me who made you suffer." Mi Ling shook her head, too lazy to say more. After finishing the meal, everyone would part ways. Mi Li felt sorry for her sister and handed her the nutritional drink, which still had a lot left. Mi Ling was also very thirsty, drank a little more than half, leaving some for Mi Li, but felt increasingly thirsty. It would be better to save more for Mi Li. Having satisfied their thirst, Wang Xinwu and Zhang Zhun walked out of the kitchen, taking in their surroundings with great satisfaction. It was indeed the school Bowtie's home. Not only was it spacious, but the decor was also very stylish. It was just a pity there was a man here. Zhang Zhun suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the dog lying under the sofa. A dog. A living dog. For more than half a month it had only eaten some junk fast food, instant noodles, bread, chips, snacks, and it was still not enough to eat. Its stomach had long since given up. As the saying goes, a dog can't stand 3 rolls, even a deity would stomach. Zhang Zhun, raised under the influence of his elders, had long been accustomed to eating dog meat, especially the fiery dog meat hot pot, which before the apocalypse he considered a delicacy beyond compare. Now, however, the allure of Fa Wang eclipsed even rice, grains, and millet. Wang Xinwu was no better off than Zhang Zhun, confronted suddenly with fresh meat. Who could possibly resist? Yet clearly Fa Wang was not some caged sacrificial hound. He lay lazily beneath the sofa, a well-kept pet, not prey. "Whose dog is this?" Zhang Zhun pointed at Fa Wang. Chen Luo chuckled softly, "Mine." He needed no more than a glance to discern their intent. Frowning, Zhang Zhun spoke slowly. "Brother, forgive me for saying so, but do you even grasp how chaotic the world outside has become? Survival itself is a daily struggle. How can you waste precious food on a dog? Just now you mentioned having a small stock of rice left. What then when it runs out? Take my advice, stew the dog. It saves grain and fills your belly." At those words, Fa Wang shot upright from beneath the sofa, glaring furiously at the two men. "I haven't touched your rice or your braised pork. So whose grain have I wasted?" A low, savage growl rumbled in Fa Wang's throat as he waited, poised, coiled, for Chen Luo's command to tear them apart. "This dog is vicious, clearly dangerous. It must be stewed. What if it harms me, Li?" Wang Xinwu exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at Fa Wang. "Though I've never killed a dog, I've crushed countless zombies barehanded. Shall I fear one mangy cur? I'll slaughter it myself. You just wait for the feast." Chen Luo's smile vanished, replaced in an instant by glacial coldness. "Indeed, I have no surplus grain to feed a dog. But you two mongrels, get out. Boy, watch your tongue. Have you ever faced zombies alone? Let me tell you, I've bludgeoned dozens with nothing but a brick." Chen Luo blinked, stunned. Fight zombies? He hadn't. He shook his head. Zhang Zhun sneered. He'd known all along, a pampered, pretty boy too timid to step beyond his threshold. Turning to Mi Ling, he pressed, "Mi Ling, how much hardship did we endure escorting you? How many perils did we brave along the way? Do you truly not understand how hard survival has become? And yet this youth feeds grain to a dog, wasting it, squandering it. What did we eat? What did we drink? You witnessed our suffering firsthand, the agony in our bellies, the toll on our bodies. In this world, keeping dogs is unthinkable. Can't we at least improve our rations by eating it? We won't hoard it. We'll share it among all." Mi Ling sighed inwardly. How many times had she repeated this? Did they truly not recall her purpose, or the sacrifices she'd made along the road? Mi Li, growing impatient, had already envisioned finishing their farewell meal and parting ways. Now she cut straight to the point. "Find yourselves an empty apartment in this compound. From now on, each of us lives independently. No more entanglements. Part ways." Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu froze, then erupted in fury. "Mi Ling, do you have any conscience at all? I risked my life to find your sister. And now that she's found you cast us aside like broken tools. Where is your gratitude? Never imagined such beauty could hide such venom. Mi Ling offered no rebuttal, only nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I am ruthless. Yes, I am cruel. Done scolding. Finished. Then leave. Mi Ling's striking beauty and commanding presence had long drawn envy and slander from those who coveted her, resented her, or simply couldn't possess her. Rumors swirled about affairs, cosmetic surgery, being someone's mistress, endless vicious whispers. And yet, having raised her sister alone, Mi Ling would have crumbled long ago had her spirit not been forged in steel. It wasn't that Mi Ling lacked gratitude. It was that frustration constricted her chest until it ached. Tell me truly, were you escorting me, or was I protecting you? Without you, my path wouldn't have been nearly so arduous. She didn't argue. She simply conceded, leaving Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu speechless, utterly disarmed. They stood dumbfounded. Mi Ling's voice turned icy. Leave now, or the merciless woman you so despise will show you no mercy. Zhang Zhun raised his hand to strike, then remembered he and Wang Xinwu combined couldn't match her strength. On the road, 5 survivors had leered at Mi Ling, ready to flee the moment she turned hostile. Instead, she dispatched all 5 in swift, flawless succession. Wang Xinwu nodded grimly. Fine, Mi Ling. You win this round. We'll see what comes next. Facing her alone was daunting enough. Yet inside that apartment were 2 more women, 2 men, and a dog. Mi Ling was no bluff. She would kill without hesitation. Yet these fools still spat threats as they fled. Chen Luo patted Fa Wang's head, tilted his chin toward the departing pair, and murmured quietly, send them far, so we won't need to bury them. Fa Wang trotted obediently downstairs. Mi Ling's mercy had been misplaced. Having severed ties, she should have acted decisively. Mi Ling watched Fa Wang suspiciously. Was he delivering himself as dog meat? When Fa Wang reached the stairwell, he saw the 2 men duck into a neighboring unit. No matter. Their fate was sealed. Biting them would be revolting. Wang Xinwu snarled, that wretched whore. I'll not rest until she's dead. Zhang Zhun nodded in grim agreement. Suddenly a rustle echoed behind them. Both spun around, elated. Dog meat's arrived. If we can't take down Mi Ling, surely we can handle a mere dog. But how does this dog wield magic? Both Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu had awakened latent abilities. After all, the apocalypse had raged for over 10 days. His was physical enhancement, hers cryokinesis. Yet both were mere novices, level 1 newly awakened. Fa Wang opened his jaws and launched a crackling sphere of lightning directly at them. It detonated beside them. Fa Wang stood at level 2's apex, on the cusp of level 3, and struck in furious, focused rage, channeling immense power into that single bolt. The blast obliterated them instantly. Hello and goodbye. Fa Wang scoffed. Is this all you've got? Daring to dream of eating me? Having finished them, Fa Wang returned home with effortless, almost arrogant grace. Inside Ma Yu had just finished cooking rice. Simple, unadorned, yet its fragrant steam overwhelmed Mi Ling's senses. It had been days since she'd tasted anything cooked. Mi Ling filled a bowl to the brim. Plain rice, nothing more. Not even a shred of preserved vegetable. Ma Yu had prepared only 3 modest bowls worth. Scant, yet not meager. Normally Mi Ling ate just 1. This time she devoured all 3, clean to the last grain. The others watched in silence. Mi Li's heart ached. Her sister looked so pitiful. Setting down her chopsticks, Mi Ling smiled contentedly. Sorry, I ate more than usual. But don't worry. With me, securing food is never difficult. She planned to search every apartment, rice, flour, whatever remained, to ensure Mi Li never starved. Whatever Mi Li had consumed from Chen Luo's stores, Mi Ling would repay twofold. Chen Luo hummed softly. You're done eating? Then, let's begin our meal. Zhang Luo would only take Mi Ling along to feast and revel. If she called him big brother, just like Mi Li, and obeyed him without question. Otherwise, she wouldn't go hungry. She'd simply eat plain rice every day. You're not even his yet. With Mi Ling's abilities, she could certainly locate rice and flour on her own, even if the journey would cost precious time. Mi Ling blinked in surprise. You haven't eaten yet. Her cheeks flushed red. I'm so sorry. I think I've already devoured everyone's meal. Is there still enough rice left? If not, I'll go find some right now. Ma Yu suppressed a quiet chuckle. Was that meager amount of unrinsed rice even enough to fill Deju's teeth? Not even Zhang Luo would touch it. Zhang Luo waved his hand dismissively. No need. We have plenty to eat. He turned to Ma Yu. Sister, you come here. Let me tell you which dishes to prepare. Zhang Luo walked to the refrigerator and placed the ingredients for today's lunch inside. For today, we'll skip the barbecue. Instead, we'll make mapo tofu, shredded cabbage with garlic, spicy shredded potato, boiled sliced pork, diced chicken, in chili oil, braised prawns in soy sauce, spicy crab, and beef with napa cabbage. And for soup, we'll serve tomato and egg soup. Ma Yu nodded. But preparing all these dishes on short notice will take over an hour. No problem, we'll serve them one by one. Cooking was Ma Yu's task, and she didn't mind the workload. In fact, she welcomed the distraction. Chen Luo turned to Meili. Meili, come with me to your room. There's something I need to discuss with you. Meili murmured and obedient, rose from the sofa and followed him quietly. Meili frowned. A young man and a girl alone in a room. Yet surely Chen Luo wouldn't dare pin her sister against the wall, not while she was right there. If he'd wanted to, he'd have done it long ago, certainly not wait until now. Later she'd find a moment to speak with Meili and learn more about this so-called big brother Chen Luo. Chen Luo led Meili onto the balcony attached to her room. She stood near the corner while he leaned one hand against the wall, adopting the classic wall dodge stance as he spoke to her. Meili's cheeks flushed involuntarily. Chen Luo asked gently, Meili, staying with big brother, does that mean you never go hungry or thirsty? That you can eat whatever you wish? Yes, she nodded. And being with big brother, does that mean you feel utterly safe? Not the slightest fear. She nodded again. Chen Luo smiled warmly as he stroked her hair. It's because you're obedient, gentle, and capable. That's why big brother treats you so well. But what about your sister? Will she listen to me? Meili paused and thought. Her sister had always been fiercely independent and barely knew Chen Luo. It was highly unlikely she'd follow his instructions. Chen Luo continued. Meili, I'll ask you this between me and your sister. Who would better lead us all to survive? She didn't hesitate. Of course it's you, big brother Chen Luo. Her sister had braved countless perils returning from school. So ravenous, she devoured 3 bowls of unrinsed rice like a starving wraith. Meili's heart ached watching her. Meanwhile, Chen Luo's pet Law King had grown weary of meat, while her sister struggled to stay alive, barely clinging to existence. No comparison was possible. Ever since meeting big brother Chen Luo, I've never gone hungry again. How could someone who can't even care for herself possibly lead us all? So did this question even require deliberation? If Meili knew Meili's thoughts, she'd likely clutch her chest in exasperation. Chen Luo laughed heartily, then paused mid-sentence. So first I must, he'd nearly said, train her into obedience, but that sounded far too sinister. Secure her full compliance. Otherwise, at a critical moment, disagreement between her and me could fracture our unity, leading to irreversible catastrophe. By then it would be too late. Meili nodded solemnly. Yes, she must obey you. Until she does, I won't share my supplies with her. Why should I feed and sustain someone who resists me? That would make me nothing but a fool. Meili found the logic irrefutable. Chen Luo patted her shoulder approvingly. So later let her watch us eat. Only when she obeys will she receive her share. Remember, this is for her own good. It's for sister's own good, Meili echoed dutifully. Chen Luo's plan had succeeded flawlessly, and he exited the room with Meili. By then Meili sensed something was amiss. Why did the kitchen suddenly smell so intoxicatingly rich? Watching Ma Yu retrieve item after item from the refrigerator, and noticing the battery pack powering it, Meili realized with dawning wonder the fridge was still operational. Ma Yu glanced coolly at Meili. Chen Luo had forbidden her from eating, but hadn't forbidden her from watching. In fact, it seemed deliberately staged. Normally, Ma Yu always shut the kitchen door tight to contain the cooking fumes. Meili gasped. Why so many ingredients? Are you preparing how many dishes? We're not living extravagantly. We only need one stir-fry. Believe me, you'll never taste such delicacies again. Oh, Ma Yu replied blandly. Chen Luo instructed me to prepare them. How many isn't my decision? Meili hurried over to Chen Luo, breathless. Chen Luo, this is wasteful. Even if we can finish it, we shouldn't eat like this. What will we eat tomorrow? Today marks your reunion with Meili. Her joy demands celebration. Chen Luo chuckled. Meili froze, then protested weakly. Still, it's too extravagant. Chen Luo waved his hand again. These are my supplies, so this is none of your concern. Seeing persuasion was futile, Meili abandoned further argument. She inwardly cursed her own haste. Though her mouth watered uncontrollably, her stomach could hardly accommodate more. Surely they couldn't possibly finish all those dishes. Many were her favorite, especially the fiery, aromatic chili flavors she hadn't smelled in ages. This Chen Luo truly impressed her, willing to spare such abundance to celebrate her reunion with Meili. First came mapo tofu and boiled sliced pork. Their numbing spicy fragrance instantly filled the living room. Ma Yu's culinary mastery had been rare even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Meili inhaled once, and saliva flooded her mouth instinctively. Her stomach astonishingly stirred with fresh hunger. She swallowed hard discreetly when no one was looking. Everyone waited patiently for all dishes to be served, chatting idly on their phones as though at an ordinary gathering. Meili kept reassuring herself, don't rush. These dishes won't sprout wings and fly away. At this pace, she'd soon be feasting. Any zombie daring to interrupt would be torn limb from limb. At last, the 8 dishes were fully arranged. Only the soup remained. By then Meili sat on the edge of her seat, yet maintained a composed, indifferent facade. Chen Luo retrieved 4 chilled herbal teas from the refrigerator and set them on the table. A flicker of confusion crossed Mi Ling's mind. 5 people. Shouldn't there be 5 bottles? Perhaps they'd run short. Then she'd gladly forego hers. She'd feast on the dishes alone. Ah! Mi Ling finally heard the long-awaited call. Mealtime. Wine today, sorrow tomorrow. Tomorrow's worries can wait for tomorrow. Time to eat. Chen Luo cast a curious glance at Mi Ling. What are you doing sitting here? Mi Ling tilted her head in equal bewilderment. Does it matter where I sit? I'm not perched on your lap. I'm seated beside Mi Li. What's the problem? Knowing full well what was about to unfold, and seeing how desperately her elder sister yearned for the food, yet could not partake, Mi Li's heart softened with guilt. Yet she steeled herself. This sacrifice was all for her sister's sake. Brother Chen Luo is kind-hearted. Please bear with him a little, elder sister. Chen Luo cleared his throat. We're about to begin our meal. It's rather inappropriate for you to sit here. But if you wish to watch us eat, you're welcome to stay. Mi Ling froze stunned. What do you mean? I'm not included. Chen Luo looked genuinely astonished. Why on earth would you assume you were? Didn't you just finish eating? Mi Ling gasped in disbelief. But you said this feast was to celebrate my reunion with Mi Li. Chen Luo nodded calmly. Exactly. I said it was for the reunion. I never said you were invited. Everyone at this table, except you, is mine. Only those who belong to me may savor these delicacies I risked everything to bring back. He turned to Mi Li. Mi Li, do you belong to me? Call me brother. Mi Li lowered her head, cheeks faintly flushed. Yes. I am brother Chen Luo's person. What about you, Dezhu? Su Dezhu nodded resolutely. Mountains of blade, seas of fire. I'll follow you, brother. Is this a pledge of loyalty? Ma Yu hurriedly added. Chen Luo, you rescued me. That debt is beyond repayment. The Dharma King barked fiercely, declaring himself master's loyal companion. Fried dried fish strips. Whenever Mi Fan craved them, Chen Luo always instructed Ma Yu to fry them fresh. Only freshly fried ones possessed true flavor. Mi Fan mid-bite instantly dropped the strip and defiantly thumped his chest with a paw. I live and die with Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled. There, you see, every soul at this table is either mine or my dog or my cat. All are bound to me. That is why I freely share. And who precisely are you? You hold no such claim, no right to join us. Unless, of course, you swear allegiance. Call me brother, pledge yourself to me. Then you may sit among us. Obey. Call him brother. Mi Ling sprang to her feet, mortified and furious. Chen Luo, don't push me too far. Is one meal really worth humiliating me like this? Let me make this clear. Mi Ling will never accept charity served with contempt. She stormed off and slumped onto the living room sofa, seething. Wasn't this pure mockery? No warning, no hint, until the very moment they were about to eat, then the cruel dismissal. As if a single meal held any grand significance. Have I, Mi Ling, never dined before? Or am I truly so weak-willed as to succumb to temptation? Should I order them out? A mischievous thought flickered. This is my home. Yet she swiftly dismissed the idea. Chen Luo may be shameless, but Mi Ling still discerned gratitude from grievance. Chen Luo had cared for Mi Li. To retaliate now would brand her petty, and worse, powerless. Cruel indeed. The pungent, fiery aroma of Sichuan cuisine wove through the air, ensnaring Mi Ling's senses. Normally indifferent, she now recoiled. After all, what had she eaten for the past half-month? Watching Mi Fan devour greasy fish strips, Mi Ling frowned. Mi Fan, stop indulging in such oily fare. It harms your digestion. Mi Fan licked oil from his whiskers. Oh yes, just rice or junk food is so much healthier. Perhaps you should tend to your own well-being first. That struck deep, a devastating blow. Mi Ling's lips twitched, her chest ached with rage. What enraged her most was Chen Luo's treatment, and that her own sister Mi Li sat there feasting without uttering a single word in her defense. Not even an ally. Was she truly no longer her sister? My Mi Fan, my Mi Li. Both Mi Ling had braved countless hardships to return home, only to face this crushing solitude, this Chen Luo praised warmly. Sister, you, this Kung Pao chicken is exquisite. Try this spicy crab, Mi Li. It's equally superb. The living room had become unbearable, especially with that intoxicating scent lingering in the air. Mi Ling strode coldly to her room. But the moment she entered, her chest tightened again. A man's briefs lay atop her bed. Whose were they? Chen Luo's? Or Su Dezhu's? A moment's reflection confirmed it. Undoubtedly Chen Luo's. Mi Li, how dare you let a man occupy your elder sister's bedroom? Mi Ling clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. For the sake of you caring for my sister, I'll endure. She gathered her clothes and personal items. Thankfully, her undergarments and the wardrobe remained untouched. Though Chen Luo was indeed shameless, he was no pervert. Mi Ling resolved to move into Mi Li's room and share it with her, seizing the chance to ask a question. Mi Li, whose sister are you truly? Having just returned home, quarreled with Zhang Zhun, and Wang Xinwu devoured 3 bowls of rice and been lured by the feast's fragrance, Mi Ling suddenly felt utterly wretched. Over 2 weeks without bathing, she was nearly rank. She decided to shower though unfamiliar guests lingered in the house, and she refused to wait any longer. Her room had a shower, but the body wash was gone. She retrieved a new bottle from the shared bathroom. Meili, noticing, called out with concern, "Elder sister, the brother Chen Luo said it's fine to bathe as long as you don't swallow the water." Mi Ling gave a soft, derisive hum. Now she remembered to care. She locked the door firmly, then stepped beneath the warm spray. Still unable to silence the quiet ache within, how did I become utterly alone? Mi Fan's betrayal was understandable. Cats, after all, were proverbial opportunists. Milk meant mother. But Meili, could mere food truly sever the bond of blood? A slow smile curved her lips. At this rate, in 3 days' time you'll be reduced, like me, to plain rice or flour, nothing more. Then Mi Fan will return obediently to my side. Meili remains my flesh and blood. She cannot truly abandon me. Once I uncover Chen Luo's scheme, she'll stand with me once more. Yes, there was a refrigerator, but how much could it possibly hold? Grocery stores held supplies, even meat and fresh produce, but their power had failed. Anything salvaged would surely have spoiled. Wait and see. Let us discover who laughs last. After finishing the meal, Chen Luo took out some grapes to share with everyone. Come and eat the grapes. The deep purple grapes were large and sweet. Chen Luo deliberately spoke loudly, and Mi Ling heard him from the room. Grapes. These are Mi Ling's favorite fruit. Mi Ling swallowed her saliva but feigned disdain, sure that the grapes had been frozen for who knows how many days and were no longer fresh or tasty. After taking a shower, Mi Ling changed into a comfortable black long dress, revealing her originally fair skin and captivating beauty. Mi Ling sighed, feeling much more comfortable all over except for her stomach. Mi Ling began to pack her belongings, preparing to move to Mi Li's room. After finishing, Mi Ling stepped out of the room. Ma Yu, who was in the living room, was taken aback upon seeing Mi Ling, realizing just how beautiful she was. Especially her figure. Even this woman couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Chen Luo also couldn't resist sneaking a few looks. Her figure evoked an impulsive feeling. As Chen Luo played a game, he muttered, "Eating grapes without spitting out the skins, and not eating grapes, but still spitting out the skins." Mi Ling frowned. Chen Luo was quite the carefree one. What kind of skill does he possess to obtain resources, and what kind of spell did he cast on Mi Li? Mi Ling said, "Mi Li, come, let's go to your room." Mi Li replied with a sound, and followed Mi Ling into her room. Mi Li also wanted to persuade Mi Ling to listen to Chen Luo sooner. Upon entering the room, Mi Ling first locked the door, then pushed Mi Li down onto the bed. Her hands were not idle, gently squeezing Mi Li's waist. Mi Ling said fiercely, "Well, Mi Li, your sister rushed back from school, and you stabbed her in the back, conspiring with an outsider against your sister. Now tell me what on earth happened. You weren't supporting your sister just now." Mi Li begged for mercy while trying to persuade her sister. "Sister, if we are on the same team, we need a captain to avoid disagreements at critical moments, and the best candidate is Brother Chen Luo. Brother Chen Luo is worried you won't listen, which is why he's treating you this way. He mentioned it to me beforehand, and I think it makes sense." Mi Ling paused for a moment, then sneered, "You must have been brainwashed. As long as he shows enough capability, you'll naturally listen to him. But to use such lowly tactics is simply laughable, thinking that a meal can make me submit. Whether he is capable or not must be proven through action. Besides, didn't you hear him say I have to call him brother? He may not be older than me, right?" Mi Li completely missed the point, or perhaps she was internally convinced that Chen Luo was indeed the most suitable captain. Sister cannot compare to Chen Luo at all. Mi Li opened the door and quietly asked Chen Luo, "Brother Chen Luo, when is your birthday? I think in case my sister is older than you, making her call you brother seems a bit unreasonable." Chen Luo found it amusing. He clearly knew Mi Ling's birth date, having done some prior research. No matter how you ask him, still older. Mi Ling is actually 2 months older than Chen Luo, but I am now 2 months older than you. Mi Li excitedly informed Mi Ling, "Sister, Brother Chen Luo is indeed older than you." Mi Ling pointed at Mi Li's forehead in annoyance. "Is that the point? If you want me to listen to you, fine, let's compete and see who has the last laugh." After thinking for a while, Mi Ling decided to go out to find food herself. Even if there was rice at home, she wouldn't eat it. "I don't want anything of Chen Luo's." However, Mi Ling didn't intend to go to a distant supermarket to get meat. First, even if there was any, it would be spoiled. Second, she couldn't put herself in a dangerous situation just because of a sense of competition, as she couldn't die. Her sister still depended on her. Mi Ling planned to gather resources within the community. She changed into convenient clothing and was about to head out. Mi Li asked, "Sister, where are you going?" Mi Ling glanced and said, "I wouldn't dare eat certain people's food. I'm going to look for something in the community myself. Out to find stuff." Mi Li couldn't help but worry, what if she encountered danger? Mi Li said, "Sister, I want to go with you too." Mi Ling wanted to go out to find things out. Chen Luo had no reason to stop her and couldn't prevent Mi Li from going. If it's just looking in the community, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Chen Luo said, "Bring Mi Fan along. If there's any danger, she can give an early warning. Locking, you can follow them around." Chen Luo gestured to Law King indicating that he shouldn't take action until they encountered danger. Mi Li was well aware of Law King's strength. She was very happy. Although Chen Luo was suppressing her sister, he still cared for her. Mi Fan was in Chen Luo's arms watching him play games. With a mouth full of confidence, she pointed out mistakes. Hearing Mi Ling's words, she couldn't help but sigh. Isn't it good to hang out with Chen Luo? All women are all so fickle and willful. Law King was also listless. Why must they go out on such a hot day? Mi Ling looked at Law King in astonishment. This dog was following as a bodyguard. This dog seemed extraordinary. It had gone down with Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu, then quickly returned. Had it dealt with the two? Mi Ling frowned. Although she was confident in searching carefully in the community without getting into trouble, she couldn't forcefully refuse Mi Li from following her. At the same time, she felt much more comfortable. Mi Li had not betrayed her and was very concerned about her sister. Mi Li equipped herself with a blast helmet, thick leather jacket, and 2 electric batons given by Chen Luo. Mi Li gave the helmet and leather jacket to Mi Ling. She only needed to follow behind her sister. Watching the 2 one cat and 1 dog leave, Chen Luo did not follow. It was impossible for him to follow them at all times, and he wouldn't want to intrude on their personal space. Mi Ling was not someone easily subdued. Fine, let's compete and see who prevails. Mi Ling didn't even exit the building. She went directly through the stairs and reached the top floor, the 9th floor. Mi Ling knocked on the door lightly. If there was no response, that would be it. If she confirmed there were zombies locked inside, she would force her way in. No one responded. They might not be home, or might be too scared to respond or open the door. If she forced the door open and left the family without a defense, the consequences could be fatal. Mi Ling didn't want to save people, but she also didn't want to harm them. The first house had no response. At the second house, upon hearing the knock, there was a sudden roar from inside with zombies rushing to the door, banging against it incessantly. Instead, Mi Ling smiled. She had no keys and no lockpicking skills and planned to forcefully break down the... Mi Ling signaled Mi Li to step back a bit. Mi Ling extended her palm, and immediately a highly condensed flame appeared in her hand, melting the lock on the door like a flamethrower. Soon a nearly round hole with a diameter of 30 centimeters was burned into the door. The metallic part of the lock showed signs of melting, but before it could fully melt, the lock fell off. Mi Ling effortlessly opened the door and then used an iron rod to smash the zombie's head. The gear that Mi Li originally had was now all given to Mi Ling. On the way home, Mi Ling learned to conserve her strength. While her powers were useful, her blue energy bar was limited. It was best not to use her powers on zombies that could be killed with external force. Mi Ling began rummaging through drawers, finding 30 pounds of rice and several cans of drinks from the fridge. She also found a box of milk, more than a dozen eggs that hadn't gone bad, a bag of red dates, half a box of instant noodles, and a large remaining portion of bottled purified water. Every household had some supplies, and in a city with nearly 10 million homes, the amount of resources was certainly not less than that of supermarkets. Of course, searching through the community wasn't easy. If Chen Luo hadn't cleared out most of the zombies, how could Mi Ling easily enter the neighborhood? Mi Ling smiled and generously tossed a box of milk to Mi Li. Mi Li smiled wryly. Mi Ling sneered inwardly, thinking that even if she starved, she wouldn't eat food given to her out of pity. Before leaving, Mi Ling extracted the crystal from the zombie's forehead. Although her expression was uncomfortable, it was quite a feat for a girl at this moment. Having just searched one house, the haul was already significant. With her home right below, Mi Ling planned to return the supplies first and show off to Chen Luo. Without you, could I starve to death? When Mi Ling went out with Mi Li, Chen Luo was lost in thought, wondering if he had been a bit excessive at noon. It was true that not giving Mi Ling a feast when she didn't obey him was warranted, but it shouldn't have been done in such a mocking and humiliating manner. Will the future great warrior Ling Yanji really succumb to the temptation of food? If he had been a bit gentler, kinder, and used Mi Li to lock Mi Ling in with delicious food, it would be hard for her not to return to him. But if he used a mocking approach with such lowly tactics, would Mi Ling still return? If that worked, then Mi Ling would be too disappointing. He had underestimated Ling Yanji too much. Chen Luo sighed. Mi Ling, oh Mi Ling, who told you to kick me in the past life? Did I not care about my pride? In his past life, Chen Luo was all alone, naturally not a match for the numerous Mi Ling. With Mi Li and friends backing her, how could Chen Luo stand a chance against them alone? At that time, Chen Luo was level 10, had not yet reached the king level, and didn't master the dimensional blade. Although the Void Monarch was powerful, he was not a match for a group attack, and could only run if discovered. Chen Luo, I beg you, don't steal my vegetables. Is it easy for me to grow them? How about this? I'll give you a cabbage and 2 potatoes every day. Mi Ling, who had no way to deal with Chen Luo, was almost in tears. Chen Luo chuckled and said, what do you mean by stealing? This is called robbing. What you give me is like begging for food. Later, for some unfathomable reason, Chen Luo fell and was caught by Mi Ling. Mi Ling, who had harbored resentment for a long time, kicked Chen Luo hard in the butt. If it weren't for this reason, Chen Luo wouldn't have mocked Mi Ling at noon. He couldn't drag this on like this. after humiliating Mi Ling at noon. With her personality, if no change was made, she would never truly obey him. There wasn't much time to waste, or wouldn't it be better to win over Mi Ling sooner? Just then the door opened, and Mi Ling immediately returned less than 10 minutes later. Mi Ling proudly displayed the supplies in her hands. She declared loudly, "Tonight, I will have braised beef noodles paired with 2 eggs. Although it's not as extravagant as some people's feasts, I'm satisfied." Chen Luo clicked his tongue, thinking that people who didn't know would believe there was real beef in your braised beef noodles. He had originally planned to eat barbecue tonight, but fine, let's have beef noodles and show you what real beef noodles are. Chen Luo stood up seriously and said, "Mi Ling, let's talk." Mi Ling sneered, "Sure, let's see what you can come up with." Mi Ling put down her things and sat across from Chen Luo, and Mi Li followed closely, of course, wanting Mi Ling and Chen Luo to merge together sooner. Chen Luo sincerely said, "First of all, what I did at noon was indeed a bit excessive. I shouldn't have treated you that way, and here I owe you an apology." Mi Ling was taken aback for a moment and then scoffed, "You don't mean to trick me, do you? Saying you want to treat me to a grand feast at night, then mocking me again. Is this interesting?" Chen Luo waved his hand. "You think too much. To be honest, I won't share my supplies with you until you genuinely confirm my position as the team leader. What I did at noon was indeed inappropriate." Seeing that Chen Luo's expression was relatively sincere, Mi Ling's expression softened slightly. "Did I not want to eat a feast? I was almost drooling at the table, and then you told me I had no share and had to call you brother. I finally had a moment of interest, and you made me lose so thoroughly." Chen Luo said, "To be the team leader, both strength and strategy are essential. I will prove to you that in every aspect I will completely crush you. First is strength. We will have a match in 3 days. If I lose, I will do whatever you say from now on." Mi Ling's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but stand up. "Why wait 3 days? We can fight today, no." Mi Ling had been holding in her anger all noon and couldn't find an outlet. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. "With your current strength, you can't even beat my Magic King. I'm just afraid of not controlling my strength and hurting you. In 3 days, I will have the power to completely crush you." Chen Luo had a feeling that in 2 or 3 days after using the crystals of the Mouse King and the Devourer, he would break through to level 4, not only being able to barely use void walking, but also experiencing a significant leap in physical quality. Relying solely on physical strength without using powers, could Mi Ling accept that? If using powers only resulted in her being slightly injured, she certainly wouldn't admit defeat. Severe injury. Chen Luo wouldn't allow it. Even if Mi Li had mastered healing skills, it would still be hard to quickly heal Mi Ling at this stage. Besides, if Mi Ling were to have any scars, wouldn't that be detrimental to him? When Mi Ling heard Chen Luo's words, she stood up abruptly, her face flushed. "You're talking nonsense. I can't even beat a dog." The title of the Lightning Law King is not just a hollow name, is it? Indeed, he has punished wave after wave of those wishing to indulge in dog meat. During the peak of his power, whether the Law King and Mi Ling ever clashed, and who is slightly stronger, Chen Luo truly does not know. Mi Ling is dead, the entire base has been annihilated, yet the Law King is still alive and well. If Chen Luo survives until the end, the Law King should be the second to last one to fall. Hanging in Chen Luo's mouth. Mi Ling and the Law King's strength should be about the same. But that was in the past. The current Law King is being nurtured by Chen Luo at an astonishing speed, absorbing an endless supply of crystals every day. And what about Mi Ling? She could sense the existence of crystals immediately and absorbs them daily. The Law King's breakthrough to the 3rd level is also expected to happen in the next couple of days, either tonight or tomorrow night. Mi Ling without rules, she would definitely be schemed against by the Law King. Mi Ling, furious beyond control, thinks to herself, "This Chen Luo, how dare he compare me to a dog?" Seeing Mi Ling state, Chen Luo cowered. All right, you must be stronger than the Law King, right?" Speaking of who is stronger is utterly meaningless. The Law King is also quite displeased. "Is it embarrassing to be weaker than me?" Chen Luo said, "No matter what we say, it's meaningless. In 3 days, we'll know once we fight." Mi Ling still wanted to say something, but the Law King, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, revealing a vigilant expression. Bang, bang, bang. A steady knocking sound echoed. A woman's voice rang out. Mi Li, are you home?" Mi Ling fell silent. Did someone see her returning home this noon? This voice sounds somewhat familiar, but she cannot recall who it belongs to. It should be some woman from the neighborhood. The woman's pleading voice came through. "Mi Ling, I saw you returned. Please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please give me something to eat." If she does not respond, this woman will probably keep knocking. Although it poses no real threat, it is bothersome, and it would be inconvenient for Chen Luo and the others to make any noise. Mi Ling, in an extremely bad mood, walked to the door and said expressionlessly, "Haven't eaten for 2 days. So that means you ate something 2 days ago." Chen Luo, your response is surprisingly refreshing. The woman outside Zhongqin, is this even human language? Mi Ling coldly said, "I don't have anything to eat, go away." Mi Ling's merciless words seemed to make Zhongqin retreat in defeat. Seeing Mi Ling's bad expression, Mi Li looked at her strangely, sighed, and began to give Mi Li a lesson. Mi Li, logically speaking, we have food, we should give this person a little. After all, she looks quite pitiful, not having eaten for 2 days. But no matter how much we give her, there will be a day when she finishes it. After she finishes it, what should we do if she asks us for more? To give or not to give? Continuing to give will only make her demand more, while not giving will make the previous food we gave go to waste. She won't appreciate it. Instead, she may end up hating us. The more we give, the greater her resentment will be. It's already tough for us to survive. How can we keep giving to her? It's better to refuse her from the start. Survival of the fittest. If she can't find food and dies, she can only blame herself for being weak. So don't easily pity others and don't do good deeds casually. Mi Li nodded. I understand, this is the principle of kindness leading to revenge. Chen Luo smiled. Mi Ling, your awareness is quite high. No wonder Mi Ling was able to survive with Mi Li in her past life. This awareness is indeed extraordinary. Mi Ling snorted coldly. In 3 days I want to see where your confidence comes from. Chen Luo chuckled. If it weren't to shock your soul and let you experience void walking and also fearing to hurt you, I would want to spank you right now. At this moment, Mi Fan said to Chen Luo, Chen Luo, I feel that the person just now had malicious intent. Chen Luo replied with an regardless of the reason for the malice, if they dare to come, they shouldn't expect to leave. Chen Luo gently stroked Mi Fan. You are truly remarkable. With you around, one can distinguish between friend and foe. Zhang Qin cursed silently as she left Mi Ling's house. This little bitch Mi Ling has such a venomous heart. Soon you and your sister will suffer. Zhang Qin arrived downstairs and went to the left wall of the building, where there were 5 men, some in their 20s and others in their 40s. Upon seeing Zhang Qin, the 5 men who had been crouching stood up immediately with gleaming eyes. Confirmed. Mi Ling is at home. Zhang Qin nodded. She's home, she just spoke to me. Unable to resist, Zhang Qin recounted her conversation with Mi Ling. One of the men grinned. Mi Li is also home. Ooh, I saw her coming in and out with 2 men. Others couldn't help but chatter excitedly. Great. Mi Ling and Mi Li are alive, otherwise it would have been a waste. Every time I can lift my head is because of the medicine, but hey, upon seeing Mi Ling, I don't even need medicine to lift my head. Damn, that figure, that beauty, truly worth dying under a peony flower. Having played once, it would be worth dying for. Damn it, hurry up, don't let those 2 men take the lead. I don't know who those 2 men are. I've never seen Mi Ling or Mi Li bring men back before. Zhang Qin said fiercely. Make sure to torment them severely. Ooh, I've disliked them for a long time. These men were the original residents of Mi Li's neighborhood, well aware of the sisters who had lived here for many years. Who wouldn't be envious? But before the apocalypse, they were constrained by order. Even if they had thieving hearts, they didn't have the guts. Those daring to take advantage of the situation should beware of Mi Ling's anti-wolf techniques. As for Zhang Qin, she didn't know if her husband, who was out working, was dead or alive. Before the apocalypse, he often looked at Mi Ling and Mi Li with lustful eyes. After seeing this, Zhang Qin had quarreled with her husband countless times and had long harbored resentment towards Mi Ling and Mi Li. Out of extreme jealousy for Mi Ling and Mi Li's beauty, she was willing to probe the waters for these 5 men and even proposed the idea first. In Mi Ling and Mi Li's home, there are currently 2 men and 2 women, but there are 5 men here. What is there to fear? Especially since they have weapons, either iron rods or benches, and have awakened special abilities, they are full of confidence. Especially a bald, muscular man holding a large iron hammer ready to break in with it. Su Daju, observing the situation outside by the window, said, Brother, someone is coming with weapons. They don't have good intentions. Chen Luo said nonchalantly, Go down and deal with them. Don't let them die in the hallway, or we'll have to clean up later. If they die in the hallway, we'll have to help them out. Otherwise, we'll be stepping over their rotting corpses every time we come in. Su Daju nodded and grabbed his iron rod, preparing to head out. Without waiting for Chen Luo's instruction, Fu Wang instinctively followed closely behind him. Mi Li said, I'll grant Brother Daju a few buffs. She cast 2 golden beams in quick succession, both flowing into Su Daju's body, one enhancing his strength, the other reinforcing his defense. Under Chen Luo's tutelage, Mi Li had long advanced to level 2 and mastered a new buff defensive augmentation, its potency far surpassing that of her level 1 abilities. Where her strength boost once amounted to 10 units, it now exceeded 30, and would grow increasingly formidable as her level ascended. Though Mi Li possessed greater innate talent than Su Daju, she had begun absorbing crystals several days later. She would need roughly another week to catch up. Mi Ling wished to observe whether this man and his dog truly lived up to their reputation. Meanwhile, Chen Luo watched from the window, a sliver of sunlight slipping through the curtain's gap and falling softly across his face. To Mi Ling's mild surprise, well, he's rather handsome, isn't he? She moved to the opposite side of the window, maintaining a half-meter distance from Chen Luo, and gazed down at the street below. Zhang Qin and her 5 companions were nearing the building's entrance when suddenly a sleek black native dog burst forth, glossy fur, muscular frame thick with meat. The six exchanged glances, their first thought dog meat. Fawang lunged forward, barking fiercely at them. They exchanged a glance and advanced to strike Fawang down, only for Su Dezhu to materialize like a phantom from an unseen blind spot, startling all six. Su Dezhu raised his iron rod first, bringing it crashing down upon the bald man who wielded a massive iron mallet, striking his bare skull with brutal force. Su Dezhu's raw strength was already formidable, amplified by Mili's blessing. The blow shattered the bald man's skull like a watermelon bursting apart. Eyes wide with shock, the bald man collapsed lifeless, unblinking, uncomprehending. Though the remaining five had awakened their abilities, witnessing such visceral carnage inflicted upon a comrade sent terror shuddering through their very marrow. Su Dezhu showed no mercy. He swung again, this time targeting Zhang Qin. Of the four left standing, trembling hands hurled stools and iron rods at him. Such feeble blows barely registered against Su Dezhu. One among them shook as he attempted to condense an ice, yet he had only just awakened his ability. His control remained crude, his casting impossibly slow. To unleash even a single spell required no less than 5 seconds. Did he possess even that much time? The true finishing blow came not from Su Dezhu, but from Fawang. Their focus had shifted first to the dog, then been drawn away by Su Dezhu. Even had their attention remained fixed on Fawang, the outcome would have been unchanged. With a single thunderbolt sphere, Fawang incinerated 3 of them, leaving only one survivor, swiftly dispatched by Su Dezhu. From the instant combat erupted to its decisive conclusion, less than 5 seconds elapsed. Clean, ruthless, absolute. Meiling showed no astonishment. On her return journey, she herself had fought and subdued 5 opponents alone. Yet those 5 had possessed no awakened abilities. Though Fawang and Su Dezhu had employed ambush tactics, Meiling felt no disdain. When lives hung in the balance, why insist upon honor over efficacy? Chen Luo, however, was mildly surprised. Fawang had taken initiative to draw attention, yet he'd never taught the dog such strategy. Had it learned independently? Both Fawang and Su Dezhu were individually capable of defeating 5 foes. Chen Luo's caution stemmed not from doubt, but from prudence. Glancing back at Mili, Chen Luo murmured inwardly, Mili received instruction from Meiling earlier. I shall now impart my own lesson. Aloud he commanded Mili, retrieve the crystals from the foreheads of those 6. Mili pointed incredulously at herself. Me. Chen Luo nodded. Yes. Though you serve as support, remaining safely behind the front line, you must still confront such realities firsthand. Only then will your resolve remain unshaken when duty demands it. Mili had witnessed Chen Luo extract crystals before, but always turned away, unable to bear the sight. Now he expected her to perform the act herself. She looked pleadingly toward Meiling, silently begging for intervention. To her dismay, Meiling slowly nodded. Mili, this is a threshold you must cross. Better to acclimate now, while safety still holds. Meiling swore inwardly. By heaven and earth, she bore no grudge over Mili's silence at noon. Accepting the dagger Chen Luo offered, Mili descended the stairs, her face as pale as ash. Su Dezhu dragged the 6 corpses to the roadside, ready to extract the crystals, until Chen Luo gestured for him to step aside. With a shrug, he yielded the position to Mili. Trembling, Mili pleaded, Fawang, please do it for me. Fawang shook his head decisively. This was no task for a dog. Her first incision made her vomit violently. Hands shaking uncontrollably, she fumbled for 3 full minutes before locating the crystal, then vomited again, expelling every trace of her midday meal. Yet repetition bred familiarity. Inside, Mili wept silently at noon. Here I stood with brother Chen Luo against sister Meiling. Now sister Meiling and brother Chen Luo conspire together to test me. Over 10 minutes later, Mili returned, pale, trembling, and clutching the carefully wrapped crystals in her quivering hands. Chen Luo smiled. Vomiting becomes second nature with practice. Your brother Dezhu endured the same. He rinsed the crystals, and paused, noticing one faintly tinged with aquamarine, a natural element crystal. Natural element adepts were rare, but not as exceedingly scarce as spatial element cultivators. Perhaps 2 or 3 in every 100 bore such affinity. Only with their aid could vegetables and rice be cultivated successfully. Without them, even seeds and water proved futile. This necessity arose because the earth itself had become poisoned. Natural element adepts possessed negligible combat prowess early on. Their true power emerged only after months of cultivation, requiring at least half a year before they could reliably nurture crops. Meiling gave a soft, disdainful hum and began boiling noodles, luxuriously pairing a packet of instant noodles with 2 eggs. Chen Luo brightened instantly. Sister, you let's have noodles too, beef noodles. Ma Yu nodded, first simmering the beef until its broth grew rich and aromatic. She and Meiling cooked side by side. As Meiling beheld slice after glistening succulent slab of beef, nearly half a pot, perhaps 5 or 6 jin, her jaw dropped. Are you eating beef or beef noodles? Was this truly how one prepared beef noodles? Mei searched her own pot and found precisely 2 minuscule specks of beef, no larger than grains of rice. Mei failed to recognize this as deliberate provocation. She assumed Chen Luo simply ate whatever was available, never indulging in preference or excess. When Mei finished first, her noodles suddenly lost all allure, especially beside the deep savory aroma wafting from the kitchen. Indeed, they no longer smelled appetizing at all. Chen Luo said, "Serve Meili a bowl first." Meili whispered, voice frail, "I can't eat." Mei clenched her fists tightly. "Neither can I." At night, rice lay beside Chen Luo once more. Normally today, rice should have been favored by Meili, but it was sent back by Meili. It was because Meili had offended rice too harshly during the day. Rice had the potential to become sharp-tongued. Chen Luo quietly absorbed the crystals at a rate of 1 per minute. After absorbing 80 crystals, it had been over an hour, and he felt the power within his body. Chen Luo estimated that if all went smoothly by tomorrow night, he could use the first-level crystals from the Rat King and the Devourer along with some survivors to break through to level 4. Level 4 would bring a significant qualitative change compared to before. At that time, the crystals from the current zombies would be of no use to Chen Luo, and he would have to wait for the zombies to evolve to level 1. While Chen Luo was cultivating, Rice could only roll around on the bed in boredom. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Rice, my little treasure, it's time to sleep. From now on you will sleep with me." The next morning, Ma, you made scallion pancakes with soy milk. Meili rolled around on the bed in despair, feeling the pain of watching others eat while she could only look on. It seemed like there was flour and she could make scallion pancakes, but she didn't know how to cook and didn't have green onions either. She also really wanted to drink soy milk. Chen Luo had already provoked Meili once with his words and didn't want to do it again. Since Meili didn't chase her away and even gave up her own room, Rice couldn't be too childish. At noon, Meili was in her room, eating instant noodles. Even with the door closed, the enticing aroma wafted into her nose. This life was unbearable. Eating and eating, she wondered what they would eat next and how big her refrigerator was. Didn't she know? Hey, dinner again was a feast. Meili sensed something was off. Her refrigerator wasn't that big. With their eating habits, they should have emptied it after 2 meals. When Meili opened the refrigerator, to her astonishment, it was still full of vegetables and meat. She rushed to Chen Luo, incredulous, and asked, "How is the refrigerator full again?" Originally, Meili wanted to wait until Chen Luo's supplies ran out and eat instant noodles like her. If this refrigerator never emptied, wouldn't she become a joke? Meili patted her head and realized she hadn't told her sister that Chen Luo was a spatial magician. She glanced at Chen Luo and, seeing he had no objections, weakly said, "Sister, Chen Luo is a spatial ability user. He has stored some food inside that can last for at least several years." Meili, why didn't you say so earlier? Do you know, Meili, I now feel like a clown. Meili dared not say more. Meili snorted coldly. "According to our agreement, in a few days we will have a duel. If I lose, I will obediently listen to you." Chen Luo smiled and said, "Perhaps tomorrow I will try to meet your desire for being bullied." To be honest, Meili also felt that Chen Luo's strength was quite remarkable. At the very least, this dog's strength was impressive, and Sudaju gave her a feeling of being hard to deal with. But what could she do? Just admit defeat. Meili and Rice had both betrayed her. Now only by defeating Chen Luo could she gain the upper hand. Chen Luo had kidnapped Meili, leaving her with no way out. She could not abandon Meili. Meili imagined defeating Chen Luo tomorrow or the day after, with Chen Luo lying at her feet calling her sister and then rewarding her with a mountain of delicious food. What should she eat? She couldn't think about it. The more she thought, the hungrier she got. The small biscuit in her hand suddenly lost its appeal. At night, Chen Luo began to absorb crystals, having prepared early. Level 4 was very important for Chen Luo. It would allow him to use void walking, and his strength would experience a qualitative change, greatly enhancing his survival ability. Without void walking, what kind of survival ability could a spatial ability user have? First, as usual, he absorbed 80 crystals. Normally at this point, Chen Luo would no longer be able to continue absorbing crystals. His body was in a saturated state. However, it was like that time when Meili finished 3 bowls of rice. She was full, but if you offered her a chicken leg, would she be able to eat it? After finishing the chicken leg, how about a pound of crayfish? After eating, maybe some soup, and then some fruit. How much you can eat depends not only on your appetite, but also on the quality of the food. Low-level crystals are equivalent to rice, while high-level crystals are like abalone and lobster. But it can only be occasionally. A long-term binge eating is unbearable for the body and will affect appetite for the next meal. Chen Luo first took out 7 first-level survivor crystals. After absorbing them, he used the crystal from the Devourer. He was just a little bit away from level 4. Chen Luo took out the crystal from the Rat King. This was a level 4 crystal, useful even for level 7 ability users. As he absorbed this crystal, Chen Luo's body felt as if it was leaping, extremely comfortable. It was probably akin to how Meili felt when she finally tasted the grapes she had been longing for. Waves of energy flowed through his palm into the crystals in Chen Luo's mind. The crystals began to expand slightly, and once the accumulated amount reached a certain level, a qualitative change would occur. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck Chen Luo's head, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. However, it was completely within Chen Luo's tolerance. In his past life, breaking through level 10, breaking through to the king level, that pain was on a completely different scale compared to now. Some female survivors said that at level 7 that pain was no less than childbirth. Rice sensed Chen Luo's condition, but dared not move, anxiously watching him, fearful of disturbing him. The crystals in his mind seemed to be continuously secreting some mysterious energy spreading throughout Chen Luo's body. This was strengthening Chen Luo's physique. Levels 4, 7, 10, and beyond are all significant qualitative changes. The physical quality of level 4 elemental and special ability users would be comparable to level 3 me-type ability users. The pain in his mind dissipated, and the crystals continued to secrete energy, improving Chen Luo's body. It wasn't until a minute later that Chen Luo let out a long breath, a smile appearing on his face. More than half of the energy from the Rat King's crystal remained unspent. The ability power at level 4 compared to the peak of level 3 only increased by about a third. Not much, but the quality had changed significantly. He could cast more powerful spells with fewer blue bars. 2 peak level 3 ability users would not be a match for 1 level 4 ability user, of course, assuming their combat experience was equal. Most importantly, Chen Luo could now use void walking. He stood by the window gazing at the starry sky, wondering if one day he could use void walking to reach the moon directly. Finally able to use void walking, Chen Luo couldn't help but want to try it once. In his past life he had used it quite a bit. It was as natural as drinking water, but he hadn't been able to meet the power requirements before. With a thought feeling the familiar spatial power, Chen Luo instantly vanished and appeared in the living room. In the living room, the Law King who had been guarding Chen Luo's door was startled when he saw a shadow suddenly appear. Woof, 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 woof. The Law King jumped up in fright. I'm guarding the door for you, and you come to scare me. Early the next morning, Mi Ling complained. Did you send your dog to wake me up in the dead of night, disrupting my rest just to gain an edge in our duel? The Dharma King cast a mournful glance at Chen Luo. The dog had truly been terrified out of its wits. Chen Luo smiled faintly. You flatter yourself far too much. Let's eat first, then we'll spar. Mi Ling's eyes lit up. Did this mean the match wouldn't wait until tomorrow? Eat? What do you even call that? You feast? Oh, I merely stave off hunger. Ma, you had prepared char siu buns, egg tarts, fried eggs, and spicy sour soup that morning. I've never eaten so well before. Once I defeat Chen Luo, he'll have no choice but to obey me. Mi Ling confirmed. So if I win, you'll obey me without question. Chen Luo nodded. Of course. You seem remarkably confident. Shall we raise the stakes? Mi Ling instantly grew wary. Though Chen Luo had never demonstrated his abilities publicly, everyone spoke of him with quiet reverence, and she held little confidence in her ability to best him. Yet she had no alternative. This was her only chance to face him. She shook her head decisively. Then Chen Luo said, 3 seconds. I'll make you surrender, utterly convinced. Fail, and you win. 3 seconds to defeat me. Mi Ling bristled. Perhaps you truly are formidable, but am I really incapable of lasting even 3 seconds? Informal sparring opponents begin at least 3 meters apart after all. If I avoid direct confrontation and simply evade, those 3 seconds will vanish in an instant. Su Daju glanced at Chen Luo in astonishment. Brother, are you planning to strike hard? A single sword strike would kill Mi Ling outright, but such brutality was unthinkable. Mi Ling asked, what is the starting distance between us? Chen Luo replied, 20 meters. The greater the distance, the more likely she'd take the bait. Mi Ling sneered inwardly. At the start, I'll simply retreat. I refuse to believe it. And what's the wager? Chen Luo grinned. Simple. I just need you to bend over, and I'll give you one firm. Mi Ling stared blankly. Why do you want to kick my sister's backside? Mi Ling blinked, then asked, if you lose, may I kick you once too? Chen Luo waved a hand dismissively. You may kick me to death, however many times you wish. Or name any demand. I'll fulfill it without hesitation. Outwardly, the terms appeared wildly uneven, a profoundly unfair contest. Yet Chen Luo possessed absolute certainty, having advanced to level for the previous day and aided by skills from his past life. Defeat was inconceivable. It was simply impossible. Mi Ling hesitated. This was deeply unsettling. Was he truly that arrogant? Still, her loss carried minimal risk, just one humiliating kick, while the reward was immense. Any condition would do. Mi Ling nodded. Agreed. Inside, Chen Luo nearly burst with triumph. Finally, a legitimate chance for retribution. Once she joined his circle, such an opportunity would never arise again. Chen Luo turned to the others. Dezhu Mi Li, you're our witnesses. Whoever cheats is a dog. The Dharma King muttered. Were you not my master, I'd bite you on the spot. Why must the cheater be a dog? Can't it be a cat? Must it only be a dog? Mi Ling insisted on beginning the match immediately. She could finally eat breakfast afterward. Could Chen Luo possibly refuse? They ascended directly to the rooftop, a spacious platform nearly the size of a basketball court. Chen Luo and Mi Ling stood 20 meters apart. Mi Ling thought grimly, no direct clash. I'll simply evade until the 3 seconds expire. It's unsportsmanlike, yes, but he set the terms. No one else is to blame. Surely I won't bend over and present myself for a kick. That would be unbearable shame. With no other recourse, she resolved to embrace a touch of shamelessness. Mi Ling stood as referee, counting down 3, 2, 1. Begin. Mi Ling fixed her gaze unblinkingly on Chen Luo, ready to dodge the instant he moved. In the next instant, her pupils contracted violently. Chen Luo had vanished. Impossible. Her eyes had never left him. Had he turned invisible? Mi Li and Su Deju gaped like specters. Mi Fan puffed with pride. As Master Chen Luo's closest feline confidant, I knew first. For Chen Luo had materialized soundlessly behind Mi Ling, utterly undetected. Only when his fingers gently encircled her slender alabaster throat did she freeze disbelief, locking her in place. Instinctively she attempted a shoulder throw, but it was futile. Her strength paled before his immovable Simultaneously Chen Luo leaned close, whispering softly into her ear, Mi Ling, you've lost. Had he wielded a razor-sharp dagger instead of his hand, had he drawn it across her throat, she would have perished then and there. Mi Ling's face paled. Distance meant nothing. What power was this? Instantaneous spatial translocation. Was such mastery even humanly possible? Manifesting fire, ice, or lightning remained within the realm of comprehension, but shattering spatial constraints to move without warning defied reason entirely. Even resurrection seemed more plausible. Chen Luo himself would have dismissed it as fantasy. Mi Ling suppressed her shock, her spirit crumbling inwardly. I've lost. Though Chen Luo hadn't harmed her, not even a scratch, not a single impairment to her combat capacity, to deny defeat would be nothing short of cheating. Must she really bend over and offer her backside for a kick? At the thought, her cheeks burned crimson. Chen Luo chuckled. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Mi Ling, you're joining us. I admit I was wrong about what happened 2 days ago. But now we're comrades. We should integrate swiftly. Unsurprisingly, Mi Ling would become his by day's end. When Ma Yu placed a steaming bamboo basket of char siu before Mi Ling, refusal felt absurdly prudish, and deep down, she didn't wish to refuse at all. Chen Luo ate quietly, offering no further teasing. Mi Ling, flustered and hesitant, finished the entire basket of char siu and a bowl of spicy sour soup. Wiping his lips with a napkin, Chen Luo's expression turned solemn. Everyone gather in the living room. We'll discuss our next step. Chen Luo wore a solemn expression as he moved on to the next step. The others instinctively followed him into the living room. Ma Yu, who had been clearing the dining table, was also summoned by Chen Luo. Mi Fan and the Dharma King each found a seat. After days of idling, eating, playing, and doing little else, everyone felt a quiet sense of disorientation. Chen Luo tapped lightly on the glass coffee table and said, Mi Ling, I told you before, not only am I stronger than you in cultivation, but my strategic vision far surpasses yours as well. Truth be told, Chen Luo wasn't necessarily superior to Mi Ling in raw intellect, but he possessed the irreplaceable advantage of lifetimes of experience. Even the most brilliant tactician could not rival his hard-won foresight. Chen Luo asked, Mi Ling, if you were our team leader, how would you lead us forward from here? Mi Ling paused, startled. What should come next? At the dawn of the apocalypse, while still at school, her sole purpose had been to return home, to confirm whether Mi Li was safe. That singular resolve had carried her all the way back. When she finally arrived home, she unexpectedly encountered Chen Luo, but Mi Li stood unharmed. In that moment, she felt profound fulfillment. Though Chen Luo had teased her mercilessly, gratitude still bloomed warmly in her heart. Yet when asked what came next, the world suddenly felt alien, and she was truly lost. The only thing clear to her was the urgent need to grow stronger, to survive whatever dangers lay ahead. Mi Ling answered honestly and shook her head. I don't know. Chen Luo turned to the others. Each one likewise shook their head. With food and shelter secured and strength steadily increasing, none could articulate a concrete purpose. Chen Luo offered no mockery or arrogance. In his past life, hadn't he been just like them? He spoke slowly, deliberately. Deju and I once faced a rat sovereign, an immensely powerful foe that nearly ended us. Mi Li too encountered an obese zombie whose strength dwarfed that of ordinary undead. Moreover, I sensed that zombies grow stronger with each passing day. For ordinary survivors to resist them and endure, unity is their only hope. Even if my intuition proves wrong, acquiring scarce resources amid hordes of zombies is near suicidal for any lone individual. Tell me, Mi Ling, if you were alone, would you dare seize supplies from 20-odd zombies? It's nearly impossible, isn't it? But what if we acted as a cohesive squad? Would it still feel insurmountable, eh? Never mind human nature. Never mind whether a hastily assembled team shares perfect loyalty. A team, however imperfect, remains infinitely stronger than solitude. The others nodded in firm agreement. Chen Luo continued. Survivors forming squads or establishing settlements is the inevitable tide of this new world. No matter how formidable an individual may be, facing a force of hundreds, or even thousands, leaves only one option: flight. Our current squad, though exceptionally strong, would suffer casualties, even fatal ones, in any clash with a 100-strong force. Meili might fall, or Dezhu. There is no acceptable margin for such loss. Therefore, we must either found our own squad or join one. Only then can we ensure our survival secure and sustained. In his previous life, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu had joined a settlement out of necessity. Refusal meant certain exploitation. This time, however, Chen Luo needed no such alliance. He lived comfortably alone, his stored provisions sufficient for 100 lifetimes. When danger arose, a single void step allowed him to vanish entirely, yet the others could not follow. They lacked his means of escape. Unless he chose to repeat his past existence, hiding, enduring, outlasting everyone until only solitude remained. Then what truly was the meaning of his rebirth? Meiling wholeheartedly agreed. Refusing to join a group meant submitting to oppression. On her journey home, she'd repeatedly drawn covetous glances from clusters of strangers. Had she been weaker, or had their numbers been greater, she would never have made it back alive. Joining another squad. Frankly, I refuse to bow to anyone's authority. Why should I kowtow to another's whims? And Meili, you two sisters are strikingly beautiful. What if upon joining others demanded your bed? Do you truly believe no one would lust after you once order collapses? When civilization crumbles, primal desire surges unchecked, and two women of such beauty would face unimaginable peril. Meiling's expression hardened. Any man who dares lay a hand on me, or my sister, I'll castrate him on the spot. Chen Luo responded with an awkward, strained chuckle. Clearing his throat, Chen Luo said, so joining another squad is utterly out of the question, and neither can we afford to be preyed upon. Thus our next step is clear: we must form our own squad, one larger in number, yet selective in its membership. Not every stray soul will earn a place among us. After Chen Luo's explanation, clarity dawned upon everyone. Indeed, expanding their squad was not merely advisable, but essential. If zombie strength continues escalating, and the city center teams with them, any rational survivor would seek refuge in the outskirts. If my judgment holds true, many will soon converge, their founding scattered settlements in the periphery. In my past life, after zombies evolved to level 1, they gained rudimentary intelligence and became significantly more dangerous. Establishing a base in the city center would be tantamount to suicide. Those with both capability and fortune had no choice but to flee to remote regions. One truth Chen Luo withheld: the apocalypse was far more than mere zombies. Countless animals, plants, and insects underwent mutation. Even marine life transformed. Some colossal sea creatures adapted to terrestrial existence and emerged onto land. Though few in number, their individual power was staggering, forcing coastal survivors to abandon their homes and seek sanctuary in the divine capital. More terrifying still, the human race suffered near total annihilation. Chen Luo survived not through valor or confrontation, but through unparalleled self-preservation, the art of hiding perfected beyond mortal measure. When humanity fell entirely, Chen Luo found existence hollow and buried himself alive. Meiling gave a wry, sorrowful smile. I confess, I hadn't thought so far ahead. Yet your reasoning resonates deeply. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Then call me big brother, won't you? Though asking it of Meiling now might strain her pride, surely she wouldn't renege on the wager they'd just made. Chen Luo trembled with barely contained exhilaration. At last it was time to settle the score for that one kick. Chen Luo suppressed his inner excitement and cleared his throat. That's enough for now. Expanding our team, Meiling, come with me to my room. I need to speak with you privately. Inem, would it really be appropriate to kick her in front of everyone? Of course, the promise would be fulfilled privately behind closed doors. Meiling, still innocent and unaware, truly believed Chen Luo had something important to discuss. Meanwhile, Ma Yu cast a faintly amused glance before turning to clear the table. Meiling blinked, momentarily stunned. Then a delicate flush began rising from her snow-white nape. And would he really kick her? But she had agreed. Sigh, I'm still too naive. I've fallen right into Chen Luo's trap. How could he possibly wager something so bold without absolute certainty? Gritting her teeth, Meiling rose anyway. A single kick, it wasn't the end of the world. Chen Luo entered Meiling's former room first. Meiling followed slowly, hesitantly. Mifun, ever curious, tried to trail after them. Surely it's perfectly reasonable for a cat to eavesdrop. But Meiling gently shoved him aside. Before, when Mifun couldn't speak, it was harmless. But what if he started broadcasting everything like a loudspeaker? Or worse, used this moment against her at the most inconvenient time? Myfin gazed mournfully at the door as it clicked shut. Chen Luo was far kinder than Millen. After closing the door, Millen's cheeks flushed unmistakably. And she stood with her back to Chen Luo, feigning nonchalance. All right, go ahead and kick me already. And Chen Luo tilted his head, puzzled. Do you have some fundamental misunderstanding about what bending over means? Or is your grasp of classical Chinese rather lacking? And Millen straightened up instantly. She hadn't been bending over at all. And her already rosy cheeks blazed crimson like ripe apples glowing in autumn light. This was mortifying beyond words. And did it really warrant such literal precision? Millen shot him an indignant glare. Wait, why did you even add a kick as the wager? You were the one teasing me earlier, not the other way around. Have I ever offended you? How about we choose another penalty? Something reasonable, anything but that. And after all, even in ordinary bets between men and women, the boldest might be a kiss, not a kick to the backside. Chen Luo couldn't very well say, because I remember the grudge from my past life. And he shook his head vigorously like a child refusing a lesson. No explanations, just honor the wager. Will you do it or not? Inside, Millen seethed, humiliated, furious. That Chen Luo. And after a fierce internal struggle, she clenched her jaw and declared, fine, I'm Millen, keep my word. She braced herself against the wall beside the foot of the bed, her silhouette gracefully curved. And hurry up, and her voice trembled, her whole body trembled. She'd never imagined doing something like this, not even in dreams. It was unbearably embarrassing. And Chen Luo's pulse surged. This was electrifying. And he was about to do this, with Millen, who would one day become the legendary flame war goddess Ling Yanji. The vision before him was exquisite, too exquisite to bear. And suddenly he couldn't bring himself to strike. And dawdling, he slipped off his shoes. Millen, stealing a glance, exhaled in quiet relief. If he wore no shoes, the blow would surely be gentler. Surely Chen Luo wouldn't dare kick her hard. And if he did, she'd burst into tears on the spot. In truth, Chen Luo was stalling. And 10 seconds passed. Then Millen lost patience. I'll count to 10. If you haven't kicked me by then, don't blame me for breaking my word. You'll have forfeited it yourself. 10, 9, 8. And Chen Luo lifted his foot, hesitant, uncertain. Na kick would instantly erase the old humiliation. But did he truly need to repay that debt? Had he brought Millen here solely to kick her? And if he actually did it, wouldn't that seal his fate as a lifelong bachelor? And yes, it would feel exhilarating, but perhaps at the cost of eternal solitude. 4-3. And time ran out. In a flash of panic, Chen Luo swung his hand instead. And smack, in the sensation, Millen let out a soft, startled cry. Her face burned scarlet as she whirled around, glaring furiously at Chen Luo. And I said kick me, not slap me. Chen Luo scratched his head sheepishly. My mistake. Shall I make it up with a proper kick? Not any sane person would suffer apoplexy on the spot. And Millen lunged like a tigress. I'll strangle you. Her fingers dug fiercely into Chen Luo's arms and waist. And he struggled weakly, grinding, writhing, stepping like a devil dancing. Chen Luo endured pain and pleasure in equal measure. Only when both were breathless did Millen finally relent. And with venomous intensity she hissed, if you breathe a word of this, I will kill you. If Millen, or worse Myfin, ever found out, her dignity would vanish entirely. And Chen Luo nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain. And Millen lingered in the room. She needed time for her blush to fade before rejoining the world. Chen Luo said, today at noon, Auntie, you will prepare your favorite dishes to celebrate your official joining of our team. And Millen warned sharply, try tricking me again, and I will turn on you. Chen Luo grinned awkwardly, if I deceive you again, I'll be a dog. And the Dharma King raised an eyebrow, is that how you show respect? After Chen Luo left, Millen lay back on the bed, then paused, puzzled. He never even asked what I like to eat. Did Millen tell him? Chen Luo had asked Mayu to begin lunch preparations early, and usually 8 dishes, today 12. Most were Millen's favorites, and also Chen Luo's. Gazing at the abundant feast, Millen felt her heart swell. She knew without Chen Luo in this ruined world, she'd likely never taste even 4 of these dishes again in her lifetime. When she'd walked home from school, her greatest fear had been her younger sister Millen going hungry, suffering, or falling into danger. And yet, astonishingly, her life had become pure paradise, safe, cherished, feasting daily on rich, savory meals. Touched, Millen raised her drink, stood, and spoke sincerely, thank you, truly Chen Luo, for taking care of her. Chen Luo smiled warmly, it's only natural, absolutely natural, and wasn't it? In, let's eat. And just as he did with Millen, Chen Luo ate heartily, unreservedly, his vigor infectious. Millen swept up, abandoned all pretense of restraint. Chewing tender, spicy meat slices, Millen murmured, these are divine. And my heart raced again, but this time, I didn't lose. After the meal, Chen Luo sipped tea and addressed Millen. Now thoroughly content, Millen, we shouldn't stay here long. Other survivors will ransack this place at least 8 times a day. It's already becoming unbearable. Densely populated residential complexes like this one are widely known to hold abundant supplies. And soon scavengers will flood in, more than we can count. Most critically, the terrain offers poor visibility and limited defensive advantage. Given the choice, high-rises should be avoided. And pack up this afternoon, no rush. Anything you need, just store it in my spatial ring. We'll depart tomorrow. In the evening, the Dharma King suddenly let out a howl during the process of absorbing the crystals. Chen Luo felt joy instead of surprise. This indicated that the Dharma King had reached the 3rd level. With each promotion, one's power increases exponentially. The Dharma King is likely the 2nd person in the world apart from Chen Luo to advance to the 3rd level. With the Dharma King's agility and speed, he could easily take on dozens of 1st-level ability users in an unknown fight. It would take Mi Li and Su Dezhu at least a week to advance to the 3rd level. The next day, although Mi Ling and Mi Li were reluctant to leave the home they had lived in for over 10 years, Chen Luo insisted that it was unsuitable and they had to move. Chen Luo chose the location of his original villa area. There were no high-rise buildings nearby, and the view was unobstructed. The entire villa area could accommodate the forces he intended to establish. At the southernmost end of the community was a mountain, or if a tide of corpses came, they could retreat up the mountain. The address was a good one, as more survivors sought refuge in the future, they would inevitably covet this place. But was Chen Luo afraid? If they dared to come, it would be like delivering crystals to him. Initially, there would only be small groups of no more than a dozen people, at most a few dozen, causing trouble, which Chen Luo could easily handle. After some time of development with Chen Luo's knowledge and resources, his strength would far surpass that of others. To his slight surprise, his heavy truck was still there, but frustratingly, the fuel had been stolen. Fortunately, Chen Luo had some spare gasoline in his ability space. He hardly stockpiled gasoline. It was easy to collect, and in the later stages it would be of little use, just enough to last. The cab of the heavy truck had accumulated some dust due to being unused for many days, and one of the windows had been broken. After a simple tidying up, everyone boarded the truck, which would soon only be used for transporting goods. The idea of using the heavy truck to ram into survivors was out of the question, no one would foolishly allow. On the road, they rammed into zombies wherever possible. If there were obstacles, and the truck couldn't go fast, Chen Luo instructed Su Dezhu, Mi Ling, and others to get out and kill the zombies to collect crystals. The lowest level crystals were useless to Chen Luo, but still valuable to Su Dezhu and the others, as they would need such crystals until the zombies evolved to the 1st level. Chen Luo refrained from intervening, allowing Mi Ling and the others to gain some experience. As they turned a corner, a sorrowful cry suddenly reached Chen Luo's ears. "Brother Fong, I beg you, don't worry about us, just run. Stop talking nonsense. If we die together." After reaching the 4th level, Chen Luo's vision far surpassed that of ordinary people. Looking over, Chen Luo saw 3 young men with darkened faces moving slowly as they tried to evade the pursuit of 5 or 6 zombies. Chen Luo was taken aback. Had they encountered a poison-type zombie? If so, it was likely only a 1st-level poison zombie, otherwise these 3 youths would have collapsed by now. There were 4 young men in total. The remaining one was wielding a rubber baton, fiercely fighting to the last breath. Judging by his appearance, he had also been poisoned, but seemed to be a physical-type ability user with some immunity to 1st-level toxins. He could have run, leaving his 3 companions to feed the zombies. Just then, the man referred to as Brother Fong spotted Chen Luo passing by, and a look of desperate joy appeared on his otherwise despairing face. He shouted frantically, "Big brother, if you can save us, please do. I Fong, you will definitely repay this great favor." Chen Luo calmly replied, "Okay." Chen Luo opened the car door and released the Dharma King. Open the door, unleash the dog. Generally speaking, Chen Luo wouldn't bother with such matters, but he appreciated Fong's noble spirit. He could have run, but chose not to. This reminded Chen Luo of the scene in his past life, when Su Dezhu sacrificed himself for him. Clearly, Su Dezhu also appreciated the other party's spirit and voluntarily got out of the car to help. However, it was unnecessary for Su Dezhu to intervene. The Dharma King dispatched the 5 zombies in just a few moves, leaving Fong Yu and the others dumbfounded. Not seeing the poison zombie, the low-level poison zombies would only spray toxins at close range and should have been dealt with by Fong Yu and the others. Su Dezhu helped Fong Yu support his injured friend. Fong Yu approached the window of the heavy truck, deeply bowing to Chen Luo, and choked out, thank you for saving us. I have a clumsy mouth. If there's anything you need, just speak up." Thinking of something, Chen Luo curiously asked, "How many of you are there? What happened?" Fong Yu would certainly not hide it. "There are 4 of us, all from the same security company, longtime comrades. Today we came out to gather some supplies that was supposed to be a sure thing, but unexpectedly we encountered a poison-spitting zombie, and almost all perished." Many of Fong's comrades had joined the same security company after retiring, but after the apocalypse struck, only the 4 of them remained, making their already precious camaraderie even more cherished. Chen Luo turned to Mi Li and said, "Mi Li, go down and help them with treatment." Originally, the 3 poisoned individuals would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Under Mi Li's treatment, although still a bit weak, they were already feeling much better. Fang Yu was even more grateful and astonished by the incredible strength of this group. The dog that got out seemed capable of easily wiping out their entire team. Was it really just a dog? A few bolts of lightning effortlessly eliminated several zombies. And this little girl, was she a priest? Especially Chen Luo, though he looked young and wore a faint smile, he was the leader of this group, giving Fang Yu an impression of unfathomable depth. Chen Luo chuckled, "Strength in numbers, how about forming a team? Of course I will be the captain." Chen Luo was in need of manpower, and these 4 individuals looked quite capable. Why not recruit them? Fang Yu had just witnessed the strength of Chen Luo's group. Compared to them, he and his companions were simply not on the same level. This was a strong ally. Even if Chen Luo had not saved their lives, forming a team with such individuals would greatly enhance their safety. Fang Yu could think of no reason to refuse. He turned back to glance at his 3 brothers, and seeing no objections, he immediately cupped his fists toward Chen Luo. "Thank you for your kindness and for saving our lives. If we refuse, it would be a sign of ignorance." Chen Luo smiled. "Let's go to the back of the truck. Is there anything you need to grab from your original base? If there are no important items, then don't go back. There are plenty of things on the streets and in the malls." Although he found these individuals quite agreeable, Chen Luo would not disclose any information about the space to non-core members. Fang Yu shook his head. Mi Ling said, "These 4 are indeed impressive. Not only do they have the courage to fight zombies, but they also do not abandon their teammates in life and death situations." Chen Luo nodded. "It doesn't matter if their strength is lacking, quality is key. Otherwise, if danger strikes, they'll just run away. What's the use of high strength then?" Mi Fan also sensed nothing unusual about the 4. Upon arriving at Chen Luo's villa area, he still parked the car in the usual spot. Most of the zombies in the villa area had already been killed by Chen Luo, but now a few more zombies had appeared. Zombies would continue to roam endlessly. Arriving at the entrance of his villa, Chen Luo pointed to a villa beside him and said to Fang Yu and the others, "This house should be unoccupied. You all tidy up a bit first, he'll come find you later." Chen Luo couldn't possibly stay with Fang Yu and the others. Firstly, they had not yet reached the level of trust, and secondly, it was inconvenient. Fang Yu and the others nodded. As soon as he entered, Chen Luo's expression darkened. The living room windows, which were originally tightly shut, had been smashed and shards of glass were scattered all over the floor. Signs of rummaging through the house were evident. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo realized that someone had come in to search for supplies, likely survivors from the village. Shaking his head, Chen Luo couldn't be bothered to investigate who was responsible. If they dared to come back while he was home, they shouldn't expect him to be polite. Chen Luo said, "Mi Ling, Mi Li, you 2 go to the 3rd floor and choose a room. De Zhu Yu Jie, you 2 stay on the 2nd floor, then let's all do a thorough cleaning." Chen Luo lived on the 3rd floor, and it was well known what was on his mind. On the 3rd floor, Chen Luo's bedroom was in the center, while Mi Ling and Mi Li chose the remaining rooms on either side. Hee. Chen Luo took out Mi Ling and Mi Li's belongings from his space, allowing them to tidy up, and then headed down to the 1st floor. After some thought, Chen Luo took some rice, potatoes, and cooking oil, salt, and monosodium glutamate from the storage room on the 1st floor and placed them inside. Then he called over Su Dezhu, carrying a bag of rice and potatoes to where Fang Yu and the others were. Chen Luo's hearing had also improved. Before he even entered the villa, he could hear Fang Yu and the others talking. "Wow, Fang Gu, that dog is really impressive. I can't believe a dog has such strength. All 4 of us together seem insufficient to take it on. Be more confident, take away the seam." Chen Luo chuckled upon hearing this. After all, this was the Thunder King who had received his true teachings. As the door was not closed, Chen Luo coughed lightly, and Fang Yu and the others hurriedly greeted him. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Don't rush, let's introduce ourselves first. I'm Chen Luo, and this is Su Dezhu. You can also share your awakened abilities and the day you awakened after the big change." The 4 began to introduce themselves in turn. "My name is Fang Yu, the oldest among us, awakened on the 3rd day with the ability of enhanced strength and physique. Just like Su Dezhu. My name is Yang Xin, my ability is ice, and I awakened on the 5th day. I can help freeze items that need cooling. I am Su Lana, my ability is earth. I awakened on the 7th day and can control sand and stones, though it seems not very useful. An earth element ability user is still quite good, whether early or late defense is the highest among elemental types. They can build tall and sturdy earth walls to block zombies. If they grow strong enough to reach the king level, their skills like earthquake and summoning meteorites are extremely powerful." The last one, named Li Fei, said a bit shyly, "My name is Li Fei, my ability is electricity, and I also awakened on the 5th day. Compared to the dog you raised, there's really no comparability. Fang Yu has decent talent, the others are above average." Chen Luo had never seen these people in his past life, and it was likely that without him, they would have perished at the hands of zombies. Chen Luo was not disappointed. Having someone to run errands was not bad, and besides, these people were not too shabby. Chen Luo pointed to the rice and potatoes he brought and asked, "Can you cook?" "You can use these for now," Fang Yu exclaimed. "Chen Luo, you saved our lives. We haven't repaid you yet. How can we take your things? We can go find some ourselves later." Chen Luo smiled faintly. "You're being too polite. We're now a team. You're mingling with me. What does giving you some food count as? After eating, take a break, and in the afternoon, gather the supplies in the villa area for me to manage collectively." If Fang Yu and the others performed well, Chen Luo believed they were genuinely good and would treat them as core members. At that time, he would reveal a bit of the secret of the ability space and occasionally give them some meat to eat. For now, letting them eat the same as him, having big fish and meat for every meal, would be nothing short of foolishness. "I can't finish it, but you haven't shown enough loyalty. Don't even think about it." Su Dezhu is a brother who sacrificed himself to save Chen Luo in his past life, so Chen Luo is willing to treat Su Dezhu to delicious food. If he has enough to eat, he won't skimp on him. Mi Ling and Mi Li are for the future. Those who understand, understand. Ma Yu is considered a royal chef, and Chen Luo is nurturing her as a trusted confidant. He still needs her for cooking. Fang Yu was not hesitant and nodded. "All right, let's see how the four of us perform in the future." Chen Luo took out a walkie-talkie and handed it to Fang Yu. "It's more convenient to use this to contact each other if anything comes up in the future. This walkie-talkie does not require a signal and has a maximum communication range of up to 2 kilometers. It's very convenient to use this when mobile phones are not operational." Returning home, Ma Yu said helplessly, "Chen Luo, the natural gas here has been cut off. Should we use an electric stove to cook?" After hearing this, Chen Luo was prepared and took out 2 gas tanks from his space, sending one to Fang Yu and the others. Survivors have little need for natural gas. After establishing a gathering point, if there's a need for fire, having a fire element ability user provided is sufficient. They also don't have much food to cook, at most just boiling some rice. After eating at 2 in the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Fang Yu and the others. "We will settle here long term, so let's first scout the entire villa area. Don't bother with the villas that have people for now. For those that are unoccupied, find the supplies inside. Additionally, collect the corresponding car keys. Having a car is more convenient." As for the survivors, Chen Luo wouldn't randomly make trouble for them. He would let them fend for themselves for now. When he has more manpower, if suitable, he would let them join. If not suitable, he would use some food to send them away. This was already a very mild approach. For those who are unreasonable, if they don't leave, they can just stay. In the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Fang Yu, Yang Xian, and the others, including Su Dezhu, Mi Ling, and Mi Li, at the entrance of the villa. Everyone split into 2 groups, aiming to clear all 100 villas in the community in the afternoon. If someone is inside, leave them for now. There are definitely survivors still in the community, and Chen Luo will not drive them away for the time being. Firstly, it's unnecessary, and secondly, it would be too cruel. Forcing them out is almost equivalent to killing them. Chen Luo has not sunk to that level of harming those who hold no grudge against him. Secondly, how would the people around him perceive him? A cold-hearted person like that would surely leave anyone with a sense of morality feeling disheartened. Without Chen Luo pushing them out, they would eventually come out searching for supplies once they run out, either dying at the hands of zombies or managing to survive. Those who survive represent capable individuals, and if the opportunity arises, Chen Luo would not mind accepting them. Suddenly, with his keen hearing, Chen Luo heard the sound of a car approaching, someone driving into the villa area. The car has quite a hefty weight. Chen Luo took a few steps and looked towards the direction of the sound, seeing 2 white buses entering the community. A group of people got out of the vehicles. Upon seeing a figure leading the group, Chen Luo muttered to himself, "Oh my, how could I forget this big sycophant?" In his past life, Chen Luo struggled in the apocalypse for 12 years, akin to a normal person reminiscing about events that occurred at the age of 9. He would remember important matters and people. However, some things can only be recalled when encountered. The leader of this group is a woman seemingly named Mu Tiange, who is indeed quite beautiful, but Chen Luo felt no attraction towards her as she was psychologically twisted. Mu Tiange had some renown in the city, being the CEO and chief designer of a clothing design company. It wasn't very large, and her fame didn't stem from her looks. Rather, her company only hired women, specifically those without boyfriends and definitely not married once. Everyone speculated she had a psychological aversion to men. After the apocalypse, Mu Tiange established a gathering place for female survivors with her employees, although changes were made later. Why is she considered psychologically twisted? Even in the apocalypse, she forbade her employees from engaging in romantic relationships, punishing anyone caught severely. Who doesn't have desires? Even livestock can have their needs. Her most important identity is being Mi Ling's #1 sycophant. Surprising, isn't it? Due to Mi Ling's persuasion and the strong dissatisfaction among her subordinates, Mu Tiange reluctantly accepted a small number of male survivors. Many were sycophants to Mi Ling, but Mu Tiange was the most devoted, reportedly dying later while saving Mi Ling, who took over her position. Even among sycophants, it's rare for someone to sacrifice their life for another, making her the true number one. It was precisely because of Mu Tiange that even with Mi Ling's high talent and strength, it would have been difficult for her and Mi Li to survive in the apocalypse. Chen Luo recalled that Mu Tiange must have come with her subordinates to collect supplies. She even found Chen Luo's home, but gave up upon seeing someone. Shamefully, when Chen Luo saw such a gathering of girls, he thought, wouldn't you want to join if it were you? Back then, Mu Tiange didn't accept men, so Chen Luo was ruthlessly rejected. Chen Luo stroked his chin, thinking that with me, as this butterfly, Mi Ling would likely meet Mu Tiange a little earlier, right? Should I hide Mi Ling so that Mu Tiange doesn't see her? Wait, this is a sycophant. Sycophants are good. Mi Ling is perfectly normal. Doesn't she have subordinates? Although this group of girls might not be as strong as men, I am in need of subordinates, and wouldn't mind. Chen Luo remembered that aside from Mu Tiange, there was also a powerful ability user in this team. If not for dying early, this person should have later become one of the prominent figures. Then it would be necessary to make contact with them. Mu Tiange and her group were searching for supplies from villa to villa, but it was evident that the supplies in the villas had likely been rummaged through. Soon Mu Tiange and her group approached Chen Luo's direction. Chen Luo did not look at Mu Tiange, although she was indeed beautiful, a slender beauty with outstanding grace. But Chen Luo truly had no interest in her. Instead, his gaze turned to a girl in the crowd who wasn't very pretty, but was quite spirited in her early 20s. After Mi Ling joined Mu Tiange, there was a girl whose strength was only slightly below Mi Ling's, a powerful ice ability user. Her name seemed to be Shu Yun, but unfortunately she died early. Mu Tiange and her group also spotted Chen Luo, seemingly noticing Mi Ling, and walked straight over. When Mu Tiange saw Mi Ling, she shuddered, an unusual emotion rising in her heart. Well, how to put it, it might be similar to how a man feels upon seeing a fairy. Mu Tiange approached directly, ignoring Chen Luo, and standing in front of Mi Ling. She smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Mu Tiange." Mi Ling was a bit confused as she had heard of Mu Tiange. The latter was polite, and Mi Ling also courteously replied, "I am Mi Ling." Mu Tiange gestured to the team members behind her and smiled, "We are all a group of women. How about joining?" Chen Luo cursed under his breath, thinking it was too disrespectful to ignore him and try to poach his people right in front of him. Mi Ling clearly did not disappoint Chen Luo. If Mi Ling hadn't joined Chen Luo, would she have rejected Mu Tiange? There was no reason at all. They were all girls, at least she wouldn't have to worry about them having ulterior motives. At least she would think so unaware. Compared to teaming up with men, Mu Tiange certainly made her feel more at ease. However, Mi Ling already had a team, so she without hesitation rejected Mu Tiange, saying, "Sorry, I already have a team." Aside from being harsh on her members' emotions, Mu Tiange treated them well in other aspects. One girl saw the king of the beasts, and her eyes brightened, saying, "There's a dog here, it looks quite fierce." Chen Luo has been treating the king of beasts well. What has leveled up 3 times, how could it not look fierce? The king of beasts couldn't be bothered with her. In the eyes of the king, humans are all the same regardless of whether they are girls or boys. As long as the master gives the order, it doesn't matter if you are male or female. If it says bite, it will bite. This girl was likely fond of dogs, pulling out a sausage from her bag to feed the king. But she hesitated, reluctant to part with it. Supplies are so scarce now, and she hasn't received much food herself. She bit her lip and ended up eating most of the sausage, intending to feed the rest to the king. However, she did not expect the king to look at her with a pitying gaze. This thing had smelled it before, and even dogs wouldn't eat it. In the end, it was something even dogs wouldn't eat, yet she held it carefully, reluctant to part with it. Don't even mention the sausage. The dog doesn't like it, and even if it did, it would never eat food from a stranger. The girl who offered the sausage to the dog must be feeling awful. If it doesn't eat it, then whatever, but why do I feel like it's looking at me with such pity? Others laughed. You must be overthinking it. Can you really see pity in a dog's eyes? It probably just doesn't eat food from strangers. If it's something that humans find hard to eat, a dog definitely can't eat it. In this case, the dog is quite impressive for resisting temptation. The dog curled its lip. If it weren't for the owner's orders, it would have bitten. Mu Tiange was somewhat surprised by Mi Ling's response, not because of the answer itself, but rather the unwavering attitude. This is clearly a safer and more suitable place, and you rejected it without hesitation. Mu Tiange glanced around and could tell from the positions and expressions of Chen Luo's group that he was likely the one in charge. She casually asked, "Is this your boyfriend?" Mi Ling's face turned slightly red, ready to deny it, but Chen Luo bluntly said, "What does it have to do with you? In front of me, trying to steal my boyfriend. Do you think I'm dead?" Chen Luo ignored Mu Tiange and called out, "Everyone, let's get moving and clear this area." Watching Chen Luo and the others leave, Mu Tiange squinted, coldly laughing in her heart. Men are all naturally indifferent, greedy, and lecherous. With just a little manipulation, I can make Mi Ling see this person's true colors and then join my side. The more I get close to her, the more likely it will succeed. Mu Tiange pondered for a moment and turned to say, let's continue searching. We will temporarily stay here. The bus was loaded with supplies and daily necessities that Mu Tiange had found ready to settle down at any moment. Originally, she didn't want to stay in this villa area not because the conditions were bad, but because they were too good, attracting too many people. Stabilizing development is the way to go. But thinking it over, other neighborhoods may not be safe either, as they would inevitably be searched by large groups of people and they couldn't escape. Most importantly, Mi Ling lives here. Mu Tiange directly chose the villa next to Chen Luo's. More than 20 people occupied 2 villas. 2 groups were simultaneously searching for supplies. Chen Luo was indifferent. How much supplies could there be? He looked down upon them entirely. Fang Yusu Daju and the others entered the house to search, while Chen Luo stayed at the door ready to respond immediately to any signs of trouble. At the same time, he thought about how to win over Mu Tiange and her group. The best way would be to straighten her out, but that seemed quite difficult. Mu Tiange was also contemplating how to make Mi Ling see through a man's true nature to get her to join them. Both of them had ulterior motives. With Mu Tiange competing, in less than 2 hours, Chen Luo's group had cleared out the neighborhood. They obtained over 300 pounds of rice and some high-end snacks, all sourced from villas that had zombies. The villas without zombies had almost no supplies left, as they had been snatched up first. They also cleared out the crystals from the zombies, giving them to Fang Yu and the others. Fang Ye's group still didn't know the secret of the crystals, which required a bit of imagination. It wasn't until 3 months later that the existence of the crystals was no longer a secret. These things were completely useless to Chen Luo, but others could make use of them, and obtaining them was quite easy, so he generously gave them to Fang Yu. Meanwhile, Mu Tiange observed Chen Luo's side, narrowing her eyes. Did this kid also know the secret of the crystals? It should have been figured out by Mi Ling. The supplies they had found were placed with Fang Yu. Ma Yu began to cook. The kitchen windows were tightly shut, and Chen Luo's kitchen ventilation system was powerful, letting out no smoke at all. However, Mu Tiange did not do the same. Instead, she opened the window and even did not use the ventilation system, preparing to stir-fry some wilted cabbage and rotten potatoes. If they didn't eat them quickly, they would truly rot. Although it was hard to part with, it was better than letting them go bad. Mu Tiange urged a girl who was cooking, Xiao Ling, try to make it taste good. But sister, there's no gas, we can't cook at all, Xiao Ling replied with a bitter smile. Mu Tiange frowned. Among her 4 sisters there were those with fire abilities, but their powers were still weak. Not only could their strength not support cooking a meal, but they also couldn't control their powers well, and one careless move could burn the pot. What should they do? Now that it was dark, going out to look for a gas tank was somewhat dangerous, so they would have to make do today and think. Snacks are fine, but eating them for every meal would quickly become tiresome. They hadn't found any machines to supply electricity, and now they couldn't even cook rice. Mu Tiange listlessly ate a yolk pie, taking small sips of water, reluctant to drink too much. One of her sisters had nearly died from stomach pain after drinking contaminated water. Water is also not easy to come by. I imagine Mi Ling is in a similar situation. Suddenly an idea struck Mu Tiange. This is the perfect way to gain favor. Grinding her teeth, Mu Tiange took a pack of roasted duck from the supplies in the living room. This roasted duck was the kind packed in bags loaded with preservatives. Though it's called roasted duck, anyone who has eaten it knows it's not even fit for a dog to eat. This kind of thing is rare and generally only found in large supermarkets. Small markets wouldn't sell such things. The difficulty of obtaining it was not ordinary. Mu Tiange had also found it from a resident's home. In total, they had 5 bags. A group of people shared 3 bags, leaving 2 behind. Among the group of girls, some were delighted while others advised, sister, save some for later. Let's not eat it all now, or it won't be easy to find more next time. You don't really think she's giving this to you, do you, eh? Mu Tiange found a plate and placed the 500-gram roasted duck on it. The roasted duck, colored with additives, still looked decent. The packaging was torn, and the group of girls gathered around. Although the duck was small, they could still manage to get a piece of meat. In the end, Mu Tiange carried the plate out. Shuyan was taken aback and asked, sister, where are you going? Mu Tiange replied, I'm going to give this to Mi Ling. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. One girl exclaimed, sister, we risked our lives to snatch this from the zombies, and you are giving it to someone else. Who would be happy about that? Mu Tiange soothed them. I can feel that Mi Ling is quite good. Wouldn't it be worth it to exchange a roasted duck for a sister? A sycophant will always find a reason. Mu Tiange's preferences were temporarily concealed. Although everyone was unhappy, they couldn't change Mu Tiange's decision. Mu Tiange carried the roasted duck to Chen Luo's house. The door was closed, and she couldn't get in. She couldn't use force either. A dog suddenly appeared. It was the dog king, looking to see who had come. Mu Tiange showed a cautious expression. This dog wouldn't leap forward to snatch my roasted duck, would it? If you dare to steal, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mu Tiange is a rare spiritual type ability user capable of using mental attacks and manipulating objects such as iron needles and daggers. As a level 2 user, she cannot yet use mental attacks, but she can still manipulate objects and retrieve them from the air. However, could a king of law really be interested in her? Woof woof woof. The king of law barked wildly, feeling that in front of me you are less appealing than a fragrant braised pork. Don't try to use beauty to deceive me. Dinner is about to be served. Chen Luo heard the commotion and came down to take a look. Mu Tiange smiled and said, "Open the door, I'm bringing some food for Mi Ling." Chen Luo chuckled, "Oh, truly a devoted admirer. We shouldn't discourage someone's ambition, right?" Chen Luo laughed. "Give it to me, I'll take it up." Mu Tiange shook her head. "No way, I must personally deliver it to her." "What if you secretly ate the roast duck I prepared for Mi Ling?" The king of law shook his head. Even the dog wouldn't approve. Chen Luo would never let Mu Tiange enter his villa. What if she saw what we were eating? What if her mindset collapsed? Mu Tiange thought, if Chen Luo secretly eats the roast duck meant for Mi Ling, I can ask Mi Ling about it tomorrow. Wouldn't that expose Chen Luo's selfish and greedy nature? Thinking of this, Mu Tiange endured the pain in her heart and handed the roast duck to Chen Luo. This was saved from other sisters after all. If Mi Ling likes it, she can have the leftover one too. With a smile, Mu Tiange walked contentedly to her own room. Imagining Mi Ling's joy at receiving the roast duck, Mu Tiange felt as sweet as if she had eaten candy. Chen Luo shook his head, sighing at the pitiful admirer. As he was about to go upstairs, he coincidentally ran into Mi Ling coming down. Mi Ling looked at the roast duck in surprise. Where did it come from? Chen Luo scoffed. It was sent by Mu Tiange. Mi Ling asked in disbelief. We don't have much of a relationship. She sent this. Who would eat this roast duck from Chen Luo's hands? But it was different for others. Mi Ling couldn't understand. She wasn't friends with Mu Tiange, so how could she be so generous? Chen Luo chuckled. If she wants to send it, let her. After saying this, without a second thought, Chen Luo tossed the roast duck sent through gritted teeth by Mu Tiange into the trash can. He couldn't keep a stranger's things. Mi Ling felt a bit regretful, only regretting the waste of food. She instinctively glanced at the king of law, hoping he wouldn't waste it. The king of law wagged its tail and walked away. Dogs really don't eat. Mu Tiange thought this roast duck is oily. If Mi Ling eats it and gets thirsty, what will they do with their limited water? I won't drink, but I can't let Mi Ling get thirsty. Mu Tiange happily brought 2 bottles of mineral water. Mi Ling was puzzled. Isn't this trying too hard? Could there be poison in the food and water? Mi Ling thought for a moment and simply refused to drink, tossing it into the trash. If Mu Tiange, who was happily offering it, found out, wouldn't she explode? Chen Luo took out a real roast duck as a side dish. After buying it, he almost forgot about it. There were just too many delicious options. This roast duck is sliced and comes with sweet sauce, onion shreds, and cucumber shreds. It still emanates heat. Can it compare to the preservative-laden roast duck from Mu Tiange? Mi Ling asked, Brother Chen Luo, do you prefer duck skin or duck meat? Chen Luo smiled. I like them both. Mi Ling tried her best to pick the golden crispy duck skin from the roast duck, slathered it with sweet sauce, and added some onion shreds. She didn't eat any herself, but first handed it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was quite touched. If it weren't for the oil on his hands, he would have really wanted to pat Mi Ling's little head. You're truly worth my affection. Mi Ling looked on suspiciously. Isn't this for me? This little girl wouldn't dare. It seemed likely Chen Luo appeared when she needed protection the most and treated her so well. They were only 3 years apart. From both present and future perspectives, no one is more suitable for Mi Ling than Chen Luo. Mi Ling would feel at ease seeing it. She wouldn't trust anyone else. But why do I feel a little sour? This table full of dishes suddenly seemed less appetizing. The next day, Mu Tiange seized an opportunity to ask Mi Ling, is the roast duck delicious? Yes, it's good, Mi Ling replied awkwardly. Finally, Mi Ling experienced how it felt when she first returned home, bringing 2 classmates who asked her, Mi Ling, why aren't you eating? Though there's a huge gap between bread and roast duck in Chen Luo's hands, it's the same. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Mu Tiange smiled. As long as you like it, that's fine. Why did you give me the roast duck? Mi Ling asked, expressing her curiosity. Mu Tiange replied, I just feel we have a strong connection. The moment I saw you, I felt an innate sense of familiarity. If a man said this, Mi Ling would instantly conclude that he had ulterior motives. Get lost. But this is a woman. At that moment, Mi Ling didn't understand Mu Tiange. That evening, despite her sister's strong objections, Mu Tiange resolutely brought the last roast duck and 2 bottles of mineral water again. Another roast duck appeared in the trash can. Chen Luo thought for a moment, I can't just ignore this. I also need to enhance my goodwill with the girls on the other side. But what should I give? Without saying, just grabbing some solid dishes would surely boost goodwill, right? But I'm not an admirer. Why should I? Suddenly, Chen Luo's face broke into a mischievous smile. He found dozens of cucumbers in the vegetable section, specifically looking for the ones that were large but had poor appearance. I'm bringing you cucumbers. Cucumbers are great for beauty. Chen Luo took a total of 30 cucumbers, not knowing how many people were on the other side. 1 each would be enough. Everyone gets 1. Open the door, I'm delivering cucumbers. Shu Yun, who would later be second only to Mi Ling as an ice-type ability user, opened the door. With a bit of caution, she asked, "What's going on?" Chen Luo lifted the packed cucumbers. "You all sent roast duck, and I brought some cucumbers for you." As Shu Yun handed out the cucumbers, all the girls were excited. "Cucumbers, it's cucumbers. I want to eat cucumbers. Don't wash them, there's too much water. Oh, just eat them raw." "I won't eat, for I can't bear to eat." A few mischievous girls glanced at the one who said she wouldn't eat with smirks. Mu Tiange's expression soured. If it weren't for wanting to interact with Mi Ling, she wouldn't even look at Chen Luo. She would absolutely never eat anything sent by a man. Mu Tiange thought to herself she had already gained a lot of goodwill from Mi Ling after all Mi Ling had eaten my roast duck. It was time to take the next step to reveal the true colors of that smug man. Create a crisis that would expose Chen Luo's ugly side in the face of life and death. After seeing this clearly, would Mi Ling still not come to me? Mu Tiange found Chen Luo. "I'd like to propose a collaboration." Chen Luo smiled faintly. "Go on, what's on your mind?" "There's a large supermarket called Darren Mall, 3 li east of here. It holds abundant supplies, but I suspect it's also swarming with zombies. I lack confidence in clearing it alone." "You mean we'll have 8 or 9 people? So I suggest we join forces. Securing its stock would yield enough food for a full year and decades worth of daily necessities. Afterward, the spoils will be split, 3 for you, 7 for me. Since our side contributes more manpower." Chen Luo froze. That mall, the very one he and Mi Li had visited before, was the only major supermarket nearby. Its supplies had already been thoroughly stripped by him. What would they do there? Watch zombies dance? He shook his head firmly. No, I'm terribly timid. There must be hundreds of zombies inside. I dare not go." Mu Tiange was speechless. "Fine. Call yourself timid, but at least have the decency to conceal it. A spineless wretch. How then had Mi Ling ever taken interest in him, or allied herself with such a man? Indeed, she hadn't misjudged him. This man feared death above all else. She pressed on, reasoning. If we don't seize those supplies soon, the chance will vanish forever, even if your courage later returns. Chen Luo gave a dry chuckle. You've already missed your chance, and refused again. Mu Tiange gritted her teeth. 50-50. Half and half once we succeed. Chen Luo grew instantly suspicious. What was her real motive? Had Mu Tiange known his true strength, a 9-10 split wouldn't even be excessive, but she didn't. Moreover, given Mu Tiange's open disdain for men, and her outward inferiority to him, it seemed implausible she'd offer such generosity without ulterior intent. What game was she playing? Chen Luo called out, "Fan me." The cat Fan Me, who had been grooming himself on the sofa, trotted over instantly, tilting his head in quiet curiosity. Even with his greatly enhanced intelligence, Fan Me still retained his fastidious habit of self-grooming, though he'd at least stopped licking his paws. Chen Luo feigned deep contemplation, then declined once more and retreated into the house. He asked Fan Me, "Does this woman harbor ill intentions?" The cat nodded vaguely. "Yes, why? What did you do to offend her?" Chen Luo vigorously ruffled Fan Me's fur. "You're asking me. Who should I ask? Sitting peacefully at home, yet calamity descends from the heavens. But you've mistaken your target. You've kicked a steel plate." Mu Tiange stormed off, seething. This man was utterly craven, his timidity bordering on absurd. Originally, she'd planned to engineer a crisis at the mall, trapping Chen Luo and Mi Ling in mortal peril, exposing his selfish, despicable nature at the moment of Mi Ling's deepest despair, so that she herself could emerge as the savior. Yet she hadn't anticipated such abject cowardice. Even an overwhelmingly advantageous offer left him unmoved. If the fish refuses the bait, what then? A man's face flashed through Mu Tiange's mind, someone she might enlist for help. Chen Luo watched her departure through narrowed eyes. Merging their factions, yin and yang converging, would be ideal. Men and women working in tandem, labor becomes effortless. In his past life, Mi Ling's rise owed much to her circle of formidable female survivors. The truth, too many devoted admirers. Among 10 capable female survivors, at least 5 joined Mi Ling's faction. And where women gather in numbers, so too do eager suitors, vying fiercely for entry. In the post-apocalypse, entertainment has all but vanished. Procreation may well be the most compelling pastime. A base composed solely of men. Sooner or later, chaos would erupt. Women too seek protection and companionship. Mutual support is essential. Yet Mu Tiange rejected all male participation outright. Cooperating with Chen Luo was unthinkable. This posed a serious challenge. Even in his past life, only Mi Ling's forceful insistence, coupled with the collective frustration of the women, compelled Mu Tiange to relent for the sake of the base's survival. At this juncture, however, compromise remains unlikely. The swiftest, most effective solution: eliminate Mu Tiange entirely. Remove the obstacle, and reveal Chen Luo's strength alongside dozens, even hundreds, of tons of rice. A powerful leader, reliable grain reserves, and Chen Luo, neither aged nor predatory, holds no sinister designs upon them. Refusal would make no sense. And what from Mu Tianga's perspective would be the optimal path to bring Mi Ling into her fold? Precisely the same remove Chen Luo, the sole impediment standing in her way. Chen Luo had made no overture toward alliance, not because he desired it, but because he knew it impossible. Nor had Mu Tianga proposed it. She simply refused to accept any men under his command. Chen Luo watched her retreating figure, his expression hardening. I had no intention of acting against you, until you set your sights on me first. Now I have no choice. So long as no threat looms, all is tolerable. But once threatened, you cannot remain. Strike first. Never wait for your opponent to move. But timing matters. An assassination must be carefully orchestrated. Damn it, that wretched woman. Could it be she intends to eliminate me, the rival, to claim Mi Ling for herself? In his past life, he'd never imagined Mu Tianga capable of such ruthlessness. Who should carry out the hit? Su Dezhu was out of the question. Not only would success be doubtful, but he risked being turned upon and killed. Mu Tianga's distrust of men ran deep. Chen Luo would never expose Su Dezhu to such peril. As for Feng Yu and the other three, if their strength were sufficient, they might serve as a test. But clearly they weren't ready. His gaze shifted from Fan Mi to F.A. Wang. Who would suspect a dog? Perfect. If exposed, he could claim F.A. Wang had fallen ill, blame the incident squarely on the dog. Given the opportunity, F.A. Wang needed only 2 swift strikes to end her, and then lure a horde of zombies to the scene. Chen Luo patted F.A. Wang's head. Understand what I mean. It's your mission. F.A. Wang nodded solemnly. I am a canine assassin, or more formally, an assassin dispatched by the dog sovereign. But Chen Luo miscalculated. Mu Tianga denied him that opening. Upon returning to her villa, she immediately summoned her entire group. We're heading outside to scavenge supplies. Naturally, she concealed her true aim, to humiliate Chen Luo. Her public persona bore no trace of such scheming. 2 buses rolled out of the residential complex. F.A. Wang wagged his tail, waiting patiently for their return. His master had said no rush. I am an assassin, devoid of sentiment, unburdened by coin. Even F.A. Wang couldn't fathom that one day he'd become a killer. Once begun, such acts would recur, again and again. Canine existence is exhausting. Under Mu Tianga's command, they arrived at a nearby aging residential compound, small, unassuming. Shu Yan frowned. Sister, why here? We've already searched this place. This compound lacks natural gas pipelines. It relies on bottled gas. During our last sweep, we left those cylinders behind. Mu Tianga smiled knowingly. Understanding dawned among the group. Mu Tianga strode alone toward a specific unit. Someone lived there. Mu Tianga walked to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of room 301. The person she was looking for was inside, but she was unsure if he was home. Just knocking might not elicit a response, so Mu Tianga called out. Brother Feng, are you there? With a swift motion, the door opened, revealing a slightly chubby young man with messy hair. The young man referred to as Brother Feng brightened upon seeing Mu Tianga. Brother Feng bowed slightly and said, Oh, it's President Mu. I wouldn't dare to call myself Brother Feng in front of you. Just call me Xiao Feng or Fengzi. Mu Tianga remained expressionless, but internally scoffed, thinking that if it weren't for Mi Ling, she wouldn't seek out someone like him. Brother Feng, whose real name was Jiang Feng, was not truly a brother, just as Feng Jie was not a sister. Before the apocalypse, he was a food delivery guy and often delivered to Mu Tianga's company, becoming quite familiar with some of the girls there. He certainly recognized Mu Tianga, but had never had the chance to speak with her. When Mu Tianga lived in this neighborhood, she encountered Jiang Feng, who persistently tried to join her. Was that even possible? He was ruthlessly rejected. Now needing to deal with Chen Luo, Mu Tianga remembered him. Jiang Feng's combat abilities were weak, but he had awakened wind-based powers. Even with similar powers, their comprehension varied, leading to different skills. Jiang Feng claimed his skill was called Lingbo Weibu, allowing him to run incredibly fast. For now, it was nearly impossible for zombies to catch Jiang Feng. Mu Tianga planned to have him attract some zombies to Chen Luo's villa, exposing Chen Luo's true nature while she timed her arrival to save Mi Ling. Firstly, Jiang Feng was indeed suitable for this task, being quite safe. Secondly, he wasn't one of her people, and Chen Luo wouldn't recognize him. Mu Tianga explained the plan. Jiang Feng's smile froze as he awkwardly said, Of course I'm willing to help President Mu, but isn't this harm? Mu Tianga explained, After you lure the zombies over, I will show up to deal with them. I'm punishing a scumbag. So do you want to help the scumbag? Or are you also a scumbag? Jiang Feng immediately shook his head. I'm definitely not a scumbag. I hate scumbags the most, so I'll help with this. Jiang Feng looked at Mu Tianga in silence, thinking he couldn't help for nothing. He had demands of his own. Mu Tianga scoffed internally. After this is done, I can let you join us. Jiang Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, President Mu. I will definitely perform well. He was like a loyal puppy. Mu Tianga and Jiang Feng agreed on the number of zombies to attract and the timing before he left. The timing was immediate. As Mu Tinga headed downstairs, she felt disdain having heard that this person not only liked to call himself Brother Feng, but also had a network ID called Blasting Sky Brother Feng. The girls carried gas tanks down the stairs, murmuring that it would be great if a man could lend a hand at this moment. Men could do the heavy lifting while women cooked and did laundry. Wasn't that a perfect match? Some of the girls' hands trembled not from fatigue, but from an innate fear of gas tanks, terrified they might explode suddenly. 2 large buses had only loaded 20 gas tanks before they could hold no more, as the bus space was limited. Mu Tiange called out and led everyone away. Checking the time, Jiang Feng also began to take action. He hummed a tune as he went downstairs. This task was quite easy, also serving to expose the scumbag. Actually, I also want to be a scumbag, but my abilities don't allow it. Xiaoling, soon Brother Feng will be able to be with you all day. He. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had a crush on a gentle and petite girl in Mu Tiange's company, but their differences were significant. One was a delivery guy, and the other a career beauty. As for Mu Tiange, he had no designs on her. He was self-aware enough to know he couldn't handle her and didn't like her. He could sense her disdain towards him. But there was no choice for Xiaoling. He would endure the cold glances. Jiang Feng muttered, "My brother Dezhu works as a security guard in that villa area. I didn't find him last time, so I'll look for him again this time." Jiang Feng changed into a green short-sleeved t-shirt and held a wooden sword in his hand. Hasagu. Jiang Feng waved the sword, somewhat disappointed that he couldn't conjure a tornado. He needed more practice. One day, he would become a man like the wind. Jiang Feng went downstairs, casually dodging and easily shaking off the few zombies in the neighborhood. Once on the road, Jiang Feng gathered his wind energy in his legs and instantly shot forward like a rocket. With his current level 2 strength, he could reach an astonishing speed of 24 or 25 meters per second. Having mastered the method of using wind powers, he could currently reach this speed, while other wind users would be fortunate to achieve half of Jiang Feng's speed. Chen Luo at level 4 could not catch up to Jiang Feng utilizing his powers unless he used void walking, where the Law King's short-term explosive speed could barely match Jiang Feng. Of course, using such abilities would drain Jiang Feng's strength. When there weren't many zombies around, Jiang Feng would run relying on his physical abilities. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng was an amateur parkour enthusiast. Looking at the zombies he had shaken off, Jiang Feng laughed heartily. "Can't catch up to me, huh? Ha ha." While he could shake them off, when it came to actually killing zombies, he could only target the stragglers. Soon, relying on his speed, Jiang Feng safely reached the vicinity of Chen Luo's villa area, ready to attract zombies. He controlled the distance, giving the zombies the illusion that they could catch up. Mu Tiange had mentioned that around 30 or 40 zombies would be best, and not to exceed 50, or it would be troublesome for her to handle. It wouldn't be good if things went awry. After much effort, Jiang Feng finally lured over more than 30 zombies. Following the villa number provided by Mu Tiange, Jiang Feng easily found Chen Luo's location. Before the apocalypse, he often came here for deliveries. Jiang Feng arrived early, ran to the gate of Chen Luo's villa, and opened the iron gate in the yard. The iron gate wouldn't be locked during the day for convenience, and it would only be locked at night. Whether it was locked or not didn't matter, as zombies wouldn't open doors and ability users could simply climb in. Even if it were locked, it wouldn't matter to Jiang Feng. An ability user who couldn't pick locks wasn't a good delivery man. Just as Jiang Feng was about to lure zombies into the villa, he suddenly saw 2 people and a dog watching him inside. The dog was the Law King, and the people were Su Dezhu and Chen Luo. Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Dezhu, what are you doing here?" The Law King was about to charge at the unwelcome Jiang Feng, but was stopped by Chen Luo. Su Dezhu joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Feng, is that you?" With zombies behind him, Jiang Feng had no time to speak. Originally, he intended to lure the zombies into the yard, but with Su Dezhu inside, he couldn't proceed with that. "Damn it, Mu Tiange didn't mention that my friend was inside. I can't harm my friend just to join you, can I?" Chen Luo clicked his tongue. "Isn't that your brother Feng? In the past life, you died pretty tragically." In his past life, Chun Jing the Green Tea took all the supplies from Chen Luo and Su Dezhu, just as both of them had sustained some injuries. At that point in time, all zombies had evolved to level 1A, and some had even begun to evolve to level 2, making the accessible supplies nearly depleted. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu had suffered greatly. A man like the wind, Brother Feng, had appeared. Su Dezhu had a good relationship with Jiang Feng and often played games with him after work. Jiang Feng often encountered Su Dezhu while delivering food. Jiang Feng was a good person, very loyal, and he would bring Chen Luo along as well. Relying on his speed, Jiang Feng attracted the zombies while Chen Luo and Su Dezhu collected supplies. Jiang Feng would split the spoils in half. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu would take the other half. Chen Luo had no objections. After all, Jiang Feng bore the greatest risk. But within a few days, Jiang Feng had perished. Attracting zombies with speed was like dancing on the edge of a knife. There could be no mistakes. Once attacked by zombies and injured, it would lead to irreversible consequences. Chen Luo did not know how Jiang Feng felt only hearing him scream in agony as he was surrounded by zombies. As Chen Luo gritted his teeth preparing to divert the zombies to help Jiang Feng, he realized Jiang Feng had already lost his breath. It was a woeful death being torn apart by zombies. Chen Luo did not expect to encounter Jiang Feng now. Had they not been acquaintances, he would not have stopped the Law King and would have let him be bitten to death. There was no enmity between himself and Jiang Feng. Why did he bring zombies to his villa? This needed clarification. Upon seeing Su Daju, Jiang Feng exclaimed loudly, "Daju, you're here. I'll lead the zombies away right now." Jiang Feng, who was about to enter the courtyard, immediately turned and ran to a farther place with the zombies. Chen Luo pondered. Jiang Feng's original intention was clear, to lure the zombies towards him. But upon seeing Chen Luo and Su Daju, he redirected the zombies. There was no enmity between himself and Jiang Feng. In fact, Su Daju was his friend, and he would never do such a thing. The only explanation was that he was being manipulated. Who had he offended recently? He had offended quite a few people. The only one still alive was Mutianga. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Heaven has a path you refuse to take. Hell has no doors you insist on entering. What a fine fellow. If I were an ordinary person and you attracted so many zombies, I might just be done for. First, he needed to confirm with Jiang Feng. Shortly after, Jiang Feng, who had shaken off the zombies, ran over and laughed. "Daju, you're here. Sorry, bringing so many zombies might have scared you." "Yes, brother Feng, I knew you wouldn't bring zombies to harm me." Chen Luo interjected. "It was Mu Tiange who sent you to bring the zombies here, right?" Jiang Feng stared in shock. "How did you know?" "Only he and Mu Tiange were present at the time." "Could it be that Chen Luo was that scoundrel? Could it be that you wronged Mu Tiange, provoking her retaliation?" "Impressive. Even the extermination master can be dealt with." Chen Luo snorted lightly. Indeed, it was Mu Tiange's doing. Damn it, she couldn't be spared. He had to kill her. Who knew what tricks she would pull next? Although he was not afraid those around him might be affected. Chen Luo asked again, "Did Mu Tiange instruct you to attract the zombies? Did anyone else know?" Jiang Feng sighed. "No, it was just the two of us at the time. She said she would punish the scoundrel and that she would show up at a critical moment." Before Chen Luo could say anything else, a scream that seemed to contain pain echoed in the air. The sound came from the direction of the community entrance. Jiang Feng and Su Daju looked on in confusion, unsure of what it represented. However, Chen Luo's expression changed slightly. A zombie had transformed into a mutant. Based on the intensity of that scream, it seemed to be a level 4 or 5 mutant zombie. Just then, two large buses were driving towards the community. It was the two white buses belonging to Mu Tiange. A swarm of zombies blocked the entrance to the community, which were the zombies Jiang Feng had attracted, now gathered at the entrance. Seeing this, Mu Tiange remained calm and said, "Accelerate, crash into them, run them over." She was worried that if she arrived late, Mi Ling might be eaten by zombies. Time couldn't be perfectly measured. Thus, they returned a little earlier. The female driver nodded and accelerated towards the zombies. Currently, the zombies had not yet evolved to level 1 and lacked intelligence, standing foolishly in front of the vehicle. Several were knocked away on the spot, but one zombie dodged to the side, watching coldly. It gathered its hands to form a fireball about the size of a basketball and hurled it towards the bus. With a loud bang, the rear window of the bus shattered completely, and the fireball exploded in the back seat area. Screams erupted. The bus carried gas cylinders brought by Mu Tiange, and thus had no one seated at the back, avoiding casualties. Flames clung to the gas cylinders, igniting violently. No one knew if the gas cylinders would explode in the next second. Mu Tiange's complexion changed drastically as she shouted, "Stop the car, get out." A group of people scrambled to exit the vehicle. The zombies had already gathered their next fireball, aiming to explode among the crowd, killing two girls on the spot. Mu Tiange's face turned pale. How could there be such a monstrous zombie? She trembled, saying, "Sisters, concentrate your fire on it." All the girls with ranged attacks trembled as they gathered their abilities to strike at the zombie. But this was not a low-level zombie. It wouldn't just stand still to be attacked. Mu Tiange was the fastest in her attack. She only needed to use her mental power to control the fruit knife she carried. The knife floated magically in the air, rapidly aiming for the zombie's neck. Faced with this fruit knife, the zombie's hands suddenly erupted in flames as it barehandedly grasped the flying knife. Although its hand was slightly pierced, it was nothing serious. Before the attacks from the others arrived, the zombie charged towards Mu Tiange. After all, she was the first to attack it, and the zombie seemed to understand the principle of capturing the leader first. Mu Tiange's mind went blank. Why was it coming straight for her? The girl's spells finally flew towards the zombie, but the zombie's agile form allowed it to dodge. If it couldn't evade, it didn't matter. It posed no immediate threat. The level difference was quite significant. This zombie was not terrifying. It was only level 5, but its appearance at this time was somewhat frightening for the survivors. Mu Tiange panicked watching the incoming zombie and instinctively pushed one person beside her out. In her past life, she was willing to die for Mi Ling, but that did not mean she was willing to die for others. Chen Luo had only heard about it, but had not seen it with his own eyes. The specifics were unknown. The arriving Chen Luo clicked his tongue, saying truly self-inflicted. Chen Luo rushed to the scene with one primary objective: to eliminate this mutated zombie. Having evolved from a level 0 to a level 4 or level 5 entity, this zombie could survive no longer than a single day. Though it had gained rudimentary intelligence, it was still far from surpassing human cognition. Chen Luo possessed absolute confidence in his ability to slay it. Why would he hesitate? What spelled catastrophe for others was for Chen Luo an opportunity. Though only newly ascended to level 4, he wielded techniques from his past life, void walking and the void sword. These abilities enabled him to defeat foes 2 or even 3 levels above himself, level 5, level 6, and even certain sluggish level 7 zombies. Beyond level 7, however, was another matter entirely. Mu Tiange, panic-stricken, shoved a young woman forward as a human shield, an act that left everyone stunned. Was this truly the same Mu Zong who had led them through the apocalypse, guiding them from certain death? Seizing the moment, Mu Tiange scrambled backward, and there directly in his path stood Chen Luo. A flash of cold malice lit his eyes. Perfect. Use this coward to intercept the zombie. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. If these women had willingly participated in Mu Tiange's despicable act, then, even if they proved useful, he would never accept them. Yet Zhang Feng insisted only he and Mu Tiange knew the truth, and Chen Luo believed him. There was simply no plausible justification could Mu Tiange possibly claim she coveted Mi Ling and sought to eliminate Chen Luo. Chen Luo held little regard for the group as a whole, but he valued Xu Yun deeply. Her talent was exceptional, her character admirable. Mu Tiange's death was inevitable. The only question was whether it would come by Chen Luo's hand or the zombies. To kill her himself now would be clean, but she had lived alongside these women, shared their trials. Women's hearts were tender. Executing her before their eyes would inevitably breed distance and distrust. The optimal outcome was for her to perish at the zombies' hands. Smirking, Chen Luo mocked Director Mu, resorting to shielding yourself with your own sisters at such a critical moment. Is that truly acceptable? Tsk, I never imagined you'd stoop so low. Even as he spoke, he delivered a thunderous slap across Mu Tiange's face, swift, precise, and utterly unexpected. The blow landed with brutal accuracy. Mu Tiange's fair right cheek instantly swelled into a livid, sunken bruise. What strength did Chen Luo possess? The impact hurled Mu Tiange backward nearly 5 meters, tumbling headlong, disheveled and broken, straight beneath the zombie's looming form. Did the zombie pause out of courtesy? Not in the least. Its razor-sharp, iron-hard hands plunged straight through Mu Tiange's chest. This zombie had mastered restraint. It suppressed its primal hunger, knowing the feast could wait until every survivor lay dead. Mu Tiange let out a final agonized shriek, then fell silent, her fate hanging in the balance. At that very instant, something wholly unforeseen occurred. A young woman leapt from the vehicle, clutching a roaring, flaming gas cylinder, her expression wild with resolve. She cried out, voice raw and piercing, sisters, run first. I'll hold it off. And with that, she charged toward the zombie, cradling the incandescent cylinder. That woman was Xu Yun. Earlier, she had realized even magical strikes would barely wound the creature, making clear their group stood no chance against it. Concentrated assault invited devastating retaliation. Dispersal meant slow, inevitable attrition. Her only viable choice was to draw its attention alone. Then she spotted the gas cylinder in the vehicle. An explosion might wound, or even obliterate, the monster. Clutching the blazing cylinder, Xu Yun's face burned not with fear, but with fierce, unyielding determination. Even Chen Luo, witnessing the scene, could only murmur inwardly, sister, you've earned my awe. I don't bow to walls, but I bow to you. He himself felt a chill. How much greater must her courage have been? Such valor was rare and precious. She would not be allowed to die. Already the void sword coalesced in Chen Luo's grasp. The zombie too sensed an anomaly, an ancient perilous force stirring. Yet it never anticipated the figure vanishing, only to reappear behind it, blade flashing toward its throat. Its last conscious thought was simple: I've been ambushed. Its head parted cleanly from its body, and it fell lifeless. Methods lethal to humans remained lethal to zombies. Though they felt pain, it never impeded their combat instinct. A normal person losing an arm would collapse screaming, but a zombie fought on. Sever the head, however, and all resistance ceased. The forehead was its greatest vulnerability, but only from the front. A rear strike was infinitely more efficient. This maneuver, Chen Luo executed it flawlessly, one seamless, decisive stroke, slaying a level 5 zombie in an instant. The cost was steep. Void walking and the void sword together drained nearly all of Chen Luo's reserves. The women stared dumbfounded. That was it. It was over. Zhang Feng, watching from behind, gaped in disbelief. Chen Luo wasted no time posturing. He shouted urgently at Xu Yun, who remained frozen, statue still. Drop the cylinder, now. Do you want to be caught in the blast? Shu Yun jolted awake, shrieked, hurled the cylinder aside, and fled, then collapsed hard onto the ground, face buried in her hands as sobs racked her frame. Was she afraid? Terrified, beyond measure. Yet in that moment fear had been eclipsed by resolve. Only afterward did her body flood with icy numbness and exhaustion. Tears were no shame. Let her weep, release the storm within. No one dared approach the abandoned cylinder. Half a minute later, precisely as predicted, it detonated. Amid the choking smoke and collective shock, Fa Wang emerged silently, stepping calmly toward Mu Tianga's fallen form. Whether Mu Tianga yet drew breath, no one knew. When the master cannot act, the subordinate must. Still breathing. No matter, I shall finish what remains. Fa Wang approached undetected and struck Mu Tianga's face once deliberately. Game over, truly dead now. He mused almost admiringly. That cylinder's blast was fearsome, reduced her face to ruin. Chen Luo glanced sidelong at Fa Wang. Good grief, you grow bolder by the day. Though the zombie lay slain, no joy illuminated the survivors' faces. 3 sisters had perished, and their leader Mu Tianga was gone. Her final betrayal had shattered their trust. Grief now mingled with profound disorientation. What came next? Who would lead them now? Who would raise the banner? First, Chen Luo extracted the crimson crystal embedded in the zombie's skull, and a quiet smile touched his lips. This artifact would prove invaluable. Then he walked to Shu Yun, extended his hand gently, and murmured, "Let me help you rise." She looked up at him and placed her trembling hand in his. Chen Luo said softly, "Comfort your sisters. The fallen deserve proper rest." He summoned Fang Yu and the other 3, instructing them to carry the bodies to the nearby mountainside and lay them to rest. Shu Yun whispered, "Thank you." Chen Luo feigned casual inquiry, "And what are your plans now?" She paused. Indeed, those who lived must continue living. Slowly her gaze lifted and settled unflinchingly upon Chen Luo. Everyone tidied up and returned to their homes. Shu Yun summoned everyone together. "Sisters, Mu Tianga is dead. What are your plans?" Previously they called each other sister, but now they directly referred to Mu Tianga. Her actions had been too disheartening. Upon hearing this, many faces showed a look of confusion. While Mu Tianga was alive, they didn't know what to do, merely taking it one step at a time, living day by day. With Mu Tianga's death, they felt even more lost. Someone said, "Shu Yun, why don't you lead us? I used to doubt you, but the way you charged at the zombies with a gas canister to save us was something I could never do." Everyone unanimously agreed, chattering among themselves. This was much better than Mu Tianga. One's true character is revealed in times of crisis. Shu Yun waved her hand, saying, "There are others more suitable than me." Everyone looked around, wondering who that could. Shu Yun said solemnly, "Chen Luo." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of girls erupted in excitement. That man just now killed a zombie with a single sword strike. He was so cool. The sword he wielded was incredibly impressive. It even glowed. The key point is, I saw with my own eyes that Chen Luo suddenly appeared behind the zombie. Superpower. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. This man is too strong. Being near him makes me feel much safer. What if he has ulterior motives towards us? A girl hesitated. If he has his eyes on you, it's a good thing. There's no need for him to do anything bad. Just a glance from him, and I would warm his bed tonight. No need to wait until tonight. I can do it right now. Shu Yun smiled helplessly. Things were getting more and more skewed. Chen Luo also told me that he has 50 tons of rice. As long as we join him, I think we won't have to worry about starving in the short term. Some girls were stunned. 50 tons. They immediately started calculating. We currently have 20 people. If each person eats 1 gene of rice a day, that's 200 gene per ton. 1 ton can last for 100 days, so 50 tons would last. A 500 days, about 15 years. Everyone immediately felt tempted. Not only was he strong, but he was also handsome and had food. Wasn't he a perfect catch? I agree. I agree too. Hey, we want to, but does he want us? Shu Yun said, "I'll ask him. It should be fine." Shu Yun was quite confident. Chen Luo had mentioned the food himself, revealing it voluntarily, which was quite obvious. Finding someone to rely on was certainly better than drifting aimlessly like a rootless weed. At home, Chen Luo was calmly waiting. Who would refuse this group of girls with no ambitions? They wouldn't. Sure enough, Shu Yun approached. Chen Luo nodded, saying, "As long as you can adhere to the rules I set, you can join." Chen Luo stepped in front of the group, cleared his throat, and 20 pairs of sparkling eyes were fixed on him. To be honest, none of the girls were ugly. Even the slightly less attractive ones hovered around the passing mark. Chen Luo said seriously, "I certainly want us all to unite, but I need to clarify a few points. If you can't accept them, don't say anything." Shu Yun nodded, saying, "Go ahead." Chen Luo continued, "First and foremost, without exception, you must obey orders at all times. If you join and then refuse to follow commands, don't blame me for being merciless. Of course, it won't be like you're imagining something awkward. If anyone is unwilling, they won't be forced. No one. Secondly, there will be no distinction between genders here. I distinguish between genders, but do zombies. During battle, everyone is treated equally. Don't come to me later saying you're scared or afraid. Chen Luo's expression was cold. If something happens, the consequences will be severe. These girls managed to escape from a building with over 1,000 people. Aside from luck, their personal psychological qualities were not lacking. They all dared to fight. When facing zombies before, not a single one ran away. Those with a weak mentality were eliminated long ago. But such words must be said beforehand to prevent them from harboring such thoughts. Thirdly, the good stuff shouldn't flow to outsiders. If you need to find a partner, try to find one within our group. My bottom line is that if you encounter someone you like outside, they must join us. If I think they're suitable, I will let them in. Join. The girls were somewhat stunned. Chen Luo explained, if someone I've painstakingly trained is taken away, that's a small matter. But if that person has ulterior motives and exposes our secrets, it could pose a threat to everyone. Chen Luo began to impart some harsh truths. If they aren't even willing to do this, how can they claim to love you? If you can't even eat the food prepared by your beloved, how can you say you love them? The girls whispered among themselves. What Chen Luo said made a lot of sense, but those thoughts were too far from their current situation. All they wanted was to survive. Chen Luo finally said, and I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. He wasn't in a hurry. He stepped outside, giving them a few minutes to think and discuss. In less than 3 minutes, Xu Yun ran out saying, Chen Luo, everyone agrees. Thank you for your trust. For now, Xu Yun will lead you. Xu Yun will be responsible for contacting me. It's getting late. Let's start cooking. I'll prepare a little surprise for everyone at noon. Watching Xu Yun's figure, Chen Luo contemplated. Xu Yun was quite good and could be nurtured as a core member. But now he couldn't give her too many benefits. The time was still short. He would think about it later. What would they eat for lunch? There wasn't much to eat. Boiled rice and stir-fried potato shreds. Fang Yu arrived. Chen Luo hadn't given him good food, nor did he give it to the girls. When everyone performed, he would find an excuse to bring out some meat. For now, to celebrate, everyone's joining. Chen Luo took out a little something. Laogan Dai spicy sauce. Oh, it's Laogan Dai. Chen Luo chuckled, handing out a bottle to each person. This single bottle would be enough for them to eat well for several days. In the afternoon, he would have Ma Yu bring some buns and pancakes. Eating rice alone wasn't ideal. Fang Yu and the others were also very happy. Having a group of girls join made everything feel different. Yang Xian occasionally stole glances. I feel like I'm not far from finding a partner. I feel the same. There are only 7 men, but over 20 girls. The balance is skewed. I'm not going to eat this Laogan Dai, I'll save it to win over the girls. Jiang Feng shamelessly approached Chen Luo saying, Brother Chen, I want to team up with you. Can you take me in? Chen Luo looked at him with a smile. In a certain sense, Jiang Feng had been kind to him in his previous life. His abilities were decent, and Chen Luo knew him a bit. Why shouldn't he take him in? He wasn't Mutianga. Chen Luo joined the others at noon, eating steamed rice with shredded potatoes. After days of rich, meat-heavy meals, a simple vegetarian dish offered a refreshing change of pace. Only Mi Fan, the true carnivore, ate the chicken breasts specially cooked for her by Ma Yu. It was her absolute favorite. No one else might be spared, but Mi Fan would never go without. Though the meal was plain, no one complained. It was far better than usual, and having food at all was already a blessing. Afterward, Chen Luo instructed Xu Yun, record everyone's name, ability, and the day they awakened after the cataclysm. Then bring me the list. He scoffed inwardly. Chen Luo judge only by capability, not by appearance or age. Chen Luo provided paper and ink, and Xu Yun soon returned with the completed roster. Presently, her group numbered 20 survivors. 3 had perished earlier, excluding Mutianga. First, he reviewed their abilities. 6 were physical type, 4 fire type, 2 lightning type, 4 ice type, 2 earth type, 1 nature type, and 1 light type. Chen Luo felt a flicker of genuine surprise. A light type. Such an affinity was exceedingly rare, rarer still than space type, appearing perhaps once in every 500 or 600 awakenings. Given the low overall survivor count, even this ratio was remarkably scarce. Light-type adepts could not only heal, but also bestow potent buffs. Some even wielded formidable combat prowess. Meili stood at an extreme. Her aptitude for supportive light arts was extraordinary, but she possessed virtually no combat proficiency. The light-type adept was named Wang Ling, the very woman Jiang Feng had coveted. She awakened on day 3, adequate though unexceptional. Xu Yun, however, displayed the finest talent. She awakened near dusk on day 1 at 5 o'clock. Awakening on day 1 marked exceptional promise, potential worthy of royalty or cultivation. Those who reached the pinnacle like Fa Wang were truly peerless. Though many mocked them as dogs, none could rival their caliber. The other women showed modest aptitude. Some even awakened as late as day 13. Without outstanding contributions, or the patronage of a powerful protector, they would likely be relegated to logistical support. Logistical roles carried predictable privileges. Only Ma Yu, as Chen Luo's personal chef, enjoyed comparable standing. Frontline fighters received superior rations and rewards. More brutally put, such late awakeners were expendable. Chen Luo calculated that level 1 zombies would multiply within the next 2 or 3 days. He resolved to drill these women rigorously in the interim and seize the chance to scavenge supplies. Valuable finds would serve as legitimate rewards for the team. At 2:30 p.m., Chen Luo assembled everyone, including Mayu. Though she had yet to engage in combat, he did not expect her to fight well. He merely wished her to acclimate to battlefield intensity. Mayu was indeed fortunate. Her culinary skill, while excellent, was hardly unparalleled nationwide. Yet she had met Chen Luo at precisely the right moment. What troubled him most was whether to assign guards to defend the base. Little of value remained there. Losing it would cause no real grief. Yet certain supplies Chen Luo had publicly revealed, plus the sheer violation of having intruders breach his sanctuary, weighed heavily on his mind. Who could feel at ease knowing strangers had entered their private bedroom? As nearby settlements multiplied, home invasions would become increasingly common. After deliberation, Chen Luo ordered Fang Yu and Su Lan to remain behind. He instructed them, if few intruders appear, issue a warning. If they ignore it, strike. If many arrive, pretend you saw nothing. Await my return for resolution. They nodded in agreement. The expedition departed in 3 vehicles. First was Chen Luo's heavy-duty truck driven by Yang Xian, used for cargo transport and road clearing. Second was a repurposed bus, the company shuttle formerly used by Mu Tiange's team. Originally 2 buses existed, but one had exploded after being filled with gas and was now inoperable. Third was Chen Luo's black Audi A6. Mi Ling sat beside him in the front passenger seat, while Mi Li Ma Yu and Mi Fan occupied the rear. Su Dazhu rode instead in the heavy truck's cab. He'd refused outright to board the bus. Inside the truck's cabin, 4 men exchanged boisterous banter. Suddenly Jiang Feng pointed ahead. Look at that zombie, still strikingly handsome even in undeath. She must have been a stunning beauty in life. How can you tell that? Yang Xian teased, feigning astonishment behind the wheel. Shall we knock her out and haul her back? Su Dazhu chimed in with a grin. As Brother Feng once said, once the lights go out, no one notices appearances. With a thunderous crunch, the heavy truck hurled aside a white minivan blocking the road, clearing their path. Their destination, a nearby garment wholesale market. The women lacked spare clothing. Even Su Dazhu wore Chen Luo's hand-me-downs. Though garments ranked far below food in priority, possessing them remained preferable, where possible. Beyond provisioning, Chen Luo intended this sortie to expose them to real combat, refine coordination, and reveal individual weaknesses. With the heavy truck leading, their advance proceeded relatively unimpeded. Chen Luo surveyed the area of the garment market, and its surroundings housed an estimated 300 to 400 zombies. He decided to let the women engage first, intervening only when exhaustion set in alongside Fa Wang. Chen Luo commanded, form your battle array. Naturally, it followed the tank mage healer formation, though only 2 healers were present. Jiang Feng, you control zombie numbers. Should more than 30 converge simultaneously, divert the excess. The physical types served as shields. They intercepted and eliminated any zombies breaching the front line, safeguarding elemental adepts so they could cast spells unimpeded. A seasoned mage could kite enemies effortlessly, but these novices could not yet be trusted to do so. The main force systematically cleared zombies while Jiang Feng lured reinforcements away. Without his intervention, overwhelming waves would have overwhelmed their defenses. Facing zombies, none panicked. Yet, Chen Luo shook his head. Spell accuracy remained distressingly low. Only the sheer density of targets ensured occasional hits. He watched closely as an ice arrow aimed deliberately at a young male zombie struck an elderly woman instead. Multiple spells overlapped on single targets, wasting precious energy through overkill. Immediately post-awakening, each adept could cast 2 or 3 spells, enough to gravely wound but not instantly slay zombies. By peak level 1, spell capacity rose to 6 or 7 casts. Casting speed also improved with practice. Mastery allowed 1 spell every 1 or 2 seconds, not the current 5 or 6. Yet natural talent shone through. Mi Ling fired small fireballs with uncanny speed and precision, sustaining torrents of flame that roasted zombies relentlessly. Were her cultivation rank higher, she would likely grasp area effect techniques swiftly. Without Chen Luo and Fa Wang present, venturing here alone would have meant annihilation for Shu Yun's group. Chen Luo and Fa Wang remained motionless, observing from the periphery, ready to intervene should danger arise, though none required aid. Jiang Feng bore significant burden. Without him, dozens of zombies would have swarmed them simultaneously. Once zombies were largely cleared, the group began selecting suitable garments and loading them onto the heavy truck. Labor was shared equally. No gender-based division, unlike pre-cataclysm norms where men labored while women chatted idly. Seeing no one watching, Chen Luo surreptitiously slipped several pairs of black stockings into his spatial. If one wishes for their actions to remain unknown, they must not act at all. Can a thief avoid capture? Chen Luo thought no one had seen him, unaware that he was spotted by Mi Ling, who was also dressing. Mi Ling's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of him. What was that? Mi Ling, you're wearing that. I didn't expect you to have such tastes. How terrifying. No, he can't be that perverted, can he? Who is that for? Mi Ling. A strange thought surfaced in Mi Ling's mind. It seemed inconsistent with her sister's temperament. The colors were all wrong. More than 20 people were loading clothes onto the truck in Jiangfeng, and the others were deliberately showing off. Soon the truck was filled with clothes. All the clothes were for young people. At this time of year the clothes being sold were mostly summer wear. Shirts, shorts, denim t-shirts, everything was available. Everyone wiped the sweat from their brows, and a girl looked at Mi Ling with envy. Mi Ling, you are truly a natural beauty. Despite the time that has passed, your skin remains so fair and tender, and your complexion is excellent. Although Xu Yun and the others were a group of beauties after so many days of anxiety, unable to eat or drink well, and not sleeping properly, everyone looked a bit haggard, their complexions poor. Beauty 20. If it weren't for becoming a superhuman and significantly improving her physical condition, someone would have likely broken down by now. Once the girl spoke, the others nodded in agreement. Mi Ling smiled bitterly. Natural beauty, what a joke. She thought back to her journey home from school covered in dust, and after looking in the mirror before showering, she saw a face far worse than those of Xu Yun and the others. It was quite tragic. Chen Luo had a variety of dishes every day, and Ma Yu personally cooked delicious meals. How could her complexion be poor? It wasn't Chen Luo. Ma Yu knew who she was. Could she be taken care of? With Chen Luo protecting her, she slept soundly every night. If it weren't for Chen Luo, she might still be hiding with Mi Li, constantly searching for supplies, while worrying about threats from zombies and other survivors. Eating would definitely not be good, and sleep would not be restful, just like when she was returning home, always alert at night, often plagued by nightmares. That kind of feeling was truly exhausting. Xu Yun at least had more than 20 people together to look out for each other. Without Chen Luo, her complexion and spirit would definitely not be as good as Xu Yun and the others. There was a small supermarket in the market. It wasn't large, but because there were many zombies, it hadn't been searched yet. A girl excitedly rushed in, preparing to empty the supermarket. In summer, the supermarket had the most water. The weather was hot, and everyone had worked hard, feeling very thirsty. One girl was about to open a bottle of mineral water to gulp it down, but Xu Yun stopped her and turned to ask Chen Luo, "Captain, can we have a bottle of water first?" Chen Luo smiled and said, "Everyone can have 2 bottles." With Chen Luo's permission, everyone could no longer resist opening their mineral water. In the apocalypse, drinking tap water could lead to severe stomach pains. Some of these girls had experienced such pain and understood the value of water. They were very thirsty but reluctant to drink it all at once. Some only drank half and carefully saved the rest. Some only dared to drink a third. Mi Ling watched and felt uneasy. What kind of world was this where even a sip of water had to be rationed? It seemed she had experienced the same on her way home, but things changed completely after she got home. Mi Ling sighed and exchanged glances with Mi Li. Mi Li's heart was also quite complicated. Ever since Chen Luo came, she had never gone hungry or thirsty. Her thoughts were similar to Mi Ling's at that moment. Mi Li thought to confront Chen Luo tonight. With the truck fully loaded, there was nothing much left to stay for, and everyone's supernatural abilities were also running low. Chen Luo said, "Prepare to go back." But Jiang Feng shouted, "Just now when I drew the zombies, I saw a pastry shop at the entrance, and there were still quite a few pastries inside." Chen Luo felt no fluctuations in his heart, but the girls were overjoyed. Upon arriving at the pastry shop, the shelves inside were already tilted, and many pastries had fallen to the ground. Some pastries seemed to have been taken, and Xu Yun quickly stepped forward, grabbing a piece of bread and tearing off a chunk to taste. Xu Yun exclaimed, "Although the texture is a bit off, it's not expired and can still be eaten. Then let's eat this tonight. Let's finish it quickly before it goes bad." Everyone took bags and began to pack pastries, hesitating only slightly over those on the ground. As long as they were not stained with blood, they took them all. Everyone was smiling with joy, but Mi Ling and Mi Li felt even more uneasy. Chen Luo sighed, truly a group of understanding girls. Tomorrow at noon, he would bring out some cured meat or canned food to treat them, plus an apple. Extracting the crystals from the zombies, everyone returned to the city. They returned home safely, and Chen Luo asked Feng Yu, who was left behind, if anyone had tried to break into the villa, but he had chased them off. Chen Luo instructed Ma Yu, "Cook something, I'm a bit hungry." He had only eaten a little potato shreds at noon, which could not sustain long. This afternoon, Chen Luo was very satisfied with Xu Yun and the others' attitudes. Although their combat skills were lacking, their quality improved. There were no loud screams, and no one fled in panic. Chen Luo decided to reward them. Xu Yun and the others were divided into 2 villas to live in, and Chen Luo took out 2 walkie-talkies, teaching them how to use them to communicate in case of any issues. He also handed them 2 fully charged phones and power banks. They could watch movies during their free time at night to pass the time. This naturally drew a round of cheers. That night Chen Luo was in his room playing computer games when a knock sounded at the door. Chen Luo's eyes brightened. It was Mi Li. Was there a chance to do something naughty? Mi Li sat down next to Chen Luo and whispered, "This afternoon, while watching Xu Yun and the others, I deeply realized how lucky it is to have you Chen Luo Gidge around." Mi Li lowered her head blushing as she said, "Chen Luo Gidge, can I be your girlfriend?" For someone with Mi Li's personality, it took a lot of courage to say something like that. Chen Luo responded to Mi Li's words with actions. 3 minutes later Mi Li let out a low gasp. "I am not ready yet." Chen Luo replied like a wolf grandma. "Mi Li, what time is it now? In this world no one knows how long. There's today, but not necessarily tomorrow. By the time you're ready your Chen Luo Gidge might have already passed away. Wouldn't that be very regrettable?" Upon hearing this Mi Li felt it was undeniably true. Instead Mi Li took the initiative to hug Chen Luo. If there are flowers they should be picked. Do not wait until there are no flowers left to regret. Chen Luo didn't expect this happiness to come so suddenly. He thought he would have to wait some time. For some reason he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Chen Luo was covered in cold sweat. Mi Fan was here. Chen Luo quickly threw the curious Mi Fan who was watching him out of the room. Mi Fan. The rice was held in one hand by Chen Luo, while the other hand opened the door and tossed it directly onto the ground from over a meter high. It could be said to be somewhat brutal. It also proves Chen Luo's impatience. This height is nothing to a cat, but Rice was left bewildered. Rice felt very wronged. Chen Luo, you weren't like this before." With a loud noise the door was immediately locked, and Rice couldn't get in. The Dharma King lying on the ground seemed to mock, suggesting Rice should obediently sleep outside. At that moment Mi Ling opened the door realizing her room had no bathroom and thought of the independent bathroom on the 3rd floor. Seeing Rice Mi Ling mocked, "Isn't this Chen Luo's little cat? Why aren't you sleeping with him?" And ended up, Rice snorted, "Chen Luo is bullying Mi Li in the room. I saw Mi Li looking very distressed. He must be afraid I would help Mi Li and thus drove me out." Rice also wanted to save face. Upon hearing Rice's words Mi Ling was stunned. Bullying? How exactly is he bullying? Mi Ling was not like Rice, completely clueless. Mi Ling's expression kept changing, and she subconsciously rushed into the room to help Mi Li. The Dharma King stopped her. "Without the owner's consent no one could enter. You need to follow the procedure and knock on the door first. Otherwise don't blame me for being unrecognizable." Mi Ling, who was about to knock, suddenly gave up thinking of something. If Mi Li is willing to go in herself, what does it matter? Mi Ling clenched her fists. How despicable. Mi Li had just turned 18. If it were anyone else Mi Ling could slap them to death. But this person is Chen Luo. Mi Ling sighed, feeling that her own cabbage had been trampled by a pig. Well, wasn't this just a matter of time? With a complex mood Mi Ling returned to her room, and Rice wanted to follow, as it was used to having someone accompany it to sleep. Now it could only spoil Mi Ling. But Mi Ling slammed the door shut. Rice's blue eyes faintly shimmered with tears. "Boo-hoo, no one wants." Mi Ling felt inexplicably irritable, tossing and turning, and hardly slept all night. The next morning at 7 o'clock. At the dining table, there was millet porridge and steamed buns for breakfast. Chen Luo said, "Sister, you please fry 2 eggs later." Ma Yu nodded, somewhat puzzled, and said, "What about Mi Li? Is she still sleeping?" "She usually doesn't sleep in." Mi Ling sneered, "What else could it be? She's been harmed by someone." Chen Luo awkwardly thought, "How did you know, sister-in-law?" "It's true, Mi Li hasn't returned to her room." Ma Yu understood immediately, so it was like this. Mi Li liked Chen Luo, she had noticed long ago, but it was a shame for Chen Luo that it took so long to happen. Originally she thought Chen Luo would have been impatient long ago. It's not easy nowadays. Who has the leisure to slowly fall in love? Ma Yu casually glanced at Mi Ling, wondering how Chen Luo would handle this sister-in-law. The Dharma King beside them was gobbling up the breakfast prepared for him, while Rice lay aloof on the sofa. Chen Luo approached Rice nervously. "Rice, why aren't you eating? It's not good to stay hungry." Rice lightly snorted, "I'm very angry, and the consequences are serious." Chen Luo awkwardly asked, "How serious can it be?" Last night in his impatience he had thrown Rice out, so it was normal for Rice to be angry. Rice held its head high. "How serious?" "The kind that can't be appeased with just 1 dried fish." Chen Luo laughed. "How about 10? Not enough, it has to be 20. Okay, deal. Well then, in light of your sincerity, I forgive you. Let's hug." Chen Luo's heart nearly melted. It was just too cute. However, he gently stroked Rice. "Rice, you can be carried during the day, but you are already a mature little cat now, so you need to sleep alone at night." He needed to quickly cultivate Rice's sense of independence, but Chen Luo didn't want to sleep with it anymore, nor did he want to sleep with Mi Li. He took breakfast into the room for Mi Li. Only around 8 o'clock, Mi Li shyly came out of her room, too timid to look at anyone. Chen Luo did not get lost in tenderness and continued with yesterday's plan. He gathered everyone together and began training them. The main focus was on the application of spells. If spells couldn't hit their targets, what use were they? He gave them a fixed target for practicing their aim with minimal power. Mi Ling had already become quite accurate, so he let her practice on Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng would soon face a large number of level 1 zombies who wouldn't be melee fighters, but would use spells. If hit, even a light injury would be serious. Avoiding spells was very necessary. Just right for Mi Ling to train Jiang Feng. As for Su Dezhu being a Mi type, he would assist on the side. At 10 o'clock Chen Luo checked the time and instructed Ma Yu to start cooking. Originally Chen Luo had planned to provide everyone with extra meals preparing sausages or canned meat, but after last night's celebration, he was in a good mood. He decided to have a grand feast. Chen Luo deliberately revealed a generator from his garage, making it reasonable to have meat in the fridge. Chen Luo took out around 20 pounds of pork for Ma Yu to make braised pork with potatoes. Though it was a bit tough for Ma Yu to cook for so many people alone she could manage, but he couldn't let her do it alone all the time. As the team grew larger, they couldn't always rely on Ma Yu. Chen Luo paired her with an assistant Jiang Ling, the girl who had awakened light-type abilities. She didn't need much practice and could assist from the back. Though her cooking couldn't compare to Ma, yes, it was not bad. The meat Chen Luo took out was just like that from the cold storage, similar to what was taken out of the fridge. When Jiang Ling saw the pork, her eyes widened, and she instinctively swallowed. Pork. Ma Yu smiled. Chen Luo felt that you all hadn't had a proper meal in days, so he specially prepared extra. Ma Yu couldn't say, hey, this is a wedding feast. Jiang Ling was responsible for peeling potatoes and cutting them into pieces while rice washed a little and started cooking, and Ma Yu cut the meat and cooked. Until it was time to eat, everyone only then realized they were having braised pork with potatoes today. With no oil in their stomachs, their intestines immediately started to churn. There was no living room to accommodate nearly 30 people, so Chen Luo simply moved the dining table to the yard. Everyone gathered together enjoying themselves. The fragrant braised pork and rice tempted everyone's appetite. Chen Luo understood their feelings and said without any nonsense, let's eat. Each person was paired with a bottle of cola. Chen Luo brought out 20 pounds of pork for 30 people. Each could nearly get 7 ounces, and with the potatoes it was enough for a delicious meal. Everyone couldn't help but feel grateful. It was too good to be with Chen Luo. As they ate, some girls couldn't help but shed tears, truly overwhelmed with emotion. The aroma of the braised pork seemed to carry far, attracting an old dilapidated car. A weary-looking man and woman got out, seemingly siblings. The man and woman getting off the car are indeed siblings. The brother is named Li Ming and the sister is named Li Hui. They feel that staying in the urban area is becoming increasingly dangerous, so they have risked their safety to come to a more remote location. They had thought that a more secluded place would be much better, perhaps with a rescue base, but to their surprise there are indeed far fewer zombies than in the city. However, all the supplies in the supermarkets are gone. When they arrived at Chen Luo's place and saw the supermarket in the villa area, they were initially very happy, but upon entering they were greatly disappointed. After searching 2 villas they found no water at all, and they dared not drink the tap water. They still had a bit of food, so they were not hungry, but after nearly a day without water they had not found any, and their lips were already very cracked. Sister Li Hui heard a sound coming from Chen Luo's side and hurried over to take a look. As she got closer, although they were not hungry, seeing the braised pork on the table made her unable to help but swallow hard. At that moment the braised pork was incredibly enticing. Li Ming tried hard to avert his gaze from the braised pork and the chilled cola. The cola had been chilled by an ice-based ability user, and of course it must be drunk cold to have soul. Everyone looked at Li Ming, who suddenly appeared, and he forced a smile, saying, I apologize for the interruption. Do you have any clean water? I can exchange food for it. If you are begging, I definitely won't give it to you for no reason. Chen Luo nodded. Shu Yun, bring 2 bottles of mineral. Upon hearing there was water, Chen Luo agreed to the exchange, and a sigh of relief appeared on Li Ming's face. He went back to the car to fetch 2 packs of instant noodles, hesitated for a moment, and then took 2 sausages as well. Seeing Shu Yun looking at him, wondering whether to exchange, Chen Luo shook his head. Shu Yun, you can take charge of such small matters directly next time. She is a girl with discretion, but perhaps too much discretion. Shu Yun nodded in agreement to the exchange. Li Ming quickly took the water, opened a bottle first, handed it to his sister, and then opened one for himself, unable to resist drinking. Chen Luo watched and secretly nodded, finding his character quite decent at the moment. However, what good is a good character? It has nothing to do with me. This is merely a transaction. Chen Luo called out, everyone continue eating, don't let the food get cold. After finishing the water, Li Hui gazed longingly at the braised pork, her eyes nearly transfixed. Li Ming noticed and really wanted to exchange food with Chen Luo for a bit of braised pork to satisfy his sister. But their food was also not plentiful, as satisfying a moment's craving would raise the question of what to eat next. Sighing, Li Ming drove the car a bit farther away, blocking someone's entrance and affecting their appetite. Li Ming and his sister were eating instant noodles in the car. Suddenly Li Hui said, brother, there is a group of older sisters over there. They don't seem like bad people. Should we join them? Li Ming was taken aback, but his heart stirred. If it were a group of men, he would never join them, knowing well that once men's desires were provoked, they could do anything, especially in times of collapsing order. His sister was not bad-looking either, but having a group of women made a significant difference. Li Ming nodded. You stay in the car, I'll go ask. Li Ming could tell that Chen Luo was in charge. He approached Chen Luo across the fence and forced a smile, saying, "Big brother, my sister and I are really not very safe. Could we seek your protection?" "Of course, if there's anything, just say it." Chen Luo had already guessed and was not surprised. He stated directly, "Then you must qualify. Right now, you and your sister need to go out and find zombies, kill 10 of them, and bring back the crystals from their heads as proof. You can use weapons, but you cannot use vehicles or any external force. Ding, NPC Chen Luo has assigned you a quest." Li Ming seemed to hear such a voice in his mind. He did not refuse, but did they really have to kill zombies first? Li Ming realized this was to test whether he and his sister were useless, which made him feel much more at ease. If nothing was said and he was allowed to join, he would instead worry about entering a den of thieves. He and his sister might be slaughtered. Li Ming nodded. "We will go right now." Li Ming returned to the car, told Li Hui, and then took a bloodstained fire axe from the car and walked towards the outside of the community. He was afraid Chen Luo would think he would use the vehicle, so he did not drive. Chen Luo watched their retreating figures, looking like they were not useless. In contrast to other single individuals, those with families were easier to trust, because they have attachments, betrayal, and such must be weighed carefully. Chen Luo was not giving Li Ming and his sister a chance because he was in a good mood. It was a necessary move to recruit. Why not taking good people? Now Chen Luo had 30 people. Was that too many? Not at all, it was far too few. In the apocalypse, people would die, and the mortality rate was still very high. 3 months later, Chen Luo didn't know how many from this group would survive. Chen Luo would not keep anyone for free. Once zombies evolved to level 1, they would be sent out to kill zombies and obtain crystals. If he didn't recruit, how would he cope when faced with hundreds of people later? The previous lack of recruitment was partly due to inconvenience, but mainly because the survivors had not yet experienced the harshness of the apocalypse. Just think about it. When they first recruited Shu Yun and her group at the start of the apocalypse, would they have believed they would behave well? Could one expect them to work and carry things the day before? Absolutely not. Could they be as obedient as they are now? Strong command might also work, but doing that would surely create some distance and resentment. If one could educate people in the apocalypse, why should they do it themselves? Let the world be the villain, and I'll be the good person. Isn't that better? Now it was barely time to recruit. But not just any trash. First, they must follow orders, and second, they must have the courage and ability to kill zombies. If both are passed, then let me fan sense a bit. That way it will be much more secure. If Li Ming and Li Hui were to die at the hands of zombies, failing the task, and lacking ability, Chen Luo would not feel the slightest regret. It's not like they were asked to face 10 zombies at once. It was already very simple. Just having hands would suffice. Li Ming and Li Hui left the community in search of zombies. If they were afraid of zombies, they wouldn't have dared to run from the city to Chen Luo's side. They had killed numerous zombies, and the blood on Li Ming's fire axe was from the zombies. In the early days of the apocalypse, they were forced to confront the undead. Soon they encountered 2 zombies hidden. The first to strike was Li Hui, who unleashed a beam of black light, waiting until the zombies drew closer before throwing it. Faced with the approaching zombies, Li Hui felt a bit nervous, but managed to remain calm. The black light accurately hit one zombie, which appeared unharmed, but moved at an unusually slow pace. It was as slow as a turtle, as if the footage had been slowed down. The dark-type curse caused a slowdown. It was hard to believe that this young girl Li Hui was a dark-type ability user with an awakening probability similar to that of light-type users. Originally, the zombies had acted together, but now they were separated, meaning they could deal with one zombie at a time. Li Ming skillfully struck the zombie's head with the fire axe, using the back of the axe instead of the blade to avoid getting stuck. Li Ming was a physical-type ability user with considerable strength, and with 2 blows he knocked the zombie to the ground. The remaining zombie was even easier to handle. It took a full 3 seconds from when it swiped its claws to when it could strike, and that was assuming it could attack at all. If Li Hui used her ability to slow down twice, it would be safer to kill the zombie, but it wasn't necessary. When encountering a lone zombie, Li Hui let Li Ming take action. If it were a group of zombies, 4 or 5 of them, they would usually choose to avoid them, but to quickly complete Chen Luo's task, Li Hui continuously released her slowdown ability. Li Hui exclaimed, "Brother, it seems the existence of the crystals is not a secret. I thought we were the only ones who knew about them." Li Ming replied with a smile, "There are quite a few clever people. That person asked us to kill 10, so we killed 20 to prove ourselves." Soon the 2 of them had exceeded Chen Luo's task. However, Chen Luo was encountering a bit of trouble. Wang Guofu was a homeowner in the villa area where Chen Luo lived before the apocalypse. He was in the real estate business, and his scale was substantial, otherwise he couldn't afford to buy a villa here. He had a telescope at home, and would often use it to observe the entrance of the community to see if any rescue teams were around, but due to the angle, he couldn't see Chen Luo's place. Today, however, he felt adventurous and climbed onto the roof to see further. By chance, he spotted Chen Luo's look, a group of girls and a few guys. One of the guys looked somewhat familiar to Wang Guofu. who had almost let them into his house a few days ago before abandoning the idea upon seeing them. Wang Guofu's telescope was top-notch, worth 100,000 with excellent clarity. He caught sight of some braised pork on the table, and at once he swallowed hard. Having been accustomed to feasting on delicacies, being trapped in the community and eating junk food was tolerable, but seeing the braised pork was unbearable. All he could think about was eating meat. Wang Guofu returned to his house, opened the safe, thought for a moment, took out 100,000 yuan, and also retrieved 2 gold bars. Was there anything that money couldn't do? Spending 10,000 yuan for a bowl of braised pork seemed reasonable, right? Wang Guofu paused for a moment, considered, and attached a dark object from under his pillow to his waist. A handgun. His background was not clean. He started in the gray area and had a bit of a fondness for firearms, keeping one for self-defense. Wang Guofu muttered, "I'm definitely going to eat that braised pork." He sighed. "Here I am." Wang Guofu reduced to begging for a bowl of braised pork. I might as well ask for 2 bowls. Soon he arrived near Chen Luo, smiling broadly as he said, "Hello, everyone is neighbors in misfortune. Could you spare me a bowl of meat? I'm really starving." Wang Guofu's peripheral vision caught sight of a black dog on the ground eating meat. It only ate meat, not. Wang Guofu cursed inwardly. What kind of days were these feeding a dog? Wouldn't it be better to kill the dog and eat the meat? At the same time, he felt reassured. Seeing a dog eating meat indicated that these people had plenty. If a dog could eat, why couldn't he? Were people worth less than dogs? A group of young people, including some girls, should be easy to talk to. Chen Luo remained silent. He couldn't let the burden fall on him for everything. He gave Fang Yu a look, and Fang Yu understood, standing up to say, "Sorry, we don't have enough to eat either." Indeed, they hardly got to eat meat themselves. Wang Guofu felt angry. How could they lie right in front of him? What was that dog eating? Am I blind? Despite his anger, Wang Guofu still smiled as he said, "I won't take it for free. You'll buy it. How about 10,000 yuan for a pound of braised pork? I have 100,000 here. I want 10 pounds. This was an exorbitant price. Even in times of crisis, pork wouldn't sell for 10,000 a pound, and not even the best restaurant would dare to charge that. Fang Yu chuckled, "Not for sale." Wang Guofu raised his offer, saying, 50,000 a pound, isn't that reasonable? Young man, don't be too greedy. I have 100,000 and 2 gold bars. 5 pounds of meat isn't too much to ask, right? Fang Yu still shook his head. Wang Guofu was used to being domineering and arrogant before the apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, he would have ordered his underlings to smash things. At this point, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Shu Yun's words pushed Wang Guofu over the edge. Shu Yun stood up and said, "If you're hungry, I have 2 packs of instant noodles, but you'll need to trade something for them. If you don't have anything, you can kill zombies in exchange for the crystals in their heads." Chen Luo didn't plan to trade the secret of the crystals with those who were ignorant, as they were all poor and had never absorbed crystals. How could they offer anything? Wang Guofu was utterly furious. They could eat meat while he had to settle for instant noodles. And they expected him to trade something. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do they think he has no temper? Wang Guofu drew the handgun from his waist, pointing it at everyone, and roared, "Everyone get down and cover your heads. Damn it, don't take my kindness for weakness." Wang Guofu waved the handgun at each person present. Except for Chen Luo, every face showed the power of firearms deeply etched fear into everyone's hearts. Even after becoming ability users, they instinctively felt a sense of dread. Chen Luo, however, was dismissive. With such a small handgun, even if the bullets ran out, it couldn't kill him. No matter where it hit, serious injury was impossible. Could a handgun match the abilities of an ability user? Moreover, even a level 1 spell would only cause minor injuries to a level 4 ability user like Chen Luo, let alone a handgun. Otherwise, why didn't Mu Tiange and his group manage to take down that level 5 fire-type zombie in one shot? At most, it would have been a light injury. Chen Luo was slightly weaker than it, but not by much. Wang Guofu shouted, "This is too much. You feed a dog meat, and don't give me a bit." Though a faint tremor of instinctive fear rippled through the crowd, no one panicked. As Chen Luo prepared to act, Fang Yu stepped forward without hesitation, placing himself squarely before Chen Luo, shielding him with his own body. Yang Xian, Su Lan, and the others, witnessing Fang Yu's move, swiftly formed a protective ring around Chen Luo, Mi Li, and the rest seated together. This was a golden opportunity to prove one's loyalty. Chen Luo smiled faintly, not needing protection, yet deeply satisfied by their unwavering stance. Fang Yu spoke gravely, "Brother, that firearm can kill at most 1 person. Yet we stand many, and if you dare pull the trigger, you will die without question. Hear me well, lay down your weapon, and I will pretend this never happened." Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance. "You may forget, but everyone else here certainly will not." Wang Guofu sneered, "True, I cannot kill you all, but whoever moves first dies. Who among you dares trade lives with me?" Back in his days as a street thug, Wang Guofu had faced such standoffs countless times. Brutality always outweighed numbers. He pointed at Mi Li. "Bring 2 bowls of braised pork. Refuse and I'll shoot you dead." to brandish a pistol and take a hostage for mere braised pork. Chen Luo rose ready to end the farce. But before he could act, Fa Wang moved first. Wang Guofu had just insulted him. Fa Wang bristled with indignation. Was it not I who fed you? Why am I being dragged into this when I've lain quietly aside? What did I ever do to provoke you? With quick, purposeful strides he approached Wang Guofu, who instantly tensed. Yet Wang Guofu froze, staring in disbelief as Fa Wang's face twisted into an unervingly obsequious grin. A dog's smile so sycophantic defied reason. Fa Wang thought they all fear that gun, so I shall play it safe. He dropped to the floor, rolled over, and bared his belly, sliding ever closer to Wang Guofu with exaggerated docility. Wang Guofu burst into laughter. This mutt is all show, no substance. At the first sign of danger he surrenders. What use is such a dog? This dog isn't even fit to eat feces. The onlookers exchanged stunned glances. Fa Wang had always seemed aloof, even haughty among them. Fang Yu and the others knew his true power well. What game was he playing? Only Chen Luo's lips twitched. Fa Wang, you've overplayed caution. Who truly fears a foolish, groveling dog? Lowering his guard, Wang Guofu barked, hurry up, or I'll fire. Woof! Suddenly Fa Wang unleashed a thunderous, ear-splitting roar, vastly louder than any bark he'd ever uttered. The sudden blast shattered Wang Guofu's composure. The hand gripping the pistol trembled violently. As he turned toward Fa Wang, horror seized him. A crackling azure sphere of lightning hurtled straight at his chest. In the next instant, Wang Guofu was hurled backward by the lightning's force, his body obliterated in a blinding detonation. The crowd stared dumbfounded. That was absurdly canine. Feign weakness, then strike without warning. Such tactics from a human would raise no eyebrows. But from a dog? Who taught him this? Chen Luo silently cried out, it wasn't me. Fa Wang was cunning even in his past life. That's why he was so hard to subdue. Fa Wang had feigned death countless times, deceiving even seasoned adepts. Now he gazed disdainfully upon Wang Guofu's charred remains. Dare you underestimate a dog again? As for the awestruck stares of the group, Fa Wang paid them no mind. Don't idolize me. I'm merely a dog. Chen Luo said flatly, a disappointment. Ignore the corpse. Resume dinner. Fa Wang retrieved that pistol. Having slain countless zombies, none flinched at the sight of a corpse. Fa Wang trotted over, gripped the weapon gently in his jaws, and delivered it to Chen Luo, who handed it to Meili. Useless as it was, it might still serve as a last resort. At that moment, the siblings Li Ming and Li Hui returned. Li Ming placed 20 crystals into Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow. I asked for 10, yet you brought 20. Impressive courage. Very well, you have passed the trial. You may join us. Fang Yu, explain our rules to them. And tell me, what abilities do you possess? When did you awaken? Li Ming and Li Hui exchanged a glance. Li Ming replied, my physical strength has surged. I am a warrior. My sister, well, she is a sorceress. I awakened on the 3rd day, my sister on the 2nd. Chen Luo questioned them further, and his eyes gleamed. Unexpectedly, Li Hui wielded shadow arts, a rare and promising aptitude. Should her cultivation advance, she would undoubtedly prove valuable. Fang Yu led the pair aside to recount the same covenant Chen Luo had established with Xu Yun and the others. The early terms were unremarkable, but at the 3rd clause Chen Luo's expression darkened. No need to mention that one. She's barely 16. Li Ming's face shifted into an odd contemplative mask, but he accepted without protest. Chen Luo instructed Wang Ling to prepare a special portion of potato braised pork for the siblings, to win their trust. It was a day of celebration. Everyone received a share. Training resumed in the afternoon. Though scattered survivors occasionally entered the residential complex, none requested admission. That evening, Li Ming moved into the villa shared by Fang Yu and the others, while Li Hui settled in with Xu Yun and the women. Still unfamiliar with the group, Li Ming reasoned if Chen Luo harbored ill-intent, resistance would be futile, so parting from his sister was acceptable. As a newcomer, Li Hui was met with genuine warmth. Strangers earned cold silence, comrades open smiles. With no other entertainment, they placed a single smartphone at the center of the circle propped upright, and gathered around to watch a film. Li Hui, the youngest, sat nestled safely in the middle. Laughter and chatter filled the air, infinitely brighter than the silent, lonely nights she'd endured with her brother in darkness. Their kindness she felt deeply. Li Hui thought joining them was the right choice. In his room, Chen Luo calculated the time. Meili should have finished absorbing the crystals by now. Passion burned fiercely. Parting was unthinkable. Yet an unwelcome chaperone lingered stubbornly. Chen Luo coaxed gently, Rice, please step aside. Rice replied wide-eyed, I'm perfectly well behaved. I'll stay utterly still. Chen Luo shot him a sharp look. Fine, you stay. I'll leave. Rice remained baffled. Why banish me tonight? Chen Luo slipped into Meili's chamber, where tenderness and quiet intimacy awaited. Meili blushed shyly. No intimacies. It still hurts. Chen Luo nodded softly, plenty of time ahead. No rush. Just as he drew her close to sleep, Chen Luo remembered something. Why not try healing yourself? Just once. Mealy stared speechless. The previous novel has concluded, and I took not a single day's rest. Today's output is slightly reduced.